This is the least frightening haunted house I have ever encountered. The props are so unrealistic after taking a stroll. I felt not only unafraid, but even a bit amused. Materialists fear nothing. I told you long ago that it lacks excitement. I might as well play games and the dormitory character has already reached level 80. At the entrance of the haunted house in the western suburbs of Zhejiang, several students rode shared bicycles away without a hint of nostalgia. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ge, holding a promotional flyer for the haunted house, felt a sense of helplessness. Creating fear is a skill, yet modern individuals, having endured various horror films, possess remarkably strong psychological resilience, making a haunted house feel akin to wandering in their own backyard. Boss, a bright female voice called from behind, prompting Chen Ge to turn around and see a petite zombie clad in a nurse's outfit, her ample bosom accentuating her fury as she dashed out of the haunted house. What happened, Xiaowan? The girl, named Su Wan, was one of the temporary actors in the haunted house. Those little rascals tried to take advantage of me. She clenched her fist, her tiger teeth bared in indignation. So she had come to lodge a complaint. That's outrageous they even dare to harass a zombie. As the owner, Chen Ge naturally defended Su Wan. He'll speak to the park administrator and check the surveillance. There's no need for that. I preemptively dealt with him when I sensed his intentions. Su Wan shook the corner of her nurse's outfit, revealing bloodstains. This isn't makeup, you know. That's not unreasonable. Girls should learn to protect themselves. Chen Ge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the setting sun. Let's call it a day. There probably won't be any more visitors. Inform the others to leave early. However, the girl, adorned with zombie makeup, did not budge. Is there anything else? Boss. Su Wan hesitated, slowly retrieving an envelope from her pocket. This is the resignation letter from Tao Ming and Xiao Wei. You treated them well, but they felt too embarrassed to tell you in person, so they asked me to pass this along. They're leaving? Chen Ge was taken aback, accepting the envelope. Everyone has their own aspirations. You should head home early as well. Okay, they'll go remove my makeup. Watching the adorably naive zombie depart, Chen Ge silently lit a cigarette. Half a year ago, his parents mysteriously vanished, leaving behind this haunted house that in pursuit of a lingering connection. Chen Ge resigned from his job and devoted himself entirely to managing the haunted house, striving for excellence. Regrettably, the pace of change is swift. The haunted house industry faces immense competition, is relatively niche, and presents many limitations. The same terrifying scenes, once experienced, lose their thrill upon repetition, and constant renovation demands substantial funding. For several weeks, the haunted house had been running at a loss, with daily ticket sales barely covering a fraction of the utility costs. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. Extinguishing his cigarette, Chen Ge was about to return to the haunted house when a middle-aged man in a New Century amusement park uniform approached. Upon seeing him, Chen Ge quickened his pace as though a mouse had spotted a cat. Are you pretending not to see? The middle-aged man firmly grasped Chen Ge's shoulder. Today, we must clarify matters. You have already fallen behind on your utility bills and venue rent for 2 months. The pressure from above has become quite burdensome for me. Uncle Su, it's not that I am unwilling to pay. I am currently facing some financial difficulties. Please grant me 1 more month. Last month, you said the same thing. I assure you, this will be the final month. Chen Ge declared earnestly, thumping his chest. The haunted house industry is struggling. It fails to attract visitors. If I may suggest, perhaps you should consider letting it go. The man, referred to as Uncle Su, glanced at the envelope in Chen Ge's hand, his grip loosening gradually. You are still young. There are countless opportunities ahead of you. Why burden yourself so heavily? Uncle Su, I understand your concern, but this haunted house holds a different significance for me. It represents a cherished memory for my parents. Chen Ge's voice dropped, as if he wished to keep this sentiment private. Uncle Su, being the park manager, was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Chen Ge's parents. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed softly, his demeanor softening. I can somewhat comprehend your feelings. Very well, I will try to extend your deadline by a few weeks. Thank you, Uncle Su. Do not thank me just yet. Instead, focus on selling more tickets for the haunted house. After bidding farewell to the park manager, Chen Ge returned to the haunted house, resuming his daily routine of checking equipment, wear, maintaining props, and cleaning. The artificial blood in the repair room is nearly depleted. I need to order more. This passageway should be inclined slightly to better obscure the visitor's line of sight. The puppet has been torn. It requires mending. Where's the craftsmanship lamp I installed? Who has stolen it? To outsiders, he appeared as the owner of a haunted house, a promising young entrepreneur. Yet, The struggles behind this fad were known only to him. A haunted house represents a form of horror consumption within a terrifying environment. One's muscles and mind become highly tense, and upon release, it provides a satisfaction, akin to a massage. Simultaneously, haunted houses are a form of one-time consumption. Many establishments utilize a mobile model, traveling to various cities to continually draw in new visitors. For those like Chen Ge, who are fixed in one location, survival is tenuous unless they attain significant fame to attract crowds. That he has managed to sustain himself for so long is no small feat, dragging the damaged puppet. Chen Ge entered the repair room. His university studies focused on toy design and manufacturing, and many of the puppets and mechanisms in the haunted house were of his own creation. The repair process was intricate and monotonous, requiring the stitching of the puppet's exterior, repainting, and aging. I nearly ran out of blood. I recall there being some stock in the attic. The haunted house spanned 3 levels. The first 2 were dedicated to crafting terrifying scenes, while the third served as a storage area. Pushing open the dusty wooden door, the attic revealed a collection of various discarded materials, most of which were remnants from his parents' management of the haunted house. The sight of these objects stirred memories, which is why Chen Ge seldom visited this space. Half a year has flown by in the blink of an eye. Gazing upon the familiar array of equipment, Chen Ge was transported back to his childhood. During those days, his family operated a traveling haunted house, traversing various cities together at tea times. When his parents were preoccupied, they would leave Chen Ge in the backstage, surrounded by an assortment of ghastly props, unwittingly cultivating his courage from a young age. After all, while his peers were engaged in letter puzzles, he was already dashing about with a severed head model in his arms. All memories, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself beside a wooden chest containing his parents' belongings. Inside lay a coarse rag doll and a pitch-black mobile phone. The doll was the first toy he had crafted in his childhood. While he had no recollection of the phone, these items had been discovered by the police in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city, and the reasons for his parents' nocturnal visit there remained a mystery. So much time has passed. Where could you be? Chen Ge cradled the doll, pinching its face gently, and sighed softly. I should hurry to find someone to create blood plasma if I can't weather this slow season. The haunted house may truly need to close down. Chen Ge was merely talking to himself. Yet as he mentioned the possibility of closure, the previously silent black phone in the chest suddenly flickered to life, emanating a faint, cold light. What's happening? Advanced technology? Paranormal phenomenon? While most would have felt their heart race, glancing around anxiously with clammy palms, Chen Ge's reaction was rather straightforward. He picked up the phone, bringing it closer for a second examination. I tried to unlock this phone 100 times without success. Why has it suddenly activated today? This was found at the site of my parents' disappearance. Could they be aware of my current struggles and are reaching out to me? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Ge swiped the screen, revealing a pitch-black home screen with only one application, represented by an icon resembling the entrance to their haunted house. Not quite what I expected, but this icon looks familiar. It seems to be the entrance to my family's haunted house. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ge tapped the application and blood-red text materialized on the screen. Do you believe in ghosts? Whether or not ghosts exist is a surreal philosophical question. One that poses a considerable challenge for someone like Chen Ge, a man of science and engineering. There should be, I suppose, that he made his choice, and moments later, new text appeared on the phone's display. What you think in your heart is the answer. From this moment forth, you shall officially take my place as the new master of the haunted house. Of course, this is not an occasion for celebration, the final stage of the novice tutorial. I wish to impart this piece of advice. Suicide is the most cowardly act. Please strive to live on. The amount of information is overwhelming. Yet, this melodramatic tone oddly resembles my father's. Chen Ge once again accessed the haunted house application, unveiling a fresh interface. Shijiang City West Suburb Haunted House. Status: on the brink of closure. Rating: none. Visitors today: 4. Visitors this month: 10. My ghostly team members: none. My props: inventory: none. Achievements unlocked: none. Current facility scenario: zombie resurrection night, an abysmal array of props, subpar actors, devoid of narrative coherence, and logic with a negligible scream factor. Ghost marriage, not a couple in life, buried together in death. A ghostly wife haunting the soul, with a scream factor of half a star. Unlockable horror scenarios: midnight escape within a dilapidated apartment building lurks a perilous mental patient wielding scissors and a hammer, prowling outside your door. With a scream factor of 1 star. Ward 3, this abandoned hospital emits strange noises at midnight. And as a newspaper reporter, you will venture inside to investigate, with a scream factor of 3 stars. Deathly hearse, a hearse transporting the deceased, is now en route. If you cannot escape within an hour, you will be eternally trapped within, with a scream factor of 2 stars. Daily tasks. Completing the daily tasks within the haunted house will yield corresponding rewards and unlock additional horror scenarios. Expansion conditions for the haunted house. If the number of visitors exceeds 100 in a month and the approval rating surpasses 60% after 3 expansions, the haunted house will upgrade to a thrilling labyrinth. Horror will utilizing the fright value generated by visitors within the haunted house. One can spin the wheel. Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are bestowed by fate here. One may find fruits of longevity, as well as vengeful spirits. Other features, not yet unlocked. This mobile application, adorned with an icon of the haunted house's entrance, bears a striking resemblance to the popular simulation management games on the market, albeit it manages not restaurants, aquariums, or pet parks, but a haunted house. Chen Ge gazed intently at the screen, perplexed as to why such a peculiar mini-game resided within the phone bequeathed by his parents. He meticulously examined the application interface, noting that all the information aligned seamlessly with his haunted house, including daily visitor counts and facility scenarios. This game evoked a strange sensation within Chen Ge, as if the haunted house he was tasked with managing in the game mirrored the one he operated in reality. The same dire predicament, both teetering on the brink of collapse, bore too many similarities. Could it be that this game was inspired by my haunted house? If I were to alter the haunted house in the game, could it yield benefits in reality? Continuing his exploration, he discovered that the existing facility scenario of Zombie Resurrection Night was utterly derided, while the once newsworthy and sensational Ghost Marriage Project received a mere half-star rating in the game's reviews. Even Ghost Marriage garnered only half a star. I shudder to think how terrifying the subsequent unlockable horror scenarios might be. He attempted to click to unlock more scenes, and upon selecting this option, a line of text appeared on the screen, indicating that he needed to complete a certain number of daily tasks to qualify for unlocking. It seems that daily tasks are the foundation of everything. Only through the continual completion of these tasks can one unlock horror scenarios. More horror scenarios will attract a multitude of visitors, increasing the visitor count, which in turn facilitates the expansion of the haunted house, enlarging the space, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. Having played numerous mobile games in his leisure time, Chen Ge quickly grasped the game's rules. The completion of daily tasks would influence the overall development of the haunted house. Upon opening the daily tasks, 3 options materialized on the screen. Simple difficulty. The 3 fundamental elements of haunted house design are story, scene, and emotion. A haunted house devoid of a narrative lacks a soul. Please enhance the background stories for the terrifying scenes of Zombie Resurrection Night and Ghost Marriage. Moderate difficulty. Before midnight, ensure that all the doll models within the haunted house are meticulously repaired. Nightmare difficulty. Surely, you remain curious about the existence of ghosts in this world. Let us engage in a little game. The truth lies in the moment you open your eyes. Daily tasks refresh at the stroke of midnight, and only one task can be claimed each day, with varying degrees of difficulty and rewards. Note: certain tasks are exceedingly perilous, so choose wisely. After reviewing the daily tasks, Chen Ge was taken aback. The tasks in the game actually require completion in reality. Does this imply that the game can influence the real world? To validate his suspicions, he resolved to undertake a task for experimentation. Daily tasks are categorized by difficulty, and one may only select one each day. To maximize benefits, one would naturally opt for the most challenging task. However, the warning regarding the extreme danger of some tasks made Chen Ge feel apprehensive. It's a tough decision. The description of the nightmare difficulty task is exceedingly vague, clearly a potential trap. Perhaps I should start with the moderate difficulty instead. Repairing all the doll models before midnight is a bit pressing, but it is not insurmountable. Chen Ge was a man of decisive action, and once he made a choice, he acted immediately. Wasting no time, he grabbed his toolbox and a bucket of unopened artificial blood, commencing his inspection of the dolls throughout the haunted house. As night deepened, Chen Ge wandered alone within the vast and eerie abode. Contra electricity, he refrained from turning on the corridor lights, clutching a flashlight under his arm while hauling the dolls in need of maintenance back and forth. If an unsuspecting outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely be terrified enough to call the authorities. I am utterly exhausted. I had no idea so many dolls were malfunctioning. It seems previous maintenance was quite inadequate. At 11:45, Chen Ge received a notification on his phone indicating task completion. You have successfully completed the moderate difficulty daily task. Attention to detail is essential for creating a perfect atmosphere of terror. Congratulations on receiving your task reward. The background track Black Friday. Isn't Black Friday a forbidden song from abroad? It is said that excessive listening can induce suicidal thoughts, and the original track has long since vanished. Chen Ge discovered an image of a CD in his phone's item library. How could this possibly be a task reward? Surely this must be a prank. He casually tapped on the CD image, and an unfamiliar melody began to resonate in his ears. The sound seemed to be born from darkness itself, lonely and sorrowful. Chen Ge felt as though everything was drifting away from him. He was submerged in the depths of the ocean, as if traversing an endless tunnel. As the piece concluded, Chen Ge's back was drenched with sweat. He was grateful he hadn't chosen to loop the track otherwise. He was uncertain if he could escape its grasp. Is this for real? It must be the original. Completing tasks within the game could yield rewards in reality, and this revelation illuminated a pathway to transform the haunted house's predicament. Silencing the music and ensuring everything was meticulously saved, Chen Ge slipped into the employee lounge. Reclining on the bed, he felt utterly fatigued, yet slumber eluded him. The day's events were such that any ordinary person would require time to process them. Unbeknownst to him, midnight had long passed, and Chen Ge remained fixated on the ceiling. I simply cannot fall asleep. In a state of ennui, he retrieved his black phone. The witching hour has passed, surely the daily tasks have refreshed? Upon opening the application, he indeed observed a shift in the daily tasks section. Easy difficulty. To provide visitors with a genuinely terrifying experience, one must first consider the pacing of the tour. If actors or mechanisms appear too early or too late, it will dampen the visitor's enthusiasm. Therefore, I recommend installing sound detectors and surveillance within the haunted house to monitor the visitors' progress continuously. Medium difficulty. A solitary effort is insufficient. A successful haunted house requires an exceptional team to operate. Recruit more talents, as they will aid you in overcoming challenges. Nightmare difficulty. You must still be curious about the existence of ghosts in this world. Let us engage in a little game. The truth will reveal itself the moment you open your eyes. The daily tasks refresh at the stroke of midnight, with only one task available each day, varying in difficulty and reward. Caution. Some tasks are exceedingly perilous. Choose wisely. The emergence of these three new daily tasks left Chen Ge in a quandary. The simple task of installing sound detectors and surveillance in the haunted house could be accomplished with sufficient funds, yet Chen Ge's budget was severely constrained, leaving him unable to afford such expenses. The medium difficulty task was equally unkind to him. A veteran employee who had weathered many storms with him had tendered their resignation just yesterday, and now he was expected to recruit new staff. Setting aside the uncertainty of finding suitable candidates, the extensive training required would consume a considerable amount of time, and by the time a newcomer could stand on their own, the haunted house would likely be in ruins. Having dismissed the simple and medium difficulty tasks, Chen Ge's gaze settled on the final daily task. The higher the difficulty, the more bountiful the reward. Should I dare to attempt the nightmare-level task? You must still be curious about the existence of ghosts in this world. Let's engage in a little game. The truth will reveal itself the moment you open your eyes. The description of the nightmare-level task was exceedingly vague, providing no clarity on what was required, merely imparting a sense of the uncanny. According to the task description, it seems I am to play a game, but can a mere game truly warrant a nightmare classification? To accomplish the medium difficulty task, he had toiled for several hours without rest, barely managing to repair all the puppets within the time limit. Scrolling through his phone, Chen Ge found himself increasingly intrigued. Perhaps I should give it a try. As this notion took root, it spread through his mind like an uncontrollable vine. The nightmare-level task promises the highest rewards, and considering that I have no confidence in completing the simple and medium tasks presented today, it may be wiser to take a gamble. Unable to withstand the off-season, the haunted house is on the verge of closure. Chen Ge is acutely aware of his current predicament. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for change, he naturally does not wish to miss any opportunity. Then it's decided. Sooner or later, I must confront a nightmare-level task. Rising from his bed, Chen Ge points to the final task. Are you sure you want to accept the nightmare difficulty daily task? Acceptance may trigger unforeseen circumstances. Confirmed. The screen of his phone flickers, revealing the true details of the task. To witness another world requires extraordinary courage, exceptional luck, and a touch of assistance. The name of this game is You in the Mirror. At precisely 2 o'clock and 4 minutes in the morning, enter the bathroom alone, lock the door, extinguish the lights, face the mirror, and light a candle between yourself and the mirror. Then, close your eyes, focus your mind, and softly whisper your name. I in the darkness. Anything is possible. Perhaps a stranger's face will materialize in the mirror, or a pair of crimson eyes will lurk in the corners. Blood may seep from the walls and door cracks. Your task is to remain unmoved, standing silently before the mirror. Half an hour later, the task will automatically succeed, provided that during this period, no matter what occurs, you must not open your eyes. After reading the task description, a chill runs down Chen Ge's spine. Could there truly be another world that ordinary people cannot perceive? With time, until 2 o'clock and 4 minutes still to spare, he does not rush to begin instead. He searches online for information related to this game. Before long, he indeed discovers some accounts. Individuals who have been beset by misfortunes after playing this game, cryptic testimonies mentioning disfigurement, and even reports of people going missing from their homes, suspected to have been dragged into the world behind the mirror. Each account is so detailed and vivid, akin to ghost stories. The more he reads, the more curious he becomes. As someone who runs a haunted house, he is constantly pondering how to terrify visitors while providing them with a thrilling experience within safe bounds. After perusing various descriptions of the game, he feels as though a new door is opening before him. Playing a horror game alone in a haunted house at midnight, what an exhilarating thought. He checks the battery level on his phone, deeming it essential to document this historic moment. He'll record the entire experience. If it's truly terrifying, perhaps my haunted house could introduce a new attraction. He rummages through drawers for a candle and a lighter. And as the clock strikes 2, he takes the prepared items to the bathroom on the first floor of the haunted house. His choice of the first floor bathroom for this game is deliberate should something frightful occur during the game. He can easily escape through the window. In the dead of night, the haunted house lies in eerie silence as a young man, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of saving electricity, locks himself inside the narrow, confined bathroom with only a flashlight and a candle in hand. In a sealed and pitch-black environment, the deepest fears of the human heart can be stirred. The restroom, being the most oppressive space within the house, is laden with an unsettling atmosphere. The seemingly mundane objects, a mirror, a door, a sink, serve as powerful conduits for psychological suggestion in daily life. The designer of this game possesses a keen understanding of the vulnerabilities nestled within human nature, skillfully crafting an environment that evokes profound terror. Chen Ge harbored a unique and profound insight into the nuances of horror, analyzing and learning simultaneously. True fear does not necessitate extravagant props, it merely amplifies the unease that resides deep within a visitor's psyche, leading them to defeat themselves. Chen Ge inhaled deeply, activating the camera on his phone, addressing the screen. I am uncertain of the consequences this game may yield. Should I encounter an unfortunate event, I implore the individual who finds this phone to safeguard this video. It shall serve as a key to unlock the door of deception. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Ge secured his phone beside the sink, positioning it to capture both himself and the reflection in the mirror. It is 2:01, only 3 minutes remain. The anticipation of death is often more harrowing than death itself. In the silent restroom, every whisper of movement is magnified. As time inexorably approaches, Chen Ge's heartbeat quickens. He gazed at the time displayed on his phone, and, as the minute hand pointed at 4, he extinguished the flashlight, igniting a candle instead and placing it between the mirror and himself. The flickering flame became the sole beacon of light in the darkness, standing as a guiding spirit between the mirror and reality, seemingly beckoning forth something from within. The glass. Chen Ge glanced at his reflection, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. Has the game begun? He gradually lowered his head, closed his eyes, and softly repeated his name. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. Repetitively uttering his name instilled a sense of unfamiliarity, akin to writing a character repeatedly until one can no longer recognize it. Counted this phenomenon. Chen Ge counted silently for 3 seconds after each recitation of his name, a method that also served to keep track of time. After all, the success of the task hinged upon the condition that he must not open his eyes to look, regardless of what transpired within the half hour. In the early hours, alone in a haunted house, candle lit, eyes closed, standing before a mirror engaging in this game. Were it not for my personal experience, I would hardly believe anyone would undertake such an endeavor. Chen Ge silently repeated his name, striving to quell his wandering thoughts. This game is rife with psychological suggestion. Its greatest challenge lies not in confronting the so-called ghosts and myriad legends, but in mastering oneself. As long as I keep my eyes shut, there should be no peril. Easier said than done. After enduring the initial 10 minutes, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Perhaps due to a window left ajar, a night breeze swept into the room, akin to an unseen hand brushing against Chen Ge's face. The door of the restroom stall swayed gently, emitting a creaking sound, while droplets of water cascaded from the ceiling down the pipe to the floor. It seemed as if there were insects crawling in the drain, creating a rustling noise. In this profound silence, every sound was amplified. Many would feel a sense of unease in such an environment. Yet Chen Ge was an exception. His childhood experiences had forged an extraordinary psychological resilience and thickened his nerves. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of thoughts, as he silently counted the passage of time. After nearly 20 minutes, Chen Ge sensed an inexplicable drop in temperature within the room, as if several ice blocks had been placed around him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Stay calm. Do not ponder the reasons. Do not frighten yourself. There are still 10 minutes left I must endure, no matter what. A faint breeze brushed past his ears, as if something were lurking around him. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands protruding, yet his body remained as steadfast as a pine tree, rooted to the ground without movement. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. He quietly repeated. As only 5 minutes remained, he felt the flickering flame in the restroom extinguish, and in the darkness, it seemed another presence was chanting his name. An echo? Impossible, Chen Ge. The voice appeared to be calling him, somewhat urgent, as if there was something of paramount importance to convey. That voice seems to be coming from outside the door. Should I take a look? However, Chen Ge quickly dismissed the thought. The rules of the game were clear. He only needed to remain in front of the mirror. He mentally calculated the time, the voice in his ears gradually becoming discordant. He was certain that another person was calling his name, and that individual seemed to be standing just outside the door. That person appears quite anxious, but I'm the one playing the game. Why should they be so concerned? This is clearly a trap, rather simplistic. Chen Ge smirked. The environment and atmosphere are well crafted, but alas, the frightening tactics are rather monotonous. In the final 3 minutes, a jarring sound erupted from the restroom door, akin to someone scratching with fingernails or gnawing with teeth. The door trembled precariously, as though it could burst open at any moment. 1798 seconds, 1799 seconds, 1800 seconds. Half an hour had elapsed, and the sounds from outside vanished, restoring tranquility. To avoid miscalculating, Chen Ge refrained from immediately opening his eyes. He counted to 300 once more before taking a step back, placing his hands before his chest, and blinking. The candle in the restroom had long since extinguished, and darkness enveloped the space. Chen Ge sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere. He switched on his flashlight, and as the light illuminated the room once more, he found himself frozen in place. The mirror in the restroom was riddled with cracks, his reflection fragmented into countless pieces, creating an utterly surreal sight. What shocked him further was the sudden appearance of a tattered doll right in front of the mirror. Its button eyes gleamed, while its patched body was stuffed with cotton. Though the doll was far from charming, it held profound significance for Chen Ge. It was the first doll he had ever crafted, an item he had clung to since his parents went missing. The doll leaned against the shattered mirror, as if it were preventing whatever lay within from escaping. The bathroom door is locked. How did the doll get in? Through the window? No, that's not the pressing question. A real enigma is how it moves on its own. Chen Ge felt his worldview fracturing, his mind in disarray. For 3 minutes, man and doll stood in a stalemate until Chen Ge regained his composure. He flexed his icy fingers and cautiously approached. The doll's button eyes appeared to follow him from every angle, and as he gazed at the toy he had crafted, his lips involuntarily twitched. With deliberate care, he avoided the doll and picked up the phone beside him. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare. The phone's video recording had continued uninterrupted. After securely backing up the footage, Chen Ge began to watch. The video was somewhat unclear. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow. Chen Ge, positioned before the mirror, appeared somewhat stiff, while the reflection in the glass seemed animated. The first 10 minutes were tranquil, but the shift began at the 11th minute. The sound of a night breeze was absent from the recording, which merely captured the door of the stall gently swaying. Then, unsettling noises emerged on the video. Despite the ordinary visuals, they evoked an indescribable terror, perhaps a manifestation of humanity's intrinsic fear of darkness and the unknown. As Chen Ge watched, his expression darkened. He recalled keeping his eyes shut and maintaining distance from the mirror, yet the footage revealed his body leaning ever closer, as though he were drawn to the glass. By the 25th minute, his upper body had bent at a sharp 70-degree angle, his nose nearly brushing against the surface of the mirror. Seconds later, without warning, cracks began to spiderweb across the mirror surface, a sight that sent chills through Chen Ge. Then, the most astonishing event unfolded. The reflection of Chen Ge in the mirror contorted its expression, baring its teeth, and violently slammed against the glass. Simultaneously, the candle extinguished and the recording ceased. Due to the angle of the recording, the video contained no footage of the doll. What transpired in the final 5 minutes remained a mystery to Chen Ge. The entity in the mirror sought escape, but it seems this doll thwarted it. If that's the case, it has saved me. He cradled the doll from the wash basin, earnestly asking, "Can you understand my words? Do you know where my parents ultimately went?" The doll offered no reply, its button eyes merely glimmering faintly. He held the doll close, glancing at the bathroom door, hesitant to emerge. Shrinking beneath the windowsill, he retrieved his black phone, where a message confirming the completion of his task had appeared. "I must say, you are fortunate. Congratulations on completing a nightmare-level daily task. You have earned the reward of a basic innate skill, the art of embalming artistry. I hope that as you inherit this gift, you approach it with greater seriousness and diligence. Unlike beauty enhancement, an embalmer solely adorns the deceased. The artistry in your hands transcends life and death, bestowing a semblance of vitality upon the cold, lifeless form and granting it eternal beauty. Upon successfully completing a daily task of nightmarish difficulty for the first time, I have earned the title of Newcomer of Nightmare City, along with additional rewards. Unlocking the 1-star horror scenario of the Midnight Escape Trial. Upon completion of this trial, the facilities of this scene will be incorporated into the haunted house." As Chen Ge perused the messages on his black phone, he pondered thoughtfully. The development of a haunted house is inextricably linked to the talents of a makeup artist, whether for actors or props. Their expertise is essential for the artful transformation that a skilled makeup artist can effortlessly craft an atmosphere of stunning realism. Talent and skill? The rewards for tasks of nightmare difficulty differ significantly from those of ordinary tasks. They seem to directly transform me. After noting this, Chen Ge felt a flicker of anticipation within his heart. He had glimpsed the existence of another world, one shrouded in shadows, fraught with peril and terror, harboring lethal threats. Given his current strength, it was an arduous challenge to even ensure his own safety, let alone seek out his parents. However, fortune smiled upon him with the possession of a black phone, hinting that a chance for resurgence lay ahead. Contemplating these matters felt distant. The immediate priority was to stabilize the operations of the haunted house and resolve the pressing challenges at hand. He retrieved his phone. Tonight was a harrowing experience that almost led to calamity, demonstrating that tasks of nightmare difficulty were not to be trifled with. His solitary strength was ultimately limited. It would be wiser to involve others, to seek their counsel. He logged on to several well-known paranormal forums in the country and uploaded the original video. Within minutes, the video he titled "Who is in the Mirror?" garnered substantial views and shares. Perhaps people had grown weary of entertainment gossip and sought a change of pace. The video's popularity surged like a snowball, with dozens of new comments appearing with each refresh. Front row alert. High energy at 25 minutes and 14 seconds. This video's uploader is either insane or mentally unstable. What sane person would engage in such activities at night? Why did the mirror develop cracks on its own? What is that thing that crashed out from the mirror? The mirror shattered due to thermal expansion and contraction. The temperature in the room is uneven. You know nothing. Mirrors are associated with the een in metaphysics, making them highly susceptible to malevolence. This video should not be called "Who is in the Mirror?" but rather "There's a ghost in the mirror." Good grief. In the dead of night. That scared the life out of me. I truly admire the uploader's courage. This video is undoubtedly fabricated. If not, I, Chen Ge, will personally stand on my head and eat excrement in a full 360-degree spin. Am I the only one who noticed? The uploader's profile picture is from a haunted house in the western suburbs. Don't get too excited. This is likely just a promotional advertisement. Chen Ge's forum account was inundated with private messages, some curious, others skeptical, but he chose to ignore them all. His video was entirely authentic. Those who understood would discern the truth, while those who did not were unworthy of his time for explanation. Watching the ever-increasing attention, Chen Ge astutely recognized this as an opportunity. He split the original video, extracting the final 14 seconds, and released it on the largest short video application in the country. Amidst a sea of singing, dancing, and culinary delights. His supernatural video stood out like a lone blossom in a field. In mere seconds, unsuspecting passers-by fell prey to its chilling content. Unlike the resilient members of the paranormal forums, the innocent viewers who encountered Chen Ge's shocking footage reacted with outrage in the comments section. In this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred devoid of cause. The inexplicable vitriol attracted a multitude of onlookers, resulting in an inundated comment section beneath Chen Ge's short video. Observing the barrage of comments, even through the screen, Chen Ge could sense the ire of the passers-by. However, his resilience far surpassed theirs, rendering him largely unfazed. And he even found himself stifling a laugh at the absurdity of it all. He could empathize with those viewers, at 3 o'clock in the morning, nestled beneath the covers. They sought a charming young lady to alleviate their fatigue with playful banter before drifting into a peaceful slumber. Yet, upon clicking on the video, they were met with a disconcerting scene of a living individual engaging in a game with candles and a mirror, an entirely inappropriate atmosphere. To make matters worse, the video lasted a mere 14 seconds, and before one could fully process it, the most terrifying revelation materialized. The mirror shattered, and the reflection seemed to surge forth, as if attempting to breach the screen itself. Excuse me? Such an execution was utterly breathless. The comments section buzzed with fervor, and the attention was unwavering. It appeared the audience had taken a liking to his video. A sly smile crept across someone's face. The follower count had surged by over 100. Under such circumstances, it would be remiss not to promote his haunted house to the enthusiastic spectators. With that thought, he amended the title and, in the most prominent section of his profile, included the precise address of the haunted house, cheekily adding a note that it was a haunted house that was not terrifying at all. Chen Ge felt a sense of satisfaction with his personal page and lingered a while longer in the comment section before dozing off beneath the windowsill. As sunlight graced his face, Chen Ge stretched his aching body and crawled up from the corner of the bathroom. It was 8:30. After a brief tidy-up, he stowed a plush toy in his pocket and grasped his phone, swinging open the bathroom door. The wooden door bore conspicuous scratch marks along its edge, reminiscent of rodent gnawing. What had lurked outside his door last night? Seeing those marks, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he had stayed indoors the entire night. Nightmarish tasks could unleash unpredictable variables. He would have to exercise greater caution in the future. The other props in the haunted house remained largely unchanged, and Chen Ge paid them no heed as he pushed open the door to the horror attraction, officially commencing a new day. The New Century Amusement Park opened its doors at 9 o'clock, and at 8:45, a petite yet striking girl with a curvaceous figure came running from afar, her backpack bouncing with youthful exuberance. Boss. The girl radiated a vibrant energy, her delicate features illuminated by the early sun, resembling a ripe peach that one could hardly resist biting into. Xiaowan, you're just in time. I've added a new background track to our music library. Let us go listen to it together. Before Chen Ge could finish, he noticed Su Wan, brimming with excitement, grasping his arm. What are you up to? I just heard a lot of people discussing the haunted house at the park entrance. Some are even queuing specifically to experience our haunted house. Su Wan's words were infused with enthusiasm. Boss, we have visitors. Isn't it quite normal to have visitors? You look as if you've never seen the market before. Chen Ge feigned calmness, casually retrieving his phone to browse his personal homepage of short videos. His follower count had surpassed 500, and the comment section was bustling, ranking among the top 10 on the newcomer list. However, unlike the vibrant discussions elsewhere, his comment section was rife with tension, with one user humorously lamenting that they had been so frightened the previous night that they had wet the bed. They added that the blades were now sharpened and they were en route. It seemed things had escalated rather dramatically. Clearing his throat, Chen Ge pulled Su Wan into the haunted house. The amusement park will commence operations in 15 minutes, and for now, we are the only 2 employees in the haunted house. We must be prepared for a formidable challenge today. The haunted house featured only 2 scenes, Zombie Resurrection Night and a ghost marriage. Chen Ge reflected on the criticisms regarding Zombie Resurrection Night, acknowledging that the terrifying scene indeed had numerous flaws. Furthermore, the other scene required at least 3 staff members to execute it properly. Xiaowan. Today our theme is ghost marriage. I will adjust the background music shortly, and when you play the ghost, remember to cover your ears. Additionally, I will personally do your makeup today. Boss, you can do makeup? Su Wan chuckled mischievously. All right, but please don't make me look like a hideous creature. Rest assured, I will make you breathtaking. They entered the makeup room, and Chen Ge gently positioned Su Wan in front of the mirror, his palm caressing her face. Utilizing his initial talent skill, Lien Rome, he gazed at the youthful and adorable girl in the mirror. Gradually, a multitude of memories, not his own, flooded his mind. chaotic fragments that encompassed not only color application and makeup techniques, but also knowledge of oral science, human anatomy, osteology, and thanatology. Boss, do you really know how to do makeup? 30 seconds had passed, and Suwon sat before the mirror, feeling the unfamiliar warmth on her face. Watching her reflection being manipulated, her heart raced, and she inexplicably felt a twinge of embarrassment. A skilled makeup artist designs different styles according to various face shapes. Suwon, your foundation is excellent. Post the application of Lien Rong, Suwon appeared to Chen Ge as a lifeless figure, devoid of any distractions in his mind. I have none of the essentials: tweezers, razors, medical clamps, sutures, alcohol, preservation needles. Looks like I can only manage basic makeup. Chen Ge muttered to himself, startling Suwon, who was left bewildered, unable to fathom why applying makeup for a haunted house actor required such macabre tools. She felt a hint of fear, yet was too embarrassed to refuse, tilting her head to discreetly observe her boss, silently hoping for the best. The foundation color is too uniform, and the blush is too bright, rather conspicuous. Where's the lipstick? Chen Ge grumbled, eventually beginning to mix his own colors. His movements were deft, fingers nimble, and his color discernment remarkably acute, entirely unlike a reclusive man who had never adorned himself. The scene before Suwon was astonishing. The concept of personally blending and applying makeup was something she had never encountered before. Boss, I think you need not be so hard on yourself. The haunted house was enveloped in darkness, making it difficult for visitors to see clearly. Less chatter, and don't move about, Suwon urged. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ge had already applied the foundation and the carefully blended eyeshadow he had prepared for her. With just a few strokes, this simple eyeshadow transformed Suwon's demeanor, bestowing upon her a touch of allure and mystery. Initially intent on continuing her rebuttal, Suwon was rendered speechless upon gazing at her reflection. Every woman possesses a desire for beauty, and Suwon was no exception. The solitary cherry red was rather monotonous and lacking depth. However, when combined with the lilac hue, a remarkable transformation occurred. The two colors merged seamlessly, as if they were destined to complement one another. Chen Ge casually explained, applying blush to the back of his hand. What are you doing, boss? She inquired. Our haunted house's subpar blush is excessively vivid and saturated for visual impact, so I'm softening it on my hand first. Chen Ge replied gently. Moments later, the blush indeed became refined, revealing a subtle luster. Suwon's mouth formed an I shape in surprise. You're quite the skilled one. Where did you learn all this? I have many talents. Beauty and hairstyling are merely my hobbies, Chen Ge replied with a faint smile. His spirits were buoyed by the pleasant memories that surged in his mind, reinforcing the notion that mobile games can indeed influence reality. In a mere 10 minutes, Chen Ge had completed Suwon's makeup. Take a look in the mirror. Are you satisfied? He asked, as she glanced up. It felt as though a gossamer veil had been lifted, revealing a vision that seemed to have stepped out from a classical painting. Embodying the essence of an elegant Eastern woman, yet there was an uncanny sense of difference. Transfixed by her reflection, Suwon stood up involuntarily, her expression shifting from astonishment to enchantment, only to be interrupted by a sudden shiver. Boss, I've never been this beautiful. Is that truly me in the mirror? Of course. Yet, she hesitated, reaching out toward the glass. Why do I feel as though I'm gazing at a corpse? Her words caused Chen Ge to gasp, finally realizing what felt amiss. The makeup he had applied was intended to restore the beauty of the deceased, not to enhance the living. Stop looking. The attraction will soon open. Quickly change and head to the second floor wedding venue. Remember to wear the Bluetooth headset and follow my commands. Chen Ge redirected the conversation, ushering Suwon away. He then utilized the remaining time to refine the paper figures and dolls in the wedding scene. With the enhancement of his mortuary skills, the paper figures seemed to come alive, emanating a sense of vitality amidst their deathly appearance. For now, this will suffice. We can revisit the coloring later when time allows. He concluded, packing away his tools in haste. As he hurried down the stairs, he could already hear the voices of the visitors outside the haunted house. You two were duped by that dastardly smoky character, weren't you? One visitor exclaimed. Damn. I shattered my phone screen. What about you? You all are lucky. I accidentally dropped my pants. My hand slipped, and I ended up with this thing popping up. Startled, I sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, causing my parents to rush over, thinking I was having a nightmare. To my dismay, I was completely bare, clutching a roll of toilet paper, leaving my parents utterly bewildered. Listening to the lamentations of the visitors, Chen Ge struggled to suppress a laugh, took a deep breath, and maintained a serious demeanor as he pushed open the door to the haunted house. Welcome to my haunted house, he declared. Upon seeing the long queue and the fully armed tourists, a smile crept onto Chen Ge's lips. Little Chen, you've already formed a long line this early in the morning. Impressive, remarked a staff member from the nearby carousel, surprised by the scene. He had intended to greet Chen Ge but quickly sensed the unsettling atmosphere among the visitors. It's just average, mainly because the tourists enjoy it. Chen Ge shrugged as he opened the protective barrier. Who enjoys this? You shameless fool. I'm here to cause trouble, not to sightsee, shouted one visitor. Found the culprit. You're the one who posted that short video last night, right? Where's my knife? The fervent crowd grew unruly, prompting Chen Ge to interject. Since you are all here, why not come in for an experience? The best way to soothe fear is through stimulation. Fight fire with fire and numb yourself. I admit, my short video last night lacked consideration. So, today, all haunted house tickets are half price. Don't miss out. Fight fire with fire? I don't believe you. You owe me a phone screen. Let's call it even. You think a half-price ticket will buy my silence? Not a chance. Minutes passed with still no one daring to enter the haunted house, all hesitating behind the protective barrier. Chen Ge, feeling a bit disheartened, called out. Isn't anyone interested in experiencing it? My haunted house is not scary at all. If you don't believe me, check the reviews online. At his suggestion, some began to search the internet. Indeed, all the reviews claim it's not frightening at all. Well, the only positive comment is that the actress playing the ghost is quite beautiful. How about we give it a try? After waiting a bit longer, finally, someone spoke up. It's just a haunted house. How scary could it possibly be? I've seen real corpses, so what's there to fear? The speaker was a young man with a buzz cut, broad eyebrows, and a down-to-earth demeanor. Brother, stop the nonsense. Even showing off has its limits. How old are you that you've seen corpses? Everyone's just a coward. Why deceive ourselves? Just as the crowd scoffed at the young man's bravado, an incongruous voice emerged. He.s. not lying. Corpses have long become routine for us. Following the voice, a tall woman in a sun hat and a white mini-skirt approached from the entrance of the amusement park. Her expression was seldom seen, and it felt as if the temperature around her dropped a few degrees. Senior. The young man eagerly ran over, wishing to carry her bag, but was met with a mere glance that sent him retreating. He stood there awkwardly, maintaining a smile that was both embarrassed and polite. You call her senior? Are you all still students? Chen Ge's gaze was captivated by the two young individuals. We are from the Forensic Medicine Institute of Zhejiang Medical University. I am Hishan, and this is my senior, Gao Rushua. The young man smiled at Chen Ge, saying, I shared your video on our school's forum last night, and my senior decided to come for a visit after watching it. To his surprise, this enchanting beauty was a forensic expert. One could not deny that her poise was perfectly suited to her profession. Beautiful lady, may I add you on WeChat? Tourists gathered around the woman, while Hishan, acting as her protector, chuckled from the side. My senior is quite extraordinary. She dissected frogs and white mice this morning, and after washing her hands, she can casually head to the cafeteria for some braised pork. Last night, as she passed by the dissection room and saw the cadaver preserved in formaldehyde, she yawned and greeted the body. You might want to reconsider. The number of men she has dissected may very well exceed the number of women you have held hands with. This unconventional introduction immediately created a 2-meter radius of space around the woman. Upon hearing the young man's words, Chen Ge felt a slight headache. He had completed a nightmarish task and received a reward, eagerly preparing for a turnaround, only to encounter students from the Forensic Medicine Institute at the very first door he opened. To study forensic medicine, one must possess an exceptionally strong psychological resilience. Can we enter? The woman impatiently approached Chen Ge, towering over him in her platform shoes, nearly at eye level. The original ticket price was 20, but with a 50% discount, it was 10. Before entering, I have some background stories and important notes to share with you. Chen Ge recalled the 3 essential elements of haunted house design mentioned in his black phone, of which the background story was crucial in enhancing the visitor's sense of immersion. Firstly, allow me to introduce my haunted house. Although many have claimed on public review sites that my haunted house is not frightening, I must responsibly inform you of a fact. The land beneath our feet was once the largest burial ground in Zhejiang 50 years ago. 30 years ago, the city planned to construct Zhejiang People's Hospital here. You can search online for what ensued. Due to numerous inexplicable occurrences, the hospital was compelled to relocate. My haunted house is built upon the former site of the hospital, concealing many secrets and files left behind from its closure. After speaking, Chen Ge gestured towards the warning sign by the door. Visitors with cardiovascular diseases, arrhythmias, or similar ailments are prohibited from entering. Those aged 12 and over, but under 16, should be accompanied by a parent. Now, if there are no objections, you two may enter with me. Chen Ge lifted the opaque black curtain and closed the rusty iron gate, leading Hishan and Gao Rushue into the dark corridor. Life partners are not always spouses. The deceased are buried in the same grave. This tale had circulated in the ancient city of Zhejiang for many years. The Marquis of Pingjiang wished to arrange a ghost marriage for his prematurely deceased child and sought a master to assist in the selection based on their birth dates, ultimately choosing a girl. However, the girl had long since given her heart to another, in a bid to coerce her into submission. The Marquis of Pingjiang cast her beloved into the river, further threatening the lives of her family. Ultimately, to safeguard her parents, the girl consented to marry a corpse. With blood candles and a lacquered coffin, the arrangements for the dual ceremonies were made within the same abode. After the girl was sealed within the coffin for a living burial, peculiar occurrences began to transpire within the Marquis's residence. A copper rooster bled. Paper figures opened their eyes, and at the stroke of midnight, a woman would invariably materialize within the house. This experience, dubbed the ghost marriage, featured an open-ended scenario wherein participants were tasked with locating the correct exit within a mere 15 minutes to successfully escape. Should fear overwhelm them, they could simply stand near the surveillance area and shout. Assistance would be dispatched. Chen Ge halted at the second-floor entrance, gesturing with an inviting hand. I wish you all an enjoyable time. It seemed rather intriguing, yet they would need to elevate their attempts to truly frighten me. Shan shamelessly concealed herself behind her senior, professing a lack of fear, yet her body betrayed her, refusing to take a single step forward. In contrast, Gao Ruxue displayed not a trace of anxiety, resolutely advancing into the depths. Senior, wait for me. As the two visitors entered the long corridor on the second floor, Chen Ge securely locked the exit door and dialed Su Wan's number. Xiao Wan, the visitors have entered. Be prepared. Also, remember to block your ears. After relaying his instructions, he dashed toward the control room, where the surveillance screens, sound control panel, and special effects remote control apparatus were all housed within that small space. Initially, he had no intention of employing this particular piece of music, as it held an undeniably sinister aura. But encountering students from the Forensic Academy disrupting the scene was simply intolerable. He activated the sound control panel, incorporating Black Friday into the background music library and selecting it for continuous play. Having completed these tasks, he settled before the monitoring screen, vigilantly observing Shan and Gao Ruxue. Should either of them exhibit any signs of distress, he would promptly intervene in the haunted house to provide assistance. Chapter 0008, Black Friday. Through the intricate layout of this haunted house, which mimics an ancient courtyard, one cannot help but feel a sense of immersion. Gao Ruxue meanders through the scene, her demeanor relaxed as she offers her commentary from time to time. Senior, we are in a haunted house, not strolling through the Suzhou Gardens. Could you possibly consider my feelings? The desolate courtyard exudes an eerie atmosphere, with ghostly banners fluttering and paper money swirling. For Hishan, the haunted house appears entirely different. He treads carefully, wary of the shadows lurking in the corners. Let us find an exit swiftly. I have a foreboding sense. Since we are here, we ought to explore thoroughly. We are here to enjoy the haunted house, so do not let it ensnare you. Do you not recall what the owner of the haunted house said before entering? We must find the exit within 15 minutes. I have a nagging feeling that person is up to no good. If we fail to escape in that time, something dreadful will surely occur. Hishan attempts to persuade Gao Ruxue, but alas, she remains indifferent. The methods employed by haunted houses to instill fear are rather limited, at most. Staff members masquerade as ghosts, chasing us around. If we fear the living, how can we not be unperturbed by the dead? Gao Ruxue wanders aimlessly along the corridor, casually pushing open the door to the left adjoining room. The venue for the ghostly wedding adheres to the standard courtyard structure, with the main room designated for the elders and head of the household, while the side rooms accommodate the eldest son and younger generations. The adjoining rooms serve as quarters for the servants. Upon entering, she finds the furniture overturned, bedding shredded, and cotton stuffing strewn across the floor, while a strip of white silk hangs ominously from the center of the beam. Senior, I'll be waiting outside for you. Please be cautious. Before Hishan can finish, Gao Ruxue pulls him into the room, his expression a mix of trepidation as he observes the unbidden movement of the white silk. His body stiffening. Quite intriguing. The silk hangs at a height of 1.5 meters, insufficient to cause death. The overturned furniture and the remnants of a struggle suggest this haunted house is deliberately creating an illusion of forced suicide. The servants' quarters indicate that even those without familial ties are not spared from the malevolent spirits, seemingly intent on tormenting all within this grand estate. With a calm demeanor, a glimmer of excitement flickers in her eyes. The design of the haunted house is meticulous. There may yet be other hidden surprises. She rummages through the room, abruptly lifting the bedding to reveal a paper doll lying beneath the tattered quilt. A paper figure resting on a living person's bed. Gao Ruxue dismisses the doll carelessly, lifting the bedboard only to discover it empty beneath. Greater expectations lead to greater disappointment. I have overestimated this haunted house. Let us proceed. The exit is not within this room. With a wave of her hand, she strides confidently toward the exit. Left alone in the room, Hishan gazes at the paper doll on the floor, feeling a shiver run through him. Perhaps due to the angle, he could have sworn the doll was smiling at him. Copper rooster bleeding. The paper doll opens its eyes. Wait for me, Senior. The door to the adjoining room closes firmly once more, and the white silk within comes to an abrupt halt. Could you lower your voice? What are you shouting for? A grown man acting timid like a girl. Gao Rushiwei cast a glance at Hashan, pausing at the edge of the corridor. It's not that I'm timid. This place truly makes me uncomfortable. The longer I stay, the more intense that unsettling feeling becomes, as if the very fears buried deep within my heart have been unearthed. Upon hearing Hashan's words, Gao Rushiwei was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. For a forensic expert, composure and steadiness are paramount. Yet her tone had noticeably grown anxious when she spoke of Hashan, a reaction never before exhibited in other circumstances. Am I truly afraid? I know that everything within this haunted house is merely a fabrication. Why should I feel fear? A crack appeared in her psychological defenses, and neither of them could discern the source of their trepidation. Under the weight of self-doubt and psychological suggestion, the seeds of fear began to take root. Do you think this place truly harbors something unclean? This haunted house is built over a mass grave and was repurposed from an old hospital building. Silence. Our school's underground morgue is no less terrifying than this place. You're supposed to be studying medicine. Why are you so cowardly? Though Gao Rushiwei feigned indifference, her speech quickened. Perched beside the railing of the corridor, she surveyed her surroundings. Ancient mansion, mourning hall, withered trees, and scattered offerings, none of which seemed particularly frightening. What exactly am I afraid of? Both were captivated by the eerie atmosphere, oblivious to the background music that played on a continuous loop. This forbidden melody, titled Black Friday, had subtly entwined itself around their hearts, like an undercurrent eroding their souls, gradually dragging them into an unfathomable abyss. Xiaoshan, how long have we been inside? I don't know, but I feel certain we want to escape within the next 15 minutes. Stay calm. Let me think. Gao Rushiwei, disregarding the dust, strode toward the other end of the corridor. There is nothing inherently terrifying about this haunted house. The owner has been constantly planting negative psychological suggestions since we entered, emphasizing terms like mass grave, living burial, and female ghost. He seeks to frighten us in his self-imposed terror. What is even more cunning is that he has imposed a time limit without specifying what we might encounter, which causes us to feel pressured and allows our minds to conjure the most horrific scenarios. What do you suggest we do now? This haunted house feels distinctly different from others. Hashan, a straightforward young man, believed whatever his senior said. Your instincts are correct. In a typical haunted house, professional actors portray ghosts, employing a multitude of props to create gory and terrifying scenes, guiding us through a structured experience. However, this haunted house deviates from that norm. It has crafted the scene for us to explore freely, devoid of guidance or constraints. No one knows what will unfold next. I understand your point. The unknown is indeed the most fearsome aspect, Hashan remarked, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. At this juncture, this is the only explanation available. Gao Rushiwei imperceptibly furrowed her brow. All right, we shall proceed to the next chamber. The ear room was adjacent to the main hall, the residence of the head of the family. Upon pushing open the wooden door, one could see a funeral robe made of coarse cloth strewn carelessly on the floor. In the center of the hall stood a lacquered wooden coffin, resplendent in its red hue, adorned with a large character for happiness affixed in white paper at its center. On either side, a neat row of paper figures knelt in reverence. Their backs bore names, their faces painted with vibrant colors, and their eyes seemed to possess a spark of life, each exhibiting a distinct expression as if they were secretly observing the two individuals at the entrance. Chapter 0009. The medical student was frightened to tears. Sister, why do I feel as though these paper figures are watching us? Hishan clutched the door frame, utterly unwilling to step inside. This is no joke. Those paper figures must be problematic. Could they be humans in disguise? I swear. I feel that if we get too close, they will rise from the ground. The paper figures, meticulously handled by Chen Ge's mortuary skills, emanated an inexplicable eeriness, though lifeless. They exuded a hint of vitality. Gao Rushiwei cast a fierce glare at Hishan, yearning to label him a foolish teammate. Fear is contagious. She had felt relatively unafraid until Hishan's words began to gnaw at her resolve. Could you refrain from speaking so much? If you keep this up, I might just leave you here. Taking the initiative, she stepped into the room, surveying her surroundings. The windows on the walls of the main room were merely decorative, offering no passage to the outside world. Sister, let us depart quickly. This place feels decidedly sinister, and the surroundings are sealed tight. The exit cannot possibly be here. The haunted house proprietor was skilled in psychological suggestion, adept at discerning human emotions. Therefore, we must act contrarily. The more improbable a location seems, the more diligently we must investigate. As Gao Rushiwei moved about the room, the wind she stirred caused the paper figures on the floor to sway. Hishan stood outside, trembling with trepidation, but there are no hiding spots within. It is all too apparent where an exit could be concealed. No hiding spots. Who informed you of that? Gao Rushue stood in the center of the main room, lifting her long, fair leg and placing a foot atop the red coffin. Come here and assist me. I intend to open this coffin. Open the coffin. Hishan's lips twitched, and he felt utterly unwell. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Are you planning to remain in this haunted house for eternity? Under Gao Rushue's coercion, Hishan cautiously inched into the room, meticulously avoiding the paper figures on the ground, and bent to support the other end of the coffin lid. I will count to 3, and we shall lift together. All right. 1, 2. Thud. Before Gao Rushue could finish counting, an unexpected sound resonated within the room. What was that noise? Hishan trembled, clutching the coffin lid in fear. Shoo. Gao Rushue gestured for silence, scanning her surroundings before finally focusing on the red coffin. The sound appears to have originated from within the coffin. Upon hearing this, Hishan's face turned ashen, his throat quivering, and he gripped the coffin lid as if it were a searing hot iron. Sister, you are my true sister. Let us leave swiftly. Calm down. While we are about to open the coffin, a sound emanates from within. Do you not find this peculiar? A sound from inside the coffin is anything but peculiar. It is downright fatal. Under the influence of the ominous atmosphere, Hishan's fear was magnified exponentially, and he longed to escape. Consider this carefully. If a sound is coming from the coffin, there are likely 2 possibilities. First, a staff member is hidden inside, and upon opening the coffin, they may leap out to frighten us. Second, there is some mechanism concealed within, and opening the coffin may trigger a third variable. Regardless, the coffin is a crucial prop in this ghostly wedding scene, and if we wish to escape, opening it is an essential step. Gao Rushue gently tapped the coffin lid and urged, do not hesitate, simply open it. Although unsure of the significance of her words, Hishan found them rather compelling. Together, they exerted force, and the heavy coffin lid began to move slowly. Yet, as it opened a quarter of the way, an unexpected explosion reverberated from within the dilapidated coffin. Bang! The coffin toppled, and a multitude of paper figures and joss paper burst forth, accompanied by the eerie laughter of an unfamiliar woman echoing through the room. To their dismay, the door began to close automatically. Run! Hishan, startled and near the door, abandoned any thoughts of his senior and darted towards the exit. Just as he was about to peek outside, a woman's face invaded the threshold. Pale, exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. Oh no! Caught entirely off guard, Hishan swung his fist at that face, but the owner seemed to anticipate his reaction, as if rehearsed countless times, and evaded his blow before it could land. There's a ghost. With his punch missing, he panicked and scrambled towards the opposite side of the courtyard. Hishan, don't run amok, Gao Rushue shouted, witnessing a red shadow closely following Hishan into the side chamber. The left and right side rooms were designated for juniors. Trouble. Hishan was heading into the very room where the vengeful spirit had once resided. Gao Rushue hurried to exit, but the main door had already shut, trapping her inside. Was this a ploy to separate them and strike them down one by one? It was merely a visit to a haunted house. Was such madness truly necessary? The coffin lay in splinters, paper figures strewn about, and within the chaos, Gao Rushue's heart raced. She kicked and battered the door, and after what felt like an eternity, it finally swung open. Yet, in the brief minute that had passed, the outside world seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Xiaoshan. Hishan. She called out twice, but there was no reply. The haunted house, save for the eerie background music, was silent except for the rustling of joss paper against the floor. What was happening? The haunted house was not vast. Hishan could not possibly have missed her calls. Had misfortune befallen him? Images of crime scenes flashed through her mind, and she could not fathom why these thoughts surged unbidden. Following the corridor, she relied on her memory to reach the west chamber. Hishan had sprinted in this direction. Creaking, she pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, and a paper-cut double happiness symbol fell away. Entering the chamber, she found it adorned as a bridal suite, yet disturbingly, all the decorations were in white, rendering it devoid of festivity and somewhat unsettling. Where could he have gone? The atmosphere in the room was peculiar, with the only source of light emanating from a white lantern hanging outside. Gao Rushue advanced cautiously. A chilling wind swept past her, and the exposed skin on her body felt an eerie caress, as if an invisible hand gently brushed against her. Her feet crunched upon the joss paper, occasionally brushing against strange objects scattered about, and the dim lighting obscured her vision. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace. As she lifted the curtain to the inner room, Gao Rushue paused at the threshold. The chamber was desolate, save for a bed swathed in drapery and 2 copper mirrors positioned against the walls, facing each other. She distinctly recalled seeing Hishan dash into this very room. It had only been a minute or two. How could he possibly have vanished? Was it conceivable that an exit lay concealed within this space? Had Hashan inadvertently made his escape? A flurry of thoughts raced through Gao Rushue's mind as she inhaled deeply and stepped inside. To her astonishment, as her footfall echoed, another set of footsteps accompanied hers. Who could be behind me? She whirled around abruptly, only to find herself staring into a copper mirror, reflecting her own image. Chapter 0010. A false alarm. Gao Rushue's chest rose and fell, her heart racing wildly. It had been a long time since she had lost her composure in such a manner. The eerie music floated around her, and with the dim light, she gazed into the mirror, her pupils gradually narrowing to a pinprick. In the reflection, the curtain behind her was seemingly unraveling on its own. A paper doll's face slowly emerged, and through the mirror, it was unmistakably clear that the face was grinning at her. Who is inside there? In moments of extreme fear, one becomes irritable and impulsive. Gao Rushue turned to grasp the ends of the curtain, eager to delve deeper into the mystery, but the curtain's intricate design was quite complex, with layers of gauze and drapery intertwining. After much effort, not only did she fail to uncover the innermost scene, but her arm also became ensnared. Just when misfortune seemed to converge, footsteps echoed through the room once more. I remained still. Where could those footsteps be coming from? With her junior missing, and amidst the atmospheric rendering and the ominous aura of Black Friday, Gao Rushue's psychological defenses were already riddled with cracks. She had reached her limit. The footsteps resonating within the room became the final straw that broke her composure. Her legs weakened, rendering her powerless, as fear surged like a beast unleashed from its cage, beginning to consume her rationality. With great effort, Gao Rushue attempted to turn her body, striving to free herself from the curtain's grip. The footsteps grew closer, yet the source remained elusive. This is impossible. The room is so small. If someone were nearby, I would see them at once. Her heart was in disarray. The room's simple decor now instilling an indescribable terror within her. Outside, the white lantern swayed, the light dimming further, and the shadow in the bronze mirror began to blur. Gao Rushue's pupils trembled. Her beautiful eyes fell upon the bronze mirror, where, unbeknownst to her, her reflection had vanished, replaced by a strange woman clad in wedding attire. Beauty, timeless and ethereal, captivates the eye. The pale, surreal beauty of this apparition sent shivers down her spine, akin to gazing upon a long-forgotten masterpiece. Staring at the woman in the mirror, Gao Rushue's shoulders quivered, her face betraying a look of terror for the first time. She had dissected many corpses, familiar with the sensation that the woman in the mirror evoked, a feeling that only arises in the presence of the deceased. A true corpse lies hidden within this haunted house. The moment that thought emerged, fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. She desperately sought to distance herself from the bronze mirror, only to collide with an unseen object as she retreated. Simultaneously, the footsteps within the room came to an abrupt halt, and Gao Rushue's thoughts froze in that instant. No longer contemplating why, she instinctively turned her head slowly amidst the eerie background music. Their eyes met. Behind her stood a woman in a wedding gown, her face made up for the funeral, smiling at her. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of the haunted house, easily heard even outside. Bound at the arms, Gao Rushue's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her beauty drained away. The oppressive fear transformed into tears that streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. For a long moment, she dared not open her eyes, traces of tears lingering on her cheeks. Her mouth slightly agape, coughing involuntarily. Xiaowan, quickly bring him out. Understood. Gao Rushue, the ghost opposite, removed the Bluetooth earpiece hidden in her hair and squatted before her. The tour ends here. Take a breath. I will escort you out. Moments later, the door to the ghost wedding scene swung open, and Chen Ge rushed in anxiously. Where's the other person? Just one. He had not spotted Hashan on the surveillance cameras and, fearing the worst, hurried inside. That one was too timid. After rushing in, he fainted in front of the bronze mirror. I was concerned it might disturb the other visitors, so I dragged him behind the bed. Fainted. Chen Ge was at a loss for words. Visitor safety is always paramount. If this happens again, notify me immediately. Understood. He instructed Su Wan to assist Gao Rushue while he dragged the unconscious Hashan out from behind the bed. The big fellow lay on the ground, completely unresponsive, oblivious to what he had just experienced. Let us go. We need to find a ventilated area. He hoisted Hashan onto his back and dashed toward the exit of the haunted house. Descending to the first floor, he lifted the opaque curtain and kicked open the protective barrier. Make way. Chen Ge placed Hashan at the ventilation outlet of the haunted house, applying pressure to his acupoints and using ice packs. This scene left the surrounding visitors in stunned silence. What happened? Entering on foot and coming out unconscious. I've never heard of such a thing in a haunted house. Did he faint from fright? It's supposed to be not scary according to the reviews? Oh my, I'm starting to panic. Before long, Suwan emerged, supporting Gao Rushue, who appeared entirely transformed from her earlier self. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, her steps unsteady, and tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. She looked like a completely different person. What on earth had she experienced inside? They had claimed to have seen corpses and remained unfazed. Suwan helped Gao Rushue to a step and handed her a bottle of water. Still in shock, her hands trembled slightly as she grasped it. Don't block the wind. Everyone, step aside. Chen Ge felt a headache coming on. It was somewhat normal for Gao Rushue to cry from fright, but why had this big guy suddenly fainted? If you're timid, just admit it. Why endure the haunted house experience? Good news seldom leaves home, but bad news travels far. An increasing number of visitors gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. Even Su Shu, the park manager, was alerted and hurried over on his electric scooter. Xiao Chun, what is going on? Why did a visitor faint? Su Shu weaved through the crowd. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's heat exhaustion. Chen Ge's explanation failed to convince even himself. Heat exhaustion in this weather? Su Shu approached and directly lifted Hashan onto the electric scooter. Give me a hand. Let us get him to the medical room, not far from the entrance. Whether it was the pressure on the acupoints or some other reason, Hashan slowly regained consciousness. His eyelids fluttered, and he suddenly sat up on the scooter, his eyes bloodshot, muttering incessantly about mirrors, mirrors. Damn it, calm down. Has he been possessed? The sunlight gently caressed his face, and after a few moments, Hashan gradually regained his composure. He instinctively touched the back of his head, realizing that he was the center of attention, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Are you feeling better? How did you faint in the haunted house? Uncle Su, clad in the amusement park uniform, displayed a commendable sense of responsibility as he handed a bottle of water to Hashan. I am not entirely sure what transpired, Hashan replied, still bewildered. I was utterly frightened and, upon rushing into a room, I encountered a brass mirror on the wall. In the reflection, someone was calling my name, and after that, everything went blank. Hashan appeared utterly perplexed. Could this possibly be an experiential attraction within the haunted house? Is there an attraction involving mirrors in the haunted house? Uncle Su inquired, glancing at Chen Ge, whose expression was not particularly favorable at that moment. Chapter 0011. Does your conscience not ache? When Hashan mentioned that his fainting was related to the mirror, Chen Ge felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled the game he had played the previous night, where the entity in the mirror had been obstructed by a puppet and did not emerge. According to Hashan, it was highly likely that the monster had not departed and remained concealed within the mirrors of the haunted house. Boss, is this a new attraction in the haunted house? How come I was not informed? Suwon inquired, as many bewildered onlookers turned their gaze towards Chen Ge. He found himself in a precarious position, unable to directly disclose to everyone that the haunted house might indeed harbor a ghost, inviting them to enter at their own peril. Such a revelation could lead to the closure of the haunted house, or worse, his own admission to a psychiatric ward. It can be considered a new project, specifically the short video I posted last night. However, I do not recommend anyone partake in this game without professional guidance. Chen Ge gently patted Hishan's shoulder. Playing recklessly could lead to a fate akin to this brother's. Alright, who else wishes to experience this? Do not be afraid. Unexpected occurrences are part of the thrill of a haunted house. What thrill, you fool? People are fainting. We came here for mere amusement, not to gamble with our lives. Indeed, I won't even ask you to compensate for the shattered phone screen. I simply beseech you to refrain from posting any more late-night videos. Let us avoid confrontation. I bid you farewell. As Chen Ge finished speaking, the crowd collectively took a step back, and he wore a wry smile. Surely it cannot be that alarming. My haunted house is not frightening at all. Brother, 2 forensic students who deal with corpses daily, one was frightened to tears, and the other fainted. And yet, you calmly assert that your haunted house is not frightening? Are you fooling yourself? Does your conscience not ache? Brother, one must be benevolent. The surrounding tourists engaged in animated discussions, leaving Chen Ge at a loss for words. Initially, when the haunted house was not perceived as frightening, no one visited, claiming it was uninteresting. Now, having become intimidating, it seemed he had inadvertently overdone it, resulting in an adverse effect. Had they come all this way merely to stand at the entrance and gawk? Courage can be cultivated. Occasionally experiencing thrills and chills can stimulate blood circulation. Even if you wax poetic, I will not enter. And as for stimulating blood circulation, why not claim your haunted house can cure cancer? The individual with the shattered phone screen waved his hand and turned to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man standing beside him suddenly spoke, his voice booming as if he had made a momentous decision. Boss, give me a ticket. Goodness, there truly are those unafraid of death. Sir, do not act impulsively. Others charge for entry to their haunted houses. This one demands your life. I respect your bravery. Go forth with confidence. I shall take care of your wife and niece. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slightly balding. He stepped out from the crowd and handed Chen Ge yuan. I want a ticket. You plan to explore alone? Chen Ge regarded this man with newfound respect. What is this called? Knowing the dangers yet boldly venturing forth. Having received the payment, Chen Ge handed the ticket to the elderly man, intending to share some precautions regarding the haunted house. To his surprise, the man took the ticket and proceeded to walk away from the entrance of the haunted house. Sir, the entrance is this way. I know, the elderly man replied without turning back, returning to his original position. He took out his phone, snapped 2 photos of the haunted house ticket, and began posting on social media. In the lush April days, it's the perfect time for outings. I highly recommend the western suburb haunted house, truly exhilarating. After my visit today, I was drenched in cold sweat. The surrounding visitors could hardly contain themselves, thinking, you've loitered at the entrance for 20 minutes, and now you consider buying a ticket as having visited? Before the other tourists could voice their thoughts, the elderly man's post had already garnered likes, accompanied by comments. Hey Charlie, brother Zhang, you're scared of mice, yet you dare to visit a haunted house? Impressive. My brother. Modeling workshop, Wang Dayo. Old Zhang must be visiting a children's haunted house, smirking. Wife, hurry home to cook. Daughter Wang Jing. Ha, dad. We all know your courage. Stop the feudal struggle QAQ. Unfazed by these remarks, the elderly man smiled as he replied to each comment. You all should give it a try. After all, your courage surpasses mine. So you surely won't find it frightening. His antics left the nearby tourists astounded. Sir, you are quite the strategist. To avoid being labeled timid, you even dragged your wife and daughter into this. The young man beside the elderly man, whose phone screen was shattered, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Without hesitation, he approached Chen Ge. Give me a ticket as well. Chen Ge was perplexed by how the situation escalated to this point. But he collected the payment and handed the ticket to the young man. He then observed the young man, holding his broken phone, begin to take photos and post on Weibo with the caption, oh no, what to do? I feel like my courage has shrunk again. It's just a haunted house. Yet I'm drenched in cold sweat. As the young man glanced at the cowardly comments on his post, a strange smile spread across his face. Give me a ticket too. I want one. Is it half price? I'll take 2. The haunted house remained eerily empty. Yet a considerable number of tickets had already been sold. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Ge looked at the cash in his hands and began to count it with joy. Boss, we sold more tickets this morning than we did in the past 2 weeks combined. Su Wan squatted beside Chen Ge, her excitement barely contained. While today was fortuitous, to truly retain visitors, we must ensure our content is compelling. Chen Ge securely tucked away the ticket money and glanced towards the perimeter of the haunted house, where the weary Hishan and Gao Rushiwei had yet to leave. Are you two feeling any better? Chen Ge approached them with a bottle of water, acknowledging that the substantial ticket sales today were largely thanks to these 2 forensic students. Yes, I apologize for the trouble. Seated awkwardly on the steps, Hishan found herself beside the pale-faced Gao Rushiwei, whose gaze oscillated between Chen Ge and Su Wan. I have 2 questions I wish to pose, if I may. She inquired. Please proceed, Chen Ge replied, showing no reluctance. Firstly, in the western chamber, I distinctly saw that woman in the mirror. How did she suddenly appear behind me? Gao Rushiwei insisted, her determination to uncover the truth evident as she grappled with the unsettling reality of having been frightened to tears. You presumed that was an ordinary mirror. In truth, it is a triangular prism composed of 3 mirrors, with 2 concealed within the walls. A forceful push would allow it to pivot, revealing the exit of the ghostly marriage game behind it. As for the woman in the mirror, she was merely a life-sized photograph, meticulously staged with lighting and visual effects to create the illusion of reality. Xiaowan had been hidden behind the other mirror, and the footsteps you heard were merely sound effects. Upon hearing Chen Ge's elucidation, Gao Rushiwei nodded gently, then extended her finger towards Su Wan. For my second question, why does this person, though evidently alive, evoke such an uncanny sensation in me? Gazing at her feels akin to staring at a corpse. Chapter 0012. The turntable having dedicated a significant portion of her life to the study of human anatomy, Gao Rushiwei often found herself in the company of corpses more than with her own roommates. Her social skills were lacking. She understood the deceased far better than the living. The makeup worn by actors in the haunted house was distinctly peculiar, coupled with the complex environment of the attraction and one's own psychological suggestions, which could easily lead to illusions. The secrets of the embalming process and the ominous nature of Black Friday were not to be shared with outsiders, a fact that Chen Ge guarded fiercely. He brushed over the subject, opting not to delve deeper. Ladies, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties. After bidding farewell to the forensic students, he instructed Su Wan to tidy up the props from the ghostly wedding scene before hastily retreating to the control room alone. The truth behind Hashan's fainting spell was known only to Chen Ge. The creature lurking behind the mirror had not departed, but remained hidden within the haunted house. Keeping it there was ultimately a risk. It was his first encounter with a nightmare-level task, and he had never anticipated such dire consequences would arise. Silencing the background music of the haunted house, Chen Ge accessed the surveillance footage and meticulously reviewed the video of Hashan entering the West Chamber, playing it frame by frame until he made a startling discovery. At precisely 9:24:11, Hashan entered the West Chamber, visibly terrified, flailing about in panic. By 9:24:14, he had reached the inner room and encountered the copper mirror for the first time. At this moment, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded on the surveillance footage. The previously frantic Hashan had inexplicably calmed upon seeing the mirror, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He stood motionless before the reflection. The numbers on the video, marking the passage of time, continued to change until 9:24:17, when Hashan abruptly raised his left hand and began moving towards the mirror, as if an unseen force were compelling him forward. At 9:24:20, Su-wan, donned in her bridal attire, chased after him from behind. By this point, half of Hashan's body was pressed against the mirror, and the footage clearly revealed something flickering within the reflection before Hashan collapsed to the ground. Had Su-wan's arrival thwarted the creature's sinister intentions? Chen Ge replayed the video repeatedly. In a mere 10 seconds, so much had transpired. Rubbing his temples, he could not devise an effective plan at that moment. It seemed the only course of action was to cover all the mirrors in the haunted house, and once he devised a means to confront the creature, he would eradicate it entirely. He ventured into the prop room, retrieving several pieces of black cloth, and proceeded to the ghostly wedding venue. "Boss, what brings you here?" "Leave this to me," Su-wan called out when she spotted Chen Ge from a distance, as she was busy returning scattered paper figures and money into the coffin. "I have come to inform you that all props related to mirrors in the haunted house are to be temporarily deactivated. Additionally, when you are in costume, please refrain from approaching mirrors," Chen Ge advised as he assisted Su-wan in reassembling the disordered coffin props. Although Su-wan was perplexed by Chen Ge's actions, she did not press for further explanation. Once the main room was properly arranged, Chen Ge entered the West Chamber alone. The white paper lanterns hung high, casting dim light throughout the room, and he stood silently at the spot where Hashan had collapsed, fixated on the copper mirror. The individual residing within the mirror. Could it be that the mirror conceals another realm? Chen Ge pressed his fingers against the cold surface, gazing intently at his reflection. The longer he stared, the more peculiar it felt. When he had handed the mineral water to Hashan, the latter instinctively reached out with his right hand, indicating that he was not left-handed. Yet, in the surveillance footage, he had raised his left hand first. Why would he act contrary to his habitual behavior? Was he already under the control of the entity within the mirror, a mere puppet to its will? Chen Ge placed his left hand upon the mirror, aligning it with the image reflected back at him, for indeed, everything within the mirror was in stark contrast to reality. Covering the mirror with a black cloth, he sat within the haunted house and retrieved his black phone. To untie a knot, one must first tie it. The monster had emerged due to the presence of the black phone, and to vanquish it, the phone's assistance would be essential. Scrolling through the screen, he tapped on the haunted house icon, noting some changes in the application interface. The number of visitors for today and the month had increased by 2. In the section for unlockable horror scenarios, a new trial task had appeared. Upon clicking, he was informed that completing the trial would unlock the corresponding horror scene. This game was designed with fairness in mind. Accomplishing tasks would yield rewards, the magnitude of which correlated with the task's difficulty. If he wished to expedite the development of the haunted house and eliminate the malevolent entity within the mirror, he would need to complete as many tasks as possible. Daily tasks were limited to 1, so Chen Ge naturally turned his attention to the trial task. Midnight Escape Trial Task. A dangerous mental patient inhabits a dilapidated apartment building, armed with scissors and a hammer, lurking outside your door. Task location: Shijioping apartment. Task requirements: arrive at the task location before 11 p.m. today, locate the perpetrator, and survive until dawn. Task hint: he conceals himself among the crowd, hiding a heart full of scars beneath a facade of kindness. Will you accept the task? Note: the trial task exists for only 24 hours. Failure to accept within this time frame will be deemed a forfeiture, and this scenario will remain forever locked. Initially hesitant, Chen Ge decisively chose to accept upon reading the final note. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. With the haunted house finally showing promise, he was determined to seize every opportunity to enhance it. After accepting the task, he continued to scroll down, discovering that the horror roulette at the bottom had been activated. Curiously, he opened the roulette interface, where a line of text materialized. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. Here lie fruits that extend life as well as vengeful spirits filled with resentment. Upon the first collection of visitor screams, the roulette was activated, granting one chance to spin. Screams must exceed 70 decibels to be collected. After accumulating 100, one spinning opportunity is granted. 100 screams for a single chance to spin? Chen Ge held his phone, his expression bemused. This roulette seemed excessively exploitative. The conditions were already challenging to meet, and the outcome remained uncertain. If a vengeful spirit were to emerge, the ensuing chaos would be monumental. He gazed at the remaining spins on the wheel, a restless yearning stirring within him, akin to the compulsive urge one feels upon seeing a notification on their phone, regardless of whether it heralds a nuisance message or not. The desire to tap it is irresistible. Surely, attempting it wouldn't lead to any dire consequences, he reassured himself. With a gentle touch of his finger, the wheel on the screen began to whirl instantaneously. As long as it wasn't a malevolent spirit, anything else would suffice. Chapter 0013. Is this heaven's will to forsake me? Chen Ge was intently gazing at his phone screen as the spinning wheel gradually slowed, accompanied by a soft chime, the pointer halting at a specific direction. The lottery concluded, and a message appeared. Congratulations, you have won a rare special item, the cursed love letter, with a probability of 1 in 300. His eyes widened in shock. His complexion turned pallid. From the moment he fell from the heights of a building, he had become a taboo within the campus. The crimson dancing shoes, the bloodstained school uniform, even the name itself became an unmentionable topic. People feigned forgetfulness until one day, another soul received her love letter. Upon his first lottery draw, he encountered a vengeful spirit, unlocking the rare title, Vengeful Spirit's Benefactor. Vengeful Spirit's Benefactor. While bearing this title, there is a certain probability of receiving aid from the vengeful spirit. Reading the notification on his phone, Chen Ge felt a rush of panic. A cursed love letter? A 1 in 300 chance? A vengeful spirit's benefactor? He had yet to comprehend the monster in the mirror, and now he had drawn another vengeful spirit. Is this truly heaven's way of forsaking me? Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have indulged in self-deprecation before the draw. Stay calm. Do not lose composure. The situation has not yet reached its direst point. Drawing a vengeful spirit does not mean it will appear immediately. I still have time to remedy this. Perhaps I should visit a nearby temple to seek a divination. As he put away his phone, preparing to slip it into his pocket, his fingertips unexpectedly brushed against something. Looking down, Chen Ge discovered a piece of yellowed stationery that had somehow found its way into his pocket. An ominous premonition arose within him as he trembled and withdrew the letter, revealing a message woven from hair. I like you. Calm my foot. Where do you like me? Should I change my profession? The handwriting on the letter was delicate and lively. Had it not been crafted from hair, it would have been far more pleasing to the eye. Standing in the west wing, holding the letter, Chen Ge's face turned ashen. It is hard to fathom that the first love letter I have ever received would manifest in such a form. Boss, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? Xiaowan entered from outside, having just arranged the paper figures in the main room. Nothing. I was contemplating whether a person, aware of their impending demise, should relinquish all attachments and engage in meaningful endeavors. Chen Ge looked up at the mortuary like Xiaowan, for instance, contributing to the continuation of humanity. Just as Chen Ge spoke casually, he was startled to see Xiaowan's expression shift to one of contemplation, her demeanor gradually becoming serious. Xiaowan, are you actually considering my suggestion? No, wait, I'm not prepared for this. Isn't it a bit too casual? Though we share a remarkable understanding and have worked together for quite some time, if we were to pursue propagation, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. A sense of unease began to creep over Chen Ge. No, boss, you misunderstand. When I entered, I noticed you had two shadows. I was merely curious. Xiaowan pointed behind Chen Ge. Is this part of our haunted house's new project? Two shadows. Chen Ge turned to look, and behind him, a large and a small shadow slowly drew closer, ultimately merging into one. What the hell? Without uttering a word, he seized Su Wan and sprinted out of the haunted house. Once they were bathed in sunlight again, Chen Ge began to regain his composure. He offered no explanation to Su Wan and simply seated himself on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house. Boss, you've been overly suspicious lately. Is the pressure too much for you? Su Wan inquired as she joined him. Do not burden yourself so. Everything will eventually improve. What would you like for lunch? I can fetch it for you. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ge found himself at a loss for a response and managed a weak smile. Anything like what you choose will suffice. Also, please remove your makeup first. We wouldn't want to frighten the cafeteria staff. Okay, she replied, departing. Once alone, Chen Ge brought the love letter before him. I witnessed two shadows merge. Does this signify that I am now haunted by a malevolent spirit, which lurks within my own shadow? He pondered. Where there is sunlight, there are shadows. Staring at his own shadow, he blinked steadily. I bear the title of a haunted spirit's favored, which grants me a chance to receive assistance from the ghost. If this title proves to be beneficial, perhaps encountering a malevolent spirit is not entirely a misfortune. This was the only solace he could find. Deep down, He understood that the reason malevolent spirits were so labeled was due to their profound resentment at the time of death, emanating an aura of malice and curses. Engaging with such entities, even with a minor misstep, could lead to a dire fate. After lunch, Chen Ge sat at the entrance of the haunted house, holding a promotional flyer. Many visitors passed by, yet few were inclined to venture inside. With time on his hands, he opened his short video profile and discovered dozens of new private messages. Excluding the vitriol and advertisements, he replied to the remaining messages, quickly spotting one from Ishan. This earnest and unassuming forensic student confided that their university's forum had erupted with activity. Upon learning that the campus beauty had been frightened to tears, a group of senior male students was sharpening their metaphorical knives, preparing to storm the haunted house. Some had even initiated a call to arms on the forum, with over a dozen individuals already signing up in support. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing, Chen Ge mused, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned a throng of hormonally charged young men trembling and huddling together in his haunted house. Once the trial tasks were completed, he would allow them to experience new scenarios and discover just how terrifying the one-star horror scenes truly were. Reflecting on the trial tasks, Chen Ge became serious. This endeavor could only be attempted once. Failure would mean that the corresponding horror scene would remain forever inaccessible. He scrutinized his black phone, committing the task details to memory. To know oneself and one's opponent is to win every battle. After confirming the task location, Chen Ge began to scour the internet for every bit of information related to it. The Ping'an apartment in the western suburbs of Zhejiang. Simply entering the name yielded no results. After sifting through several pages, he finally stumbled upon a post on a local secondhand housing website that mentioned the apartment building. It was a complaint stating that the seller had concealed the truth. The building was, in fact, a haunted residence. Upon peeling back the wallpaper, remnants of mottled bloodstains were discovered, and a foul odor consistently wafted through the air at night. Complaints went unaddressed, ultimately fading into obscurity. Chen Ge glanced at the timestamp of the message, which was from 9 months prior. Spending a night in a haunted house while simultaneously uncovering the concealed perpetrator presents a rather formidable challenge for me. Chen Ge majored in toy design at university and possesses a talent for craftsmanship. However, he is virtually ignorant when it comes to investigation and deduction. This presents quite a dilemma. While I am unperturbed by the haunted house itself, I fear the possibility of the murderer residing next door, potentially viewing me as prey in the dead of night. Chapter 0014, Missing Person Notice at 4:30 in the afternoon. Chen Ge stood alone in the props room of the haunted house, gazing at the cluttered table, uncertain of what to prepare. What essentials are needed for an overnight stay in a haunted residence? An identity card, a mobile phone, a power bank, a lighter, a fruit knife, a multi-tool hammer. Oh, the puppet I saw in the mirror last night must be included as well. Chen Ge stuffed the puppet into his backpack and, ensuring nothing was overlooked, zipped it up and exited the room. Xiaowan, I'm leaving early today. Please lock the door when you come. I have something to attend to. Boss. It's not even 5 yet. Are you off on a trip? The keys are on the table in the props room. See you tomorrow. Seeing Chen Ge's carefree demeanor, Suwon sighed with resignation, tossed aside a promotional flyer for the haunted house, and dashed into the props room. That girl. As the evening breeze rustled the flyers, Chen Ge shook his head, picking up a stone to weigh them down. I hope she doesn't see me in tomorrow's morning news. Contrary to his outwardly relaxed appearance, Chen Ge was actually quite anxious, feeling unsettled throughout the afternoon. The nightmarish task from the previous evening had opened a doorway to another world, making him acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by the tasks assigned by the black phone. Trial tasks are undoubtedly more challenging than routine ones. He must exercise utmost caution tonight to ensure a safe passage through the night. Chen Ge set off on a shared bicycle towards Ping'an apartment before dusk had fully settled. The task details provided merely a location name. In an effort to locate Ping'an apartment, Chen Ge recalled a complaint he had seen 9 months prior, and as he walked, he inquired of passersby, ultimately spending over 2 hours before reaching his destination. Would anyone truly reside in such a remote apartment building? The dirt path, overgrown with wild grass, meandered precariously into the depths of the forest, devoid of streetlights. Through the sparse branches, a dim sight of a dark gray structure emerged in the distance. Along the way, Chen Ge had asked many people, yet the vast majority had never heard of Ping'an apartment. It was only an elderly gentleman in his 60s who directed him down a path and kindly warned him, stating that people had died there before, rendering it inauspicious. Locals would avoid the area even in daylight. Chen Ge had no one to confide in, were it not for the task from the black phone. Who would willingly seek lodging in such a place? Now it was 6:50, and the task required him to arrive before 11 at night. He still had ample time to discern the situation within the haunted house. Following the winding dirt path, Chen Ge ventured deeper into the woods. After walking several dozen meters, He finally beheld the fabled haunted house. The estate was encircled by high, dark gray walls with a single entrance. The rusty iron gate swung open, revealing a brand new padlock hanging prominently. How curious that the gate is so dilapidated while the lock appears pristine. Wait, what is this? Next to the iron gate, a white paper was affixed. Initially assuming it to be a trivial advertisement, Chen Ge examined it closely under the light of his phone, only to discover that it was a missing person notice. Zhang Qing, a 27-year-old woman, stands at 157 centimeters tall and has a slender build. A dark mole is situated near the bridge of her right eye, and she has a penchant for wearing red clothing. Those with pertinent information are urged to contact Mr. Wang, who promises a generous reward. At the end of the missing person notice, the contact details and address are inscribed, which piqued Chen Ge's interest, as Mr. Wang's address corresponds to this very house of horrors. This struck him as peculiar, instinctively sensing something amiss. He took a photograph of the notice with his mobile phone before entering the courtyard. The structure was far larger than he had anticipated. The main building boasted 3 stories, accompanied by a warehouse and a building resembling a water room. The peeling walls suggested it had stood for at least 2 or 3 decades, despite the severe aging. The premises were surprisingly tidy, devoid of litter, and all weeds had been cleared away. After securing his bicycle in the yard, Chen Ge entered the main building, calling out, "Is anyone here?" The long corridor was engulfed in darkness. After a brief moment, a door near the stairwell creaked open slightly. "Hello." Chen Ge approached the room, but the occupant seemed reluctant to face him, only allowing the door to open a crack. The room was dim, and through the narrow gap, he could discern a woman standing within, her eyes bloodshot, suggesting she often suffered from sleepless nights and appeared in a poor state of mind. "I would like to inquire about the cost of staying in this apartment for one night," Chen Ge spoke softly, striving to sound amiable. To his surprise, the woman responded with a peculiar smile before promptly shutting the door. What does that mean? He was still grappling with the unexpected reaction when footsteps echoed from the second floor. The sole motion sensor light in the corridor flickered on, revealing a middle-aged man with a limp descending the stairs. The man seemed to have overheard Chen Ge's earlier inquiry and asked, "Are you looking to stay here? How long do you intend to rent?" "You are the landlord?" Chen Ge approached him. "I only need a room for one night." "One night?" The limping man scrutinized Chen Ge from head to toe, his gaze as if attempting to see through him entirely. "All right, show me your ID. Come to the second floor to settle the payment." Just as Chen Ge was about to follow him upstairs, a sudden noise emanated from the iron gate at the courtyard entrance. Upon hearing this, the limping man frowned, his expression darkening immediately. He halted in place, leaving Chen Ge to wait uneasily. Moments later, a haggard middle-aged man entered, his clothing tattered and a thick stack of flyers clutched in his hands. "Wang Qi, I told you your girlfriend is not here. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude." The limping man obstructed the stairway, ignoring the warning. The middle-aged man trudged upstairs with his head down. "I am talking to you." The limping man forcefully shoved him, sending the unsuspecting man crashing against the wall, his flyers scattering across the floor. One of them landed directly at Chen Ge's feet, a missing person notice, identical to the one affixed to the entrance of the apartment building. Chen Ge's eyes narrowed as he discreetly picked up the notice, keenly observing the area above the stairs. The middle-aged man did not engage in a fierce altercation with the limping man. Instead, he rose from the ground and silently collected the missing person notices, resembling a mere shell of a human being. "Pay him no mind. He is a madman." The limping man beckoned to Chen Ge, signaling for him to proceed to the second floor. "A madman?" As Chen Ge passed by the middle-aged man, he discreetly cast a glance at him. The introduction to the midnight escape mentioned that a mentally unstable individual had infiltrated the apartment building. If this man is indeed insane, could he possibly be the murderer I am in search of? Chapter 0015. The landlord exhausted, numb, and frail. That was Chen Ge's first impression of Wang Qi. As they passed each other, Chen Ge returned the missing person notice he had just picked up from the ground. The man murmured a thank you, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "Not at all. It's a trivial matter," Chen Ge replied with a smile, following the limping man to the second floor. In stark contrast to the first floor, the second was even more damp and dimly lit. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the walls bore the marks of what appeared to be deliberate gouges. The limping man led Chen Ge to the end of the corridor before stopping. He opened the door to the room at the far end and retrieved a long string of keys. $50 for a night. You can choose any room on the second floor. 50 is rather steep, I assent it? Chen Ge protested. I'm the only tenant in this entire vicinity. The limping man, speaking with a hint of evasiveness, glanced backward as though observing something unseen. Fine, but why am I restricted to the second floor? Are the first and third floors unoccupied? Why do you have so many questions? If you can't stay, then you can't. The limping man snatched 50 yuan from Chen Ge and casually handed him a key marked with a room number. Find it yourself. With that, he retreated into the room. And just as the door closed, Chen Ge heard a frail, sobbing voice emanating from within, as if an elderly person was choking on their meal. A sense of unease washed over Chen Ge, prompting him to press the door lock. Wait a moment. What now? The limping man's tone was sharp, revealing his irritation. Peering through the crack of the door, Chen Ge caught sight of a small room. Besides the limping man, there was an elderly person seated in a wheelchair. Back turned to the door, the source of the earlier sound. I'm a bit thirsty. Do you sell water or beverages? None. There's no need to be so irate. Civility breeds prosperity. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Chen Ge standing perplexed outside. In a typical apartment building, one would expect the reception to be at the entrance. Yet here, it was concealed at the far end of the second-floor corridor. Gazing at the key in his hand, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. Why were the first and third floors off limits? Who was the elderly person living with the landlord? The key bore the number 208, and coincidentally, this room was adjacent to that of the limping man. Never mind, I'll just settle in for now. After over 2 hours of travel, Chen Ge felt fatigued. He opened the door, and a faint musty odor wafted out. The room had evidently been uninhabited for quite some time. Dust coated the furniture, and the damp bed linens felt unpleasant to the touch. Is this bed even suitable for sleeping? Before he could even set down his bag, a sharp crashing sound erupted from the adjacent room, reminiscent of a shattered bowl. He closed the door and pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. Soon, the limping man's curses echoed from next door. Perhaps in his fury, he interspersed a few phrases in dialect, revealing that his accent was not that of a local. The elderly man wept quietly, unable to articulate his thoughts, while the limping man scolded for several minutes before ceasing. Strangely, the volume of the television next door suddenly increased. What could be the reason? What was he doing? Why would he turn up the volume? Chen Ge continued to eavesdrop for a few more minutes. But due to the loud television, he gleaned no useful information and ultimately decided to abandon his efforts. Perhaps it was best to focus on his own affairs. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Ge tossed his backpack onto the vanity and withdrew a fruit knife, concealing it in his pocket. Complaints on the second-hand housing website indicated that bloodstains lingered behind the wall plaster, and a foul odor could be detected each night, leading to suspicions that this place was haunted. However, after researching all information related to Ping an apartment online, he found no reports of any murders occurring within its walls. The fact that the location was designated as a trial task by the black phone suggested that Ping an apartment harbored secrets best left undisclosed. A notion Chen Ge was acutely aware of. He secured the fruit knife and retrieved a multi-tool hammer, examining every corner of the room with careful scrutiny. Yet still found nothing amiss. It was merely an ordinary guest room, albeit in a state of disrepair, lacking any significant anomalies. The landlord had initially permitted him to select a room on the second floor, implying that the rooms there should be free of issues. Otherwise, they would not be available for rent. Thus, it seemed necessary to investigate the first or third floors for any potential discoveries. The trial task was set to commence at 11 o'clock in the evening, and with more than 3 hours remaining, Chen Ge was determined not to squander time. He tidied away the hammer and quietly approached the door. As he grasped the door lock and pulled it open halfway, he suddenly paused. Sweat beaded on his palm, and a chill coursed through him. The limping man stood just outside. He had no idea how long he had been there. Both men were taken aback by the unexpected encounter through the half-open door. "What are you doing at my door, landlord?" Chen Ge inquired, his expression darkening. Increasingly convinced that the landlord was suspicious. "Weren't you thirsty? I brought you this," the limping man replied, placing a thermos at Chen Ge's doorstep, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. "Thank you," Chen Ge responded without addressing the underlying tension, smoothly bringing the thermos inside. "Do you have anything else to discuss?" "No, nothing." "Rest early," the limping man said, casting a glance into the room as if to himself, adding, "The corridor lacks lighting. It's quite dark at night, so you'd best not wander around." He turned to leave, and it was only after he returned to his own room and closed the door that Chen Ge exhaled in relief. The landlord's appearance was unappealing, his temperament irritable and his conversation sparse. Despite his slight disability, he possessed a robust physique capable of easily overpowering the middle-aged man they had encountered earlier. Chen Ge, lacking in deductive reasoning, began to indulge in his imagination, drawing from the murder films he had previously watched. A natural limp, combined with a history of bullying, could have fostered profound insecurities within him. Should such emotions reach a critical threshold, they might manifest in a twisted desire to inflict harm on others and oneself. Goodness. Upon reflection, he seemed to embody all the traits of a potential killer. Chen Ge set down the thermos, grappling with a troubling thought. If the landlord were indeed a murderer, Would I not be compelled to spend an entire night as a neighbor to a killer in this haunted residence? The mere contemplation of this filled him with dread. The old pervert might very well stand at the threshold of his room all night long. What was even more terrifying was that as the landlord, he presumably possessed spare keys to all the rooms. Chapter 0016. Do not stay here overnight. The landlord harbors significant suspicion, yet other possibilities cannot be dismissed. Chen Ge scratched his head, pondering how beneficial it would be to inquire with the tenant. Since entering the apartment building, he had encountered 4 individuals: a woman hiding behind a door crack, Wang Qi who was posting missing person notices, the irritable landlord, and an elderly man in a wheelchair. The elderly man lived with the landlord and was therefore not a current consideration. The woman on the first floor gave him an odd impression, leaving only Wang Qi, who appeared relatively normal, as someone who might possess knowledge about the apartment's affairs. Chen Ge placed the thermos inside his room, locked the door, and proceeded to the first floor. The motion-activated lights flickered on, and as he arrived at the first floor, he observed Wang Qi traversing the corridor, clutching the missing person notices. He stuffed each notice into the door cracks of vacant rental units, indifferent to whether anyone resided within. This peculiar behavior piqued Chen Ge's interest. Others typically posted such notices in populated areas, yet Wang Qi deliberately targeted unoccupied rentals. Silently trailing behind Wang Qi, Chen Ge waited until the final notice was inserted before speaking. Brother, I comprehend the anguish of having a missing family member, yet you must exhibit resilience. Tormenting yourself with these futile actions will not aid your situation. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Qi slowly turned, his murky eyes seemingly forever unfocused. Comprehend? You cannot fathom. And I never expect you to. Chen Ge refrained from further banter. Retrieving his phone to display the missing person report he filed at the police station months prior, I am not deceiving you. My parents vanished 6 months ago without a trace. Initially, I too was engulfed in despair. Observing the preserved photographs on the screen, Wang Qi fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I sympathize with your plight, yet our circumstances differ. I firmly believe my fiancée will return. I can sense she has not ventured far. Would you share your story with me? We are both lost souls in this vast world. Perhaps I could assist you. Chen Ge's demeanor was earnest, articulating his heartfelt thoughts. Wang Qi hesitated momentarily, possibly recalling how Chen Ge had previously helped him retrieve the notices. His gaze softened slightly as he replied, You cannot help me. You seem like a decent person, so I will offer you this advice. Leave at once. Do not spend the night here. I have already paid my rent. If you want me to leave, you must provide a reason. Chen Ge's purpose for being there was to complete a trial task. Departing now would equate to abandoning his mission. And the terrifying scenario of a midnight escape would remain forever locked. Which is more important, money or life? Wang Qi glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before whispering. This apartment building was once the site of a family massacre. Everyone in the vicinity is aware. I have heard tales of this being a haunted residence, yet I could not find any related incidents online. It must be mere rumors. Chen Ge expressed his doubts. Previously, this building was known as Fuan Apartment. It was only renamed Ping'an Apartment following the tragic events. The case had garnered considerable attention, and the perpetrator remains at large to this day. The restless spirits of the deceased, unable to find peace, are said to manifest within the old residence once night falls. Wang Qi's expression was grave, his words delivered with a sense of solemnity. In this day and age, do you still believe in such things? Chen Ge managed a stiff smile, yet internally, he felt a deeper trepidation than anyone else. The monstrous reflections in the mirror and the ghostly love letters filled him with dread. He truly wished to sever ties with any more specters. Initially, I too held skepticism, until my fiancée mysteriously vanished in this vicinity. He tugged at his hair in anguish. The weariness etched upon him could not be concealed. Why would your fiancée come to this place? Chen Ge's attention sharpened instantly. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Wang Qi's fiancée's predicament bore a resemblance to that of his own parents. I do not know. In truth, I had never heard of this apartment complex before. It was the police who informed me, stating that all leads had gone cold here. Wang Qi released his grip. A few strands of hair caught between his fingers. I had no choice but to come here in search of her. Have you made any discoveries? Chen Ge inquired with keen curiosity. Wang Qi opened his mouth as if he had thought of something, yet hesitated to voice it. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and typed a message on the screen. My fiancé seems to have been kidnapped by someone in this apartment. Upon reading the text, Chen Ge felt a wave of astonishment. The unfolding events diverged from his expectations. Brother, missing persons and kidnappings are two distinct concepts. Wang Qi gestured for Chen Ge to lower his voice, blocking the passage with his back. He opened his email inbox, inviting Chen Ge to take a look. Initially, Chen Ge merely glanced, but as he discerned the message within the inbox, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Qi's inbox contained a message from his fiancée. The message bore only 2 words, Save me. Strangely enough, The timestamp indicated it had been sent around 2 o'clock the previous morning. A person who was supposed to be missing had sent you a distress signal in the dead of night? After the initial shock wore off, Chen Ge quickly regained his composure. Since you received the message, why not report it to the police? Your fiancée is clearly still alive. You may find it hard to believe, but every night after midnight, I receive a message from my fiancée, and the content is always the same 2 words. The critical part is that each time I awaken, the message disappears as if it had never existed. Wang Qi pointed to the bloodshot eyes to retain this message. I have not slept for 24 hours. The message disappears as soon as you fall asleep? Chen Ge had never encountered such a phenomenon. I know you might think of me as a madman, but everything I say is the truth. Leaning against the wall, Wang Qi tucked his phone away. Even stranger occurrences happen around me. For instance, my fiancée's belongings inexplicably appear in my room without any warning, as if she is constantly reminding me to seek her out. Upon hearing Wang Qi's final statement, Chen Ge's eyelids twitched. Based on his experiences over the past few days, it seemed that his fiancée was not merely missing, but had met her demise and transformed into a ghost, now ensnaring him once more. This was the only plausible explanation. Of course, this all hinged on the truthfulness of Wang Qi's words. My fiancée vanished within this very apartment building, and it is here that my life took a tragic turn. This edifice is a haunted dwelling, inhabited by the restless spirits of the wronged. All who dare to approach are inevitably tainted by misfortune. You would be wise to depart swiftly. It seems that the prolonged silence has rendered Wang Qi's countenance somewhat pale. Chapter 0017. The rich in apartment. Wang Qi persistently urged Chen Ge to depart, displaying an excessive enthusiasm from the perspective of a stranger. Chen Ge did not acquiesce immediately. After listening to Wang Qi's tale, he sensed that the other party might be concealing something. I have shared everything I could with you. It is still not too late to leave now. After midnight, the apartment building will transform into something entirely different. With those words, Wang Qi dusted off his clothes and turned to exit the building. Only after Wang Qi's silhouette vanished into the night did Chen Ge realize that his initial intention had been to inquire about the tenants within the apartment. Yet, instead of alleviating his confusion, it had only multiplied. This individual harbors significant issues. Is he truly insane? Reflecting on Wang Qi's murky eyes, Chen Ge felt a sense of discomfort. Those eyes were filled with fatigue and anguish that could not be feigned. It seems he must deeply love his wife. As Chen Ge retraced his steps, he hesitated momentarily before the woman's room on the first floor and timidly knocked on the door. "Hello, newcomer," came no response. Instead, the door behind him creaked open halfway, revealing a tall, slender man leaning against the entrance. He appeared to be in his 30s, unkempt, with hair and beard nearly fused together, and a peony tattooed on the back of his hand. "Who are you?" Chen Ge asked, turning cautiously. "That fellow who posted the missing person notice is not a tenant here. There is something amiss with him." The tall man tapped his temple. Do not trust anything he says. Getting too close to him could lead to trouble. This was Chen Ge's first encounter with the tall man. Although he looked disheveled, his tone was among the most rational Chen Ge had encountered. His behavior is indeed peculiar, yet it may stem from the tremendous blow of his wife's disappearance. Did he mention that his fiancée went missing near the apartment? Yes. Did he also claim that the police informed him, which is why he continues to search here? Exactly. The tall man chuckled lightly. I have resided in this place for 9 months and have never seen a police officer here. That lunatic is deceiving you. The talk of ghosts and vengeful spirits is utter nonsense. He retrieved a low-quality cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? At most, there are those pretending to be ghosts. Now, it's getting late. You should return to your room. Chen Ge expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. As he ascended the stairs, he found himself in a quandary. One of them must be lying. But which one? Perhaps lost in thought, he realized he had ascended to the 3rd floor. The chip number marked the corner of the stairwell, and the motion sensor light above cast a dim glow. Chen Ge glanced around. This floor had not been renovated. The ground was littered, and burn marks were evident everywhere. The walls bore severe peeling, resembling intersecting scars. Why has only the 3rd floor remained unrenovated? Is it due to insufficient funds, or some other reason? The voice-activated light extinguished swiftly, plunging the entire apartment building into an abrupt darkness. Chen Ge, accustomed to the shadows from his years working in a haunted house, remained unperturbed. He retrieved his phone, poised to activate the flashlight, when suddenly he glimpsed a figure hastily traversing the pitch-black corridor. Who goes there? The beam of his phone illuminated the 3rd floor, yet the figure vanished without a trace. Chen Ge contemplated investigating further, but at that moment, footsteps echoed from below. Is it the landlord? He mused that if the irritable, limping landlord caught him meandering on the 3rd floor, a scolding would surely ensue. So, he decided to stow away his phone and quietly retreated to the 2nd floor. As he descended the staircase, Chen Ge spotted a short, portly middle-aged man emerging from a room on the 2nd floor, carrying a basin. The man initially hummed a cheerful tune, but upon noticing Chen Ge, his expression hardened, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, hastening past. What is the meaning of this? Do I appear that frightening? Once back in his room, Chen Ge lay on his bed, clutching his backpack. This apartment building feels devoid of normalcy. Everyone looks like a potential murderer. Just then, he jolted upright. The task assigned to him on his phone only required him to identify the murderer, yet it did not specify how many murderers were involved. If he pondered it further, it was entirely possible that more than one killer lurked in the shadows, given that it involved a case of family annihilation. The likelihood of a group crime was significantly heightened. I must urgently investigate the case from years past. Chen Ge extracted his phone. His conversation with Wang Qi had yielded some insights, particularly that the Ping'an apartment was formerly known as the Fuan apartment. He entered Jiujiang Fuan apartment into the search bar, swiping through several pages until shocking headlines assaulted his gaze. A family of 4 brutally slain. The murderer vanished without a trace. Was it an accident or premeditated murder? What caused the inferno at Fuan apartment? Bodies concealed within, unveiling a secondary case. As Chen Ge perused every piece of information related to Fuan apartment, an unsettling chill seeped through him. Reality often surpasses fiction in horror, for these events truly transpired. And one day, they could potentially befall him. 5 years prior, a villager had reported the fire at Fuan apartment. After the firefighters extinguished the blaze, they commenced an investigation into its origins and assessed the damages. Initially a routine procedure, the investigation soon revealed an increasing number of anomalies. Cracked concrete, small shards of window glass, and faint soot marks indicated that the fire had not only burned fiercely, but also at an extraordinarily high temperature, spreading rapidly. The fire scene exhibited multiple ignition points, unrelated to one another, a hallmark of deliberate arson. The nature of the case shifted dramatically as local law enforcement intervened, eventually uncovering 4 bodies amidst the building's ruins, belonging to the family that managed the apartment. This case stirred considerable public uproar. The police exerted every effort, but due to the fire's devastation of the scene, they found no trace of a 5th person, let alone apprehending the murderer. The apartment building had been sealed off for an entire year, after which it was legally transferred to the father of the original owner. It was then that Fuan Apartments was renamed Ping'an Apartments. A family of 4 perished in a fire, and the perpetrator remains at large to this day, which explains the haunting legends surrounding the place. Having unraveled the case from that year, Chen Ge felt a sense of clarity. As he gazed at the webpage on his phone, a particular detail caught his attention. The report stated that the original owner had died at the age of 41, with the building subsequently passed to the original owner's father by calculating the years. It stands to reason that the true owner of the apartment building should now be in their 60s or 70s. Chapter 0018, The Haunted House Live Stream in the Peaceful Apartment. The only individual who meets the age criterion is the elderly landlord, who struggles even to eat. However, something feels amiss. According to the news, the owner of the apartment building should be an elderly person, yet the landlord who received me is a middle-aged man. Chen Ge rose to his feet and approached the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. The television on the other side of the wall blared at a deafening volume, inundated with a barrage of meaningless advertisements. Typically, one would change the channel at the first sign of an advertisement, yet they had endured several minutes of them. With his ear pressed against the wall, Chen Ge realized he must have overlooked something. He took a moment to contemplate the events. Upon entering the room, he heard the sound of a bowl shattering next door, followed by the landlord hurling insults at the elderly man, and soon after, the volume of the television abruptly increased. The elderly man sat immobile in his wheelchair. It was undoubtedly the landlord who had raised the volume. But why would he do such a thing? As Chen Ge squinted his eyes, a thought emerged in his mind. Was the landlord abusing the elderly man, using the television's volume to mask the sounds of violence? The more he pondered this, the more plausible it seemed. I had just moved in, and the timing of the bowl shattering was too coincidental. Could it have been a deliberate act by the elderly man to draw attention? After all, breaking a bowl should not provoke such intense anger from the landlord. Yes, he was afraid, fearful that the elderly man might attract my notice. But why was he afraid? And why was the elderly man seeking help? A flash of insight struck Chen Ge as he recalled a detail from earlier, during the landlord's tirade against the elderly man. He had laced his insults with a few phrases in a regional dialect. The elderly man and his family hailed from Jiujiang, while this landlord was an outsider, suggesting a tenuous connection at best. Logically, the elderly man would not entrust his property to a stranger unless the landlord was a deceitful interloper, potentially holding the elderly man hostage. If that were the case, the landlord's true identity could be that of a greedy caregiver, a burglar, or even a murderer from years past. The implications were chilling. Chen Ge clenched his fists. No wonder the landlord had stealthily approached my door. He was clearly feeling guilty. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he realized that reasoning through this situation was proving to be quite taxing. He had never formally studied criminal investigation or logic, and could only piece together the clues gradually. What should he do now? Should he storm next door and bludgeon the landlord with a tool? No. That would be too impulsive. If his deductions were incorrect, the consequences could be dire. With a tool in one hand and a fruit knife in his pocket, he paced the room restlessly. Should he look for another opportunity to confirm his suspicions? That too was fraught with danger. What if he alerted the perpetrator? The assailant might have accomplices, and a single individual would stand little chance against multiple foes. If they targeted him, his own predicament could swiftly become perilous. At present, he had no substantial evidence. Everything was merely conjecture. Moreover, the paramount reason for my presence here is to uncover the perpetrator behind the massacre that occurred 4 years ago. Chen Ge found himself engulfed in distress. After a while, the sound from the television in the adjacent room abruptly ceased, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. What could be the matter? He stealthily opened his door and crouched down, peering through the crack of the neighboring room's door, which was shrouded in darkness. With even the lights extinguished, retiring to bed at merely 8 o'clock, Chen Ge, armed with a tool hammer, squatted at the landlord's doorstep. Suddenly, he felt that his appearance might provoke misunderstandings, so he swiftly glanced back, and upon confirming he was alone, he tucked the hammer into his coat and returned to his room. Relying solely on online news for conjecture may not yield accuracy. How I wish I could have a professional to assist in analyzing the situation. Lying in bed, he retrieved his mobile phone, apart from Suwan. His contact list seemed devoid of anyone he had ever conversed with. To have reached such a solitary state in life is quite a feat of dedication. Chen Ge pondered for a long time, and among everyone he had encountered, the only individual who could possibly be connected to the investigation was the unfortunate child, Hishan, who had fainted from fright. A forensic expert would undoubtedly be more adept than I. He accessed his short video personal homepage and was greeted by a notification indicating dozens of private messages awaiting his attention. Curiously clicking on one, he discovered it was an invitation from a studio manager on the platform, seeking to recruit him. Could this person be a talent scout? Presently, Chen Ge had no time to contemplate this. He was engrossed in searching for Yishan's ID, hardly giving the matter a second thought. However, moments later, the studio sent another message. Are you there? We have reviewed your videos and see great potential. Would you be interested in collaborating with us? We can connect you with major streamers to enhance your visibility. It is rather challenging to thrive alone. Nearly all streamers on the platform form alliances. You might want to consider this. Are you there? With each pop-up message, Chen Ge felt increasingly exasperated. He was engaged in an intellectual battle with a murderer from 5 years prior and had no leisure to entertain studio invitations, promptly replying with a terse not available. Ah. The vigor of youth. Do consider our studio. You need only watermark your short videos with our logo, and we shall provide you with the best channels to ensure your work reaches a wider audience. I apologize, but I am not interested at this time. Chen Ge felt he had been sufficiently courteous. Had another been in his situation, they might have unleashed a torrent of vitriol before swiftly blocking the sender. Your short video holds the potential to become a viral sensation, but you must understand this is merely a possibility. The platform sees an average of 1 million short videos uploaded daily. You are simply among the fortunate few. Modern individuals crave rapid entertainment. They lack the patience to wait. And every moment, new and captivating spectacles emerge. Without diligent management, your video will soon be submerged and forgotten. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I am quite preoccupied at the moment. Chen Ge had successfully located Hishan's ID. Is there anything more pressing than the pursuit of profit? If you are truly unwilling, we can consider an alternative approach to our collaboration, such as purchasing your filming techniques. Without engaging in further discussion, Chen Ge immediately blocked him and sent a message to Hishan. To his surprise, Hishan responded to the private message in less than a second. Boss, I have been eagerly awaiting your new video. Please hold on. I have a crucial question to ask you. After acquiring Hishan's phone number, Chen Ge dialed it and, lowering his voice, recounted the events leading up to the current situation. Chapter 0019. Rising popularity. Chen Ge spoke in hushed tones, concerned that the landlord next door might overhear him. It was not his intention to cultivate an atmosphere of tension. After he finished speaking, on the other end of the line, Hishan was momentarily taken aback. This earnest university student, who had ascended from a rural village to medical school, never anticipated that his first phone call with an online acquaintance would revolve around such a thrilling topic as a massacre. Are you currently in that haunted house? Yes. Is the landlord next door possibly the murderer from 5 years ago? Indeed. I'm a bit flustered. Allow me a moment to think, Hishan said, clutching his phone. The two sides of the conversation felt like entirely different worlds. One was engulfed in the raucous excitement of gaming, while the other was shrouded in a suffocating silence. steeped in palpable tension. Boss, I believe it would be best for you to report this to the authorities. Although you lack evidence, your safety is far more paramount than the concern of making a false report. Hashan spoke the truth, yet Chen Ge had his own considerations. The task of escaping the haunted house was assigned to him by the ominous black phone, which required him to stay there for the night. However, if the police intervened, the likelihood of failing the task would significantly increase. Given the prospect of unlocking entirely new horror scenarios, it seemed too regrettable to abandon it now. It was simply not yet time to call the police. The primary concern should be your safety. How about this? Hashan paused, continuing. You should keep your phone's location services on, and do not hang up the call for the entire night. I will listen for any sounds from your side, and if anything seems amiss, I will be the first to alert the authorities. Maintaining the call was indeed a prudent strategy. As Chen Ge glanced at his phone, he noticed the short video page had not closed, and an advertisement recruiting gaming streamers was playing in a loop. An idea sparked in his mind. Instead of merely keeping the call going, he could initiate a live stream from the haunted house. If anything were to happen to him, the viewers in the stream could assist in notifying the police, and the recorded footage would serve as compelling evidence. Naturally, it would be even better if everything went smoothly. He could attract more attention through the live stream, enhancing the notoriety of his haunted house. A short video from the previous night had garnered him nearly 1,000 new followers, and the influx of visitors to the haunted house had multiplied several times the following day, allowing Chen Ge to savor the sweet taste of success. Moreover, his fundamental purpose for entering the haunted house was to obtain task rewards, thereby fostering the better development of his ghost house. By commencing a live stream, he could ensure his safety while simultaneously drawing in viewers and increasing his follower count. What could be more advantageous than that? A fine wine is often hidden in a deep alley, he mused. Lacking the funds for widespread advertising, he could nonetheless leverage live streaming and short videos to capture greater public interest. What Chen Ge lacked was a channel and accumulation. As for the content, he held no reservations. Although the individuals from the studio had an off-putting tone, one truth they conveyed was undeniable. Modern audiences crave swifter entertainment and more intense stimulation. In the vast landscape of content, is there anything more captivating or exhilarating than residing in a haunted house while engaging in a psychological duel with a murderer? In the realm of streaming, traffic precedes all, and content reigns supreme. Unlike other streamers, Chen Ge possessed an unparalleled advantage that they all lacked. What he captured and experienced was entirely authentic, devoid of any script, and even he was oblivious to what would transpire in the next moment. He was merely fulfilling a task associated with the enigmatic black phone, with the live broadcast serving as an incidental record of it all. Hashan, I shall terminate the call now. Please head directly to my live streaming room. The room name corresponds to my personal ID on the short video platform. After hanging up, Chen Ge activated the location tracking system on his phone, setting a one-touch dial to the emergency number. Ensuring all preparations were in place before he launched the live streaming software on the short video backend. Typically, short videos last only a few seconds and do not allow for advertisements, making the monetization methods rather singular. To maximize the value of his followers and maintain their engagement, many streamers resort to live broadcasting during periods without new video releases. Short videos are easily shared and disseminated, creating buzz to capture attention, followed by personalized live streams to convert casual viewers into dedicated fans. These two elements complement each other seamlessly. Chen Ge had inadvertently stumbled upon the most effective path: spending the night in a haunted house. Embark on a personal exploration, unveiling the unseen aspects of this world. Chen Ge typed in the title, punctuating it with several exclamation marks to render his live stream distinctive. In truth, he did not need to go to such lengths. The live streaming software for short videos paled in comparison to professional platforms, with limited categories where most titles revolved around alluring cute female hosts engaging in healing chats or lulling viewers to sleep. Compared to others, Chen Ge's approach was akin to a mighty torrent, making it nearly impossible not to attract attention. As the broadcast commenced, followers on his page received notifications, and his short video updates also announced the live stream. Within mere seconds, viewers began to enter. Hashan, boss, are you serious? Are you sure you want to live stream this? Scoundrel must perish. You're that beast from last night's short video. I'm coming for you. What the hell? What's happening upstairs? Hurry, share your story. I am but a little caterpillar. Beastly streamer, I have followed you. Does anyone know what this live stream is about? Can we not always trouble us lesser beings? Just check the announcement. As Chen Ge began the live stream, those waiting for the short video update surfaced, and the audience gradually grew. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have misunderstood me. Chen Ge set down his multifunctional tool hammer, gazing earnestly at the phone screen. The short video from yesterday was no jest. It was my personal experience. You may search for the original video on certain supernatural forums. I did not employ any technical effects. Everything is genuine. And there truly was something in the mirror. I understand that it may be difficult for you to believe, but I will gradually unveil the mysteries for you, revealing a wholly different world. Hey, Yao Ling, may I inquire what the phone number for the Paranormal Research Center is? I believe I've discovered a wild mental patient. I relish watching you spout your serious nonsense. Li Ming, I know you're watching the stream. Please bring me a plate of cold fried noodles without chili when you return tonight. Thank you. The collective of Bed 11 in Room 3 of Fushan Mental Hospital sends their support to the streamer. We advocate for the rehabilitation of patients and their reintegration into the workforce. A few sparse comments flickered across the screen, and none appeared to take Chen Ge's words to heart. He remained unfazed. It matters not if you deem me insane. I shall prove you wrong. The fervor and popularity gradually escalated. As Chen Ge gazed out at the deepening night, he lit a cigarette and began recounting the tragic events of the Fuan apartment massacre that transpired 5 years prior to the audience in the live stream. Chapter 20. The crime scene: a mysterious inferno, an elusive assailant. This was the moment when Chen Ge first unearthed his remarkable storytelling talent. By weaving together online news reports and his own conjectures, he endeavored to reconstruct the chilling massacre that had transpired years ago. The sequence of events unfolded thus. In pursuit of fresh material for my haunted house, I ventured into the ominous dwelling, only to stumble upon astonishing revelations. Every inhabitant of this apartment complex appeared to be peculiar, leading me to suspect that the murderer from 5 years prior might be concealed among them. Chen Ge extinguished his cigarette and gazed intently at his phone screen. Intriguing, it resembled a real-life game of werewolf. He mused, let the seer take the floor. A user named I Am a Little Caterpillar chimed in. Streamer, weave your tale. It sounds so genuine. Spin your yarn, and if even one person believes you, consider it a loss for me. I conducted a brief search regarding the Fuan apartments in Zhejiang City, and it appears to be authentic, another user, Hashan, asserted. I Am a Little Caterpillar retorted. Even if the streamer speaks truthfully, how can he prove that the room he occupies is indeed the former crime scene? As he claims, the apartment building was ravaged by fire, yet his room displays smooth walls, a pristine floor, and intact furniture. Does this resemble a murder site? I would never deceive you in this regard. Proving it is rather simple, Chen Ge stated, as he moved aside the vanity and retrieved a fruit knife. With delicate precision, he scraped away the paint from a corner of the wall. The apartment's name was changed post-incident, and it underwent comprehensive renovations. Yet, no matter how much it has been refurbished, certain truths remain hidden beneath the surface. As he peeled away the paint, he revealed soot-stained bricks beneath, one of the evidences of the inferno that had once occurred. Scoundrels must perish, remarked another user. But I'm curious as to why you would bring a hammer and a knife while staying at a hotel. Are you attempting to impersonate an accomplice of the perpetrator? Such damage to the wall, my heart aches for the apartment owner, another user lamented. How much does it cost to stay here for a night? There isn't even a television. Chen Ge, observing the barrage of comments, could no longer contain his frustration. Dear viewers, could you possibly refrain from such nitpicking? Show me a little respect, will you? After all, I am risking my life to livestream for you. Scoundrels must perish sent a tip of a coin, a token of respect. Faced with the antics of his audience, Chen Ge felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. Within the apartment complex, I encountered 6 individuals in total. The first was a woman whose mental state seemed questionable upon my entrance. She greeted me with an inexplicable smile through the door's crack, an individual I knew nothing about, so I shall refrain from further discussion. Chen Ge proceeded to describe the physical characteristics of the tenants, interspersing his analysis. From a motive standpoint, the landlord is the most likely suspect. However, he walks with a limp and moves slowly. Conversely, the tattooed man on the first floor and the short, stout man on the second floor appear more plausible candidates based on their physical attributes. Of course, one cannot dismiss the woman on the first floor and the frail Wang Qi. Scoundrels must perish, interjected. Your lengthy discourse amounts to nothing. I even suspect that the true culprit might be the elderly man in a wheelchair, for he was the greatest beneficiary after the fire. Indeed, it is entirely plausible that the elderly individual, currently confined to a wheelchair, was not incapacitated 5 years prior. Furthermore, the perpetrator did not resort to physical confrontation to commit the crime. Instead, they employed arson, which renders the elderly man a potential suspect. It is also conceivable that his paralysis is a mere guise. The most unlikely suspect may indeed be the culprit. My suspicions are further directed towards the woman on the first floor. Her smile towards the host could imply a hidden message. Host, do you recall the elevation and the breadth of her lips when she smiled? Allow me to analyze it through the lens of micro-expression psychology. I do not recall. The enthusiasm of the audience has been ignited, and the popularity of the live stream is surging. Chen Ge silently observes the barrage of comments. Finding little of value, it seems I must personally seek out further clues. He positioned his phone before him. I previously conducted an on-site investigation and discovered that the first and second floors of this apartment building have been entirely renovated, while certain areas of the third floor still retain their appearance from 5 years ago. I will enter and meticulously search for anything useful. Retaining the appearance from 5 years ago? How eerie. With the case still unsolved, might the deceased linger in unrest, trapped in the same place? Venturing into the crime scene is indeed audacious. How else could one operate a haunted house? Allow me to recount an experience from our last visit to the host's haunted house. The two most courageous among us were left in tears, while another fainted from fright. Wait a moment. How did the boldest two become so terrified? What of those who were timid? Your words are nonsensical. Who among the faint-hearted would dare enter his haunted house? That seems somewhat logical. Heshem. Haha. The rhythm of the live stream has veered off course. Yet Chen Ge remains unconcerned. He tucked a fruit knife into his pocket, practiced drawing it a few times, and then, with one hand holding his phone and the other grasping a tool hammer, approached the doorway. This time, he displayed wisdom by peering through the door crack to ensure the corridor was vacant before gently pushing the door open. As he closed the door, Chen Ge plucked a strand of his own hair and placed it in the keyhole. Thus, if anyone were to open the door while he was away, the hair would be forced deep into the lock. Once prepared, Chen Ge traversed the second-floor corridor to the stairwell. He moved with utmost stealth, avoiding the activation of the motion-activated lights, relying solely on the faint glow from his phone screen to navigate. Ascending the stairs, the color of the walls gradually darkened, and an indescribable peculiar odor wafted through the air. Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Ge activated his phone's flashlight, leaning against the wall, his focus sharply attuned. During his initial, unexpected visit to the third floor, he had glimpsed a vague shadow flitting down the corridor, which bore the semblance of a human silhouette. Whether it be human or ghost, caution is paramount. The light emitted by his phone illuminated the scene of the heinous crime from 5 years past. And as Chen Ge surveyed the deep scratches etched into the walls, he instinctively tightened his grip on the tool hammer. The architectural style of the Pingan apartment is rather unique, featuring a solitary entrance that is situated near the right side of the building. This design results in the corridor on the left appearing particularly elongated. As one traverses this passageway, an unsettling chill creeps up the spine, rendering even the act of leaning against the wall devoid of any sense of security. Should a fire break out on the third floor, survival in this space would be utterly improbable, suggesting that the third floor may indeed be a location overlooked by the perpetrator. Clutching his phone, Chen Ge navigates through the pitch-black corridor, where doors on either side stand ajar, many of them warped from the flames. Sidestepping the debris strewn across the floor, Chen Ge steps into the room closest to him. Chapter 21. The Murderer? The Murderers? Within the dilapidated and narrow room lingered a pervasive odor of mildew, and the ceiling appeared to leak, rendering the space damp and stifling, an uncomfortable experience for anyone who entered. All the windows had been boarded up with new planks, recently installed. This was merely an ordinary guest room. The charred furniture had long been discarded, leaving the room barren and devoid of anything of value. Indeed, 5 years had elapsed, and even if evidence remained, it would likely have deteriorated beyond recognition. Stepping out of the room, Chen Ge ambled down the dark corridor, where most of the guest rooms had been emptied, a chaotic amalgamation of debris and refuse cluttering the floor, leaving little room to navigate. Domestic waste often reflects one's living conditions and character. Perhaps something could be gleaned from this mess. Changing his focus, Chen Ge, undeterred by the unpleasant odors, meticulously searched for over an hour, and indeed, he stumbled upon some peculiar items. Why were there so many plush toys in this apartment building? There were no children in residence. Whose toys could these possibly be? He spent nearly 2 hours sifting through the refuse, ultimately discovering 4 plush toys. Compared to the clutter that filled the corridor, these toys were unremarkable, had he not specialized in toy design and possessed a heightened sensitivity towards such items. He might have overlooked them entirely. The toys bore the marks of neglect, their surfaces stained and some parts even moldy, with a gentle touch causing tufts of fur to pull away. As Chen Ge examined them closely, his suspicions deepened, although the dolls varied in appearance. They originated from the same manufacturer. Could they have been left behind by tenants after the renovation of the apartment complex? He quickly dismissed this notion. The probability of a family residing in a haunted apartment with children was slim, and even if they did, it was unlikely they would bring 4 plush toys with them, especially considering that these toys appeared to be several years old, reflecting a bygone era in the rapidly evolving toy market. Having previously worked at a toy company before inheriting the haunted house, he was well aware of market trends. If these items were not left behind by tenants but remained in the haunted abode, they were likely remnants from the apartment's original owner. He speculated boldly. The former owner had 2 daughters. If his intuition served him correctly, these toys must belong to them. This line of thought raised another question in Chen Ge's mind. Amidst the devastation wrought by fire, where the house and furniture had been consumed, how had these 4 toys survived? Was it mere coincidence, or did someone deliberately place them in a safe location? Chen Ge felt he had grasped a significant clue. Only one person could have relocated items amidst the flames, the murderer themselves. But why would they risk protecting 4 plush toys? Were these toys of particular significance to them? The zippers on the back of the dolls had rusted and broken, prompting Chen Ge to tear them open. Amidst the foul-smelling, deteriorating stuffing, he discovered a card, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, filled with affectionate words that sent chills down his spine. A love letter concealed within a doll. Such a subtle means of confession seemed exceedingly peculiar. He began to envision the personality of the murderer, conjecturing that the individual must be a shy and introverted man, too embarrassed to express his feelings directly. Thus, he had sent a doll, hoping the recipient would unwrap it upon returning home. Curiosity piqued, Chen Ge tore open 2 more dolls, each containing a card with largely identical messages. However, when he unwrapped the 4th doll, a chill crept up his spine. The final doll contained no confession card. Instead, it was filled with moldy cotton and shredded notes, all bearing the same 3 words: "Go die." A profound affection had inexplicably morphed into the most vicious curse. What had transpired in between remained a mystery to Chen Ge. The words on the notes were likely left by the murderer, serving as crucial evidence. He extracted a few notes and slipped them into his pocket, preparing to delve deeper when the motion-activated light at the stairwell suddenly illuminated. Someone was approaching. In a flurry of panic, Chen Ge quickly turned off his phone flashlight, clutching the dolls as he concealed himself in a nearby guest room. Holding his breath, he pressed against the door, peering through the crack to observe the exterior. Footsteps echoed, and the murmur of a man and a woman filled the dark corridor. They needed to hasten the removal of the item. There could be no further delay. The new tenant had previously ascended to the 3rd floor, but had suddenly descended again. Nearly discovering him, he was aware that outsiders had been frequenting the apartment lately. The item needed to be disposed of promptly. Yes, gather the others. Let's act tonight and bury it in the back mountain, the newcomer suggested, carrying an old-fashioned miner's lamp. Allowing Chen Ge to discern the 2 conversing in the corridor, the landlord and the woman from the 1st floor. What were they doing on the 3rd floor at such an hour? Adjusting his position to avoid detection, he pressed his body against the door. Before long, he saw the tattooed man and the heavy-set individual he had encountered in the apartment building ascend, wrapped tightly in layers and armed with tools such as iron bars, burlap sacks, and kitchen knives. What were they planning? The group stood in the corridor, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. The short, stout man trailing behind appeared quite displeased. Are we really going to proceed with this? Once we dig it up, our fingerprints will be all over the place, and it will be impossible to explain. Do you think it's clear now? The landlord shot an irritated glance at the stout man, stopped stalling, and lent a hand. I think we should report this to the police, the stout man protested, remaining rooted in place. Upon hearing his words, the tattooed man strode over and seized his collar. Are you mad? Walking into the line of fire? The police will undoubtedly investigate us first. And then your DUI hit-and-run incident, along with our squatting in the old man's apartment, will all come to light. Dear, don't be upset. The woman from the 1st floor, who lived opposite the tattooed man, interjected. We all share responsibility for this. No one can escape. It's best we get to work. We're all compromised here. We've finally found a place to hide. If any of you dare to entertain other ideas, don't blame me for turning against you. The landlord handed the iron stake to the stout man, instructing, you take the first strike. Me? The rotund man's brow instantly glistened with sweat, his complexion oscillating between shades of green and pale. Grasping the stake, he hesitantly advanced, observing the peculiar behavior of the individuals outside. Chen Ge felt an increasing sense of unease. What exactly were they planning to unearth? The stout man reached the innermost part of the corridor, pushing aside the clutter. Under the watchful gaze of the other tenants, he trembled as he lifted the curtain that concealed the heap of debris. Behind it lay a reinforced concrete wall, within which was embedded a corpse of a woman, her back turned to the onlookers. Chapter 22, Midnight Escape. Chen Ge gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any sound as he beheld the cadaver. In that instant, he swiftly sent a message to Hishan. Call the police, quickly. The dim lighting and the barrier of a door rendered the viewers in the live stream utterly oblivious to the unfolding horror. At that moment, Chen Ge could not afford to think of them. He pressed himself against the door's gap, not daring to blink. The revelation of a hidden corpse in the building was startling. This was the very thing they had sought to unearth. Concealed behind the wall, he dared not make a single movement, for this was the most perilous and tense moment. The group of tenants lingered just a few steps away. Should they turn and enter the room, they would undoubtedly discover Chen Ge. Come on, hurry it up, the landlord muttered under his breath, clutching his tools as he approached. He spread a burlap sack on the floor and commenced clearing the cement surrounding the female corpse. Perhaps fearing to disturb the residents below, they moved with great caution, making minimal noise. The wall was being chiseled away, cement blocks crumbling continuously, and beads of sweat formed on their brows, be it from heat or fear. They worked in collaboration, yet being novices at such grim tasks, their anxiety rendered them clumsy and slow. After what felt like an eternity, they finally liberated the female corpse from the wall and ensconced it within the burlap sack. You, stay behind to clean the wall. The rest of us will head to the back mountain to find a place to bury her, the landlord commanded, wielding a crowbar. I'm going with you, the stout man blurted, his fear palpable after the ordeal of exhuming the corpse. He could not fathom the idea of remaining alone in such a place. Look at you, lacking in courage. Juan, you stay with him and tidy up. We will reconvene at our usual spot in the back mountain, the landlord instructed the sole woman. Before he and the tattooed man carried the burlap sack down the stairs, he limped, his footsteps alternating between heavy and light. As they passed by the room where Chen Ge was concealed, he suddenly halted. Why is there so much fluff on the floor? Hearing the landlord's voice sent Chen Ge's heart racing. The fabric of a doll had been torn, and bits of fluff and paper had fallen to the ground. The motion-sensitive light activated, and upon realizing someone was approaching, he had no time to gather the fallen debris. Forget about that for now. This thing is heavy. We must bury it quickly, the tattooed man urged from behind, and the landlord did not probe further. They passed by the door where Chen Ge was hiding, seemingly moving farther away. Come on, don't just stand there. Get to work, the woman implored, and she, along with the stout middle-aged man, commenced clearing the debris, scrubbing the blood from their tools. Minutes later, the duo descended with a large bag in hand. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Chen Ge finally dared to take a deep breath, exercising utmost caution as he peered through the door's crack. The corridor lay cloaked in darkness. The tenants had vacated. Damn, that scared the life out of me. After waiting for another 3 minutes with no signs of disturbance, Chen Ge cautiously pushed the door open, crouching as he stepped out. To avoid detection, he refrained from switching on his phone's flashlight, using one hand to steady himself against the wall as he advanced slowly. From their discussions, it was clear that while these individuals were certainly not virtuous, the corpse concealed within the wall had no connection to them. One must say, this unfortunate group of individuals, after having usurped the elderly gentleman's apartment, could never have anticipated the gruesome discovery of a corpse concealed within the walls of the rooftop. A person of sound mind would instinctively contact the authorities upon such a revelation, yet these individuals, mired in their own dubious pasts, found themselves paralyzed by the fear of exposing their criminal histories to the police. Moreover, the unsettling notion of cohabiting the same building as a corpse compelled them to shoulder the blame for the true perpetrator, opting instead to clandestinely bury the body. It is no wonder the landlord repeatedly cautioned against venturing outside after midnight. Chen Ge's eyes had adjusted to the darkness as he hastened to vacate the apartment building. He treaded lightly, abandoning his backpack, and made his way to the ground floor. Alas, disaster struck. The security door had been locked, trapping him within the edifice. Those individuals had not only left to dispose of the body, but had also taken the precaution of locking the door behind them. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Ge as he noted the barred windows on the first floor and the boards that sealed off those on the third. His only viable exit lay through the window of a second-floor room. The atmosphere within the apartment was eerily tense, and Chen Ge was reluctant to linger. Grasping his tool hammer, he ascended back to the second floor. The corridor, shrouded in darkness, loomed like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, ready to crush any who dared to enter. It was unsettlingly quiet. His own room was situated at the far left of the corridor, adjacent to the landlord's quarters, and he remained acutely vigilant, fearful of the sudden opening of any door within the dimly lit hallway. With measured steps, he controlled his breathing and took over a minute to reach his door. Fortunately, no unforeseen events had transpired. Once he secured the bedsheet to the window frame, descending from the second floor should pose no issue. Chen Ge fished out his key, using the faint glow of his phone screen to locate the lock. Just as his arm froze mid-motion, where had that strand of hair I placed in the lock gone? A chill coursed through him, as dread washed over him like a tidal wave. He felt the icy grip of terror seize his limbs. Someone had entered his room. They were aware of his absence. His breath quickened, as if an ice block had lodged itself in his lungs. When had they gained entry? Was it after they had buried the body, or upon discovering the cotton fluff scattered on the floor? In truth, pondering these questions bore little significance now. Stepping back, he surveyed the room he had once occupied. Quickly regaining his composure, returning was not an option. Those individuals were likely lurking within his room. Perhaps they were hiding behind the door with a steel pry bar. With remarkable mental fortitude, Chen Ge swiftly recalibrated his mindset. He had to escape in the shortest possible time. The longer he delayed, the greater the peril became. He retreated silently, fully aware that the only means of exit lay through the second-floor window, as all other routes had been obstructed. In the pitch-black corridor, he stealthily maneuvered to the farthest point from his room, on the right side of the second floor. Those tenants were even more dangerous than he had surmised. Whether he could preserve his life tonight hinged on this singular endeavor. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge raised his tool hammer and struck forcefully against the lock of the door on the far right. Bang! The suffocating silence enveloping the peaceful apartment was abruptly shattered as Chen Ge pounded frantically on the door lock. With each resounding thud, the most unwelcome scenario unfolded before him. At the far left of the corridor, the door to room 208, which he had once occupied, swung open. Responding to the commotion, a tattooed man and the landlord emerged. Wielding a steel bar and a kitchen knife, their faces twisted in malevolence. "Hurry, open up." With a decisive slam, the relentless blows finally dislodged the lock. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge kicked the door wide open. Chapter 0023, The True Culprit. The door slammed heavily against the wall as Chen Ge rushed into the room and flung open the glass window. Good heavens! This high? Standing at the window ledge, he peered down, realizing the ground was at least 3 or 4 meters below. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. The landlord and the tattooed man were swiftly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge climbed out the window, gripping the ledge with his hands and stepping onto the ground-level security net. He must have seen us move the body. We cannot let him escape. The landlord's grotesque, furious face appeared at the door, brandishing a kitchen knife with a menacing glare. Think you can run? Faced with such a situation, Chen Ge dared not hesitate any longer. He let go and leaped down. His arm grazed the wall, and his clothing was torn by the security net, leaving a large gash. Upon landing, he rolled on the ground, seized a tool hammer, and dashed toward the outer wall of the courtyard. Quick! Catch him! The landlord bellowed, hurling the kitchen knife at Chen Ge. He felt a chill at the back of his head as the knife narrowly missed him, embedding itself deeply in the grass behind him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. I cannot fall into their hands. They have murderous intent. At that moment, the security door of the apartment building swung open, and the portly man and a woman, lying in wait on the first floor, rushed forward wielding pruning shears. A pack of lunatics. Chen Ge sprinted with all his might, darting like an arrow toward the iron gate of the courtyard. He stepped on the landlord's newly replaced lock and grasped the rusty iron chain to vault over the gate and flee. The apartment building was encircled by dense foliage, and the night was pitch black, obscuring the path ahead. With pursuers hot on his heels, Chen Ge plunged into the woods in a moment of desperation. A frantic chase ensued, with the beam of flashlights intermittently illuminating the darkness, while the shouts of the landlord and the tattooed man echoed behind him. Chen Ge did not dare look back. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape at all costs. His clothes and pants were snagged and torn by branches, his body smeared with mud and leaves. After a grueling 15 minutes, he finally managed to shake off his pursuers. He crouched in a thicket, watching the faint beams of light flicker in the distance, his fingers digging into the soil as he gasped for breath. What a harrowing experience. Trapped within the confines of the apartment building, any moment of hesitation or misjudgment could have cost him his life. The difficulty of this trial was overwhelming. The tasks issued by the Black Phone were a gamble of life and death, and even more terrifying, they unfolded in reality. Although he had temporarily evaded the landlord, his predicament was far from secure. Crouched in the underbrush, he was genuinely worried that if he turned his head, he might suddenly find the landlord and his accomplices bearing pruning shears and knives behind him. As his heartbeat gradually returned to normal, Chen Ge slowly rose from the thicket. The beam of the landlord's flashlight had vanished, leaving the midnight forest enveloped in an eerie silence, with scarcely a chirp from insects or birds. Which way should he go? In this unfamiliar terrain, having run through the woods, he could no longer distinguish directions. Perhaps he should simply hide here until dawn? Chen Ge took out his mobile phone, only to discover that the live stream was still ongoing. After more than an hour of black screen, the chat was flooded with question marks, leaving even the most seasoned viewers baffled by such an eerie broadcast. He did not engage with the online community, glancing at the time as he prepared to open Hashan's reply, when suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby branches. Chen Ge swiftly shoved his phone back into his pocket, wary of the light revealing his presence. Gripping his tool hammer tightly, his palms were slick with sweat as he fixated on the thicket from which the sound originated. Before long, a faint beam of light illuminated the area. Is someone there? Who could it be? Just as Chen Ge was about to spring forth with his tool hammer, he heard a familiar voice. Wang Qi. Hadn't he left the apartment building long ago? Why had he returned in the dead of night? Although curiosity gnawed at him, Chen Ge was acutely aware of the old adage that curiosity killed the cat, so he remained crouched and motionless. Was it a mere figment of my imagination? That seemed implausible. Wang Qi, wielding a flashlight, swept the area multiple times, refusing to give up as he paced restlessly. He could not approach. This individual harbored issues no less concerning than those of the tenants in Ping'an apartment. Rather than moving closer to Wang Qi, Chen Ge instinctively began to retreat, heading in the opposite direction. As he walked a short distance, he realized the terrain was becoming increasingly steep. It appeared he had strayed off course, inadvertently venturing deeper into the back mountain. Navigating through the underbrush, he stumbled upon a sloped clearing, and amidst the trees, he spotted a rather rudimentary wooden cabin. A sign was nailed to the door, which he approached to inspect. Fire prevention is as crucial as epidemic prevention. Take no chances. Improving the investment environment begins with afforestation. This seemed to be the residence of a forest ranger. He attempted to push the door open. It was unlatched, and with a creak, a peculiar odor wafted out. What could it be? He dared not activate the flashlight on his phone, opting instead to increase the screen brightness. The cabin was small, cluttered with various household items, resembling a dump. Wrinkling his nose, Chen Ge advanced towards the source of the strange smell, lifting the bedboard to reveal a large pile of moldy clothing. A hoarding tendency? The reality was more severe than he had anticipated. The majority of the clothes beneath the bed were women's garments, never washed and stained with grime. He randomly pulled out a few pieces to compare sizes, discovering that they were all of the same size, likely belonging to a single individual. The dirt on them had not fully dried, suggesting they had been worn recently, perhaps within the last day or two. Possessing a keen understanding of human anatomy through his embalming skills, Chen Ge measured the dimensions with his fingers, and in an instant, the image of the woman's corpse encased in the wall surged into his mind. The sizes matched perfectly. These garments were likely those of the deceased woman. Why would clothing worn by a corpse be hidden in this wooden cabin? Moreover, it had seemingly been worn recently. Chen Ge's heartbeat quickened as he spread the women's clothing on the ground, rummaging through the pockets to uncover a few crumpled notes, faintly inscribed with phrases like "I love you." The handwriting. Chen Ge then retrieved the notes he had taken from the stuffed animal, and upon comparison, the writing bore an uncanny resemblance, almost identical. The note concealed within the plush toy is a relic from 5 years past, while the garments belonging to women are evidently a recent addition, having been discarded here only in the past few weeks. How could these items, spanning a 5-year gap, share such striking similarities? The identical font and the same declarations of affection. Could it be that the perpetrators of both incidents are one and the same? As he lifted the clothing once more, preparing to close the bedboard, a pink-hued mobile phone tumbled from the pocket of the garments. The deceased's phone? He reached down to retrieve it, and upon pressing the power button, he discovered the screen was in the midst of composing a text message. "Help me?" A sinister premonition washed over him, and with trembling hands, he opened the sent messages folder, only to find an alarming array of texts, each bearing the urgent plea, "Help me." Chapter 0024. I have caught the killer. Chen Ge meticulously examined the timestamps of all the text messages, each one sent after midnight, perfectly aligning with Wang Qi's account. Yet, this was precisely what sent a chill down Chen Ge's spine. How could a body entombed within the walls send messages every night? Was it a supernatural occurrence? If indeed a vengeful spirit were at play, how could those who unearthed the corpse still be alive? There had to be someone orchestrating this. Chen Ge had woven together all the threads of evidence, and he understood with clarity. The individual using the deceased's phone to send messages to Wang Qi each day was the very murderer of his fiancée Yi, and moreover, the true culprit behind the massacre 5 years prior. I believe I have discerned the identity of the killer. Standing within the confines of the room, Chen Ge held the phone tightly. Wang Qi was regarded as a madman by the tenants of the apartment, and the landlord consistently attempted to expel him upon each encounter. This individual was the only one I had encountered that night who did not reside in the apartment, yet frequently appeared in the vicinity, suggesting that his refuge must be in close proximity to the building. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that during a dispute regarding rental prices with the landlord, he had claimed there were no accommodations within several kilometers. This implied that Wang Qi could not possibly be staying in another apartment or hotel. Thus, it was highly probable that he concealed himself in this very cabin. If he were indeed the owner of this cabin, everything would fall into place. This man, clutching a missing person flyer and tirelessly searching for his lost wife, was, in truth, the murderer who had taken her life. Chen Ge could scarcely believe that he had conversed with a killer, attempting to delve into the depths of his psyche. His throat tightened as he began to feel a sense of dread. This lunatic must have suffered some trauma, collecting the deceased's belongings and using her phone to send himself messages. Perhaps he harbored a second personality, one that took control of his being while he slept. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Chen Ge scrolled through his phone, eager to uncover more clues. The pink phone should retain his fingerprints, which would serve as crucial evidence and must be preserved carefully. Gazing at the screen, he was unsure whether it was tension causing his vision to blur or something else entirely. To his astonishment, he discerned a hazy silhouette of a girl reflected upon the screen. She appeared no older than 17 or 18, clad in a bloodstained school uniform. Rubbing his eyes, he was about to take a closer look when a sudden chill swept over him, as if something had caressed the back of his neck. The shock prompted Chen Ge to whip around. The air within the cabin felt as though it had frozen. Turning to face behind him, Chen Ge felt as if his heart would leap from his chest. The door had been opened silently, and standing more than 2 meters away was Wang Qi. His eyes bloodshot, slowly raising an axe in his hand. Time seemed to halt as both men stood at opposite ends of the room, frozen in place. It was a mere fraction away. Wang Qi's voice had transformed entirely, now laced with a suffocating madness, akin to a wild beast unleashed from its confines. Chen Ge remained silent, gripping the tool hammer tightly, harboring a twinge of gratitude for the apparition that had materialized on the screen. Had it not been for the ghostly warning, Wang Qi might have inflicted grave harm upon him at this very moment. What a pity! As Wang Qi took a step forward, Chen Ge instinctively positioned the hammer protectively in front of himself, urging, "Do not act rashly. Have you seen what is on your phone?" Chen Ge was uncertain of the madman's intentions, remaining on high alert. In truth, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The weariness that had once clouded Wang Qi's face vanished, replaced by an exhilarating fervor, transforming him into a wholly different person. "From the moment you entered the apartment building in our first conversation, I asserted that my wife must be concealed within these walls. Am I not telling the truth?" He lifted an axe to reveal the garments once worn by his fiancée. "After all, I was the one who sealed her into the wall." As he spoke, Wang Qi's tone abruptly shifted, his emotions fluctuating wildly, as if he were haunted by painful memories. Grasping the axe, he struck fiercely at the clothing. "I am not at fault. She is the one who insisted on leaving. I merely wished to exert my power to keep her." Wang Qi stood at the doorway, axe in hand, gazing down at the mutilated fabric. "I did not desire this, you know? I never wished for it." Regardless of Wang Qi's words, they could not alter the grim reality of his actions, and thus Chen Ge disregarded them entirely. Firmly clutching the tool hammer, he stealthily slipped the deceased's phone into his pocket, his eyes fixed on the door of the wooden cabin, ever vigilant for an opportunity to escape. "I am rather insufferable, as nearly everyone around me would attest. Even if they do not voice it, I can sense it." Wang Qi was not merely a psychological deviant. His mental state was gravely compromised, as he spoke as if in soliloquy, ensnared in a bizarre loop from which he could not extricate himself. As Wang Qi continued his ramblings, Chen Ge gradually adjusted his position, mentally rehearsing 3 or 4 escape strategies, such as diverting his attention or luring him closer. However, the cramped confines of the cabin rendered these strategies highly impractical. Wang Qi's voice grew increasingly shrill, his demeanor unstable. The longer Chen Ge lingered, the more perilous he felt the situation became. He resolved to cease waiting and abandon convoluted plans, his muscles tensing as he prepared to act. As Wang Qi's emotions threatened to spiral out of control, swinging the axe mindlessly, Chen Ge propelled himself forward with a powerful push-off from his legs, akin to a cannonball. Charging directly at Wang Qi, in what might be the boldest decision of his life, he confronted the true murderer with a fervor surpassing that of the killer himself. Within mere moments, the distance of 2 to 3 meters vanished. In the darkness, Wang Qi was a fraction too slow to react. His intentions faltered. Chen Ge had already aimed for Wang Qi's head moments earlier. With a resounding thud, the tool hammer descended with ferocity, warmth flooding his wrist as he delivered a swift kick to Wang Qi's abdomen and made a frantic dash for the door. Bursting from the wooden cabin, Chen Ge sprinted into the dense woods, this time with a clear sense of direction. The trees gradually thinned, and his vision opened up. Yet danger still lurked. He could sense the presence of someone trailing him through the woods. The flickering beam of the flashlight collided with branches, producing the unmistakable sound of snapping twigs. Not daring to pause for even a moment, Chen Ge sprinted ahead with all his might. And only when he glimpsed the concrete road near the village did the sounds behind him gradually fade away. Those individuals must have departed. Along the concrete path, Chen Ge continued to run for several hundred meters when, suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air. Gazing into the distance, he saw the police lights illuminating the end of the road as several patrol cars raced toward him. Salvation! He stood in the middle of the road as if reunited with a long-lost relative, exclaiming, "It was I who called the police. I have apprehended the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago." Chapter 0025. The scene unfolds upon a wooden table lay several used cotton swabs, a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened loaf of bread. The young police officer seated at the opposite end of the table set down his recording pen, retrieved his mobile phone, and opened a particular folder. "Can you identify this individual?" Chen Ge glanced at the photograph displayed before him, capturing a group of men with their arms draped over each other's shoulders as they exited a restaurant. The tallest among them bore a tattoo of a peony on the back of his hand. Yes, that's him, he affirmed. The blooming peony symbolizes prosperity and wealth. This man is Zhang Peng, a gambler who has amassed debts amounting to hundreds of thousands in high-interest loans, and is implicated in burglary and robbery. The officer continued to sift through the photographs. Take a look at this one. The subsequent image, extracted from a surveillance video, had been magnified several times, revealing a portly man in the driver's seat of a van, his anxious demeanor reminiscent of the short, stout man seen within the apartment building. He looks familiar. Based on your description, we cross-referenced with the public security database, and the driver depicted in the image is named Feng Chunlei, an individual from another province, who fled the scene after a drunken driving incident, exhibiting exceedingly reprehensible behavior. The young officer tucked away his phone and organized the documents in his hands. I've completed the preliminary record here, but you cannot leave just yet. The criminal investigation team from the Municipal Bureau will be arriving shortly for a more thorough interrogation. Your cooperation is crucial, as you were the sole eyewitness. Of course, Chen Ge replied, sitting on the edge of the bed, his heart gradually finding calmness after the turmoil of the preceding hours. Earlier, the Xiqing police station had received a report suggesting a possible homicide at the Pingan apartments in the western suburbs. The police acted swiftly, encountering Chen Ge on the road adjacent to the apartments for a basic inquiry, leading the Xiqing officers to split into two teams. One team followed Chen Ge to the mountain cabin in pursuit of Wang Qi, while the other team scoured the woods for tenants of the Pingan apartments. Navigating through the dense forest, upon Chen Ge's return to the cabin, all that remained was a pool of blood, with Wang Qi having vanished without a trace. The officers from the Xiqing police station, discovering the fresh bloodstains and a significant quantity of the victim's clothing inside the cabin, finally acknowledged the veracity of Chen Ge's account and promptly requested reinforcements from the Municipal Bureau, mobilizing additional personnel to seal off the area and conduct a nighttime search. As a pivotal witness, Chen Ge received close protection. Initially, the police planned to escort him directly to the bureau. However, Chen Ge insisted that more vital clues were concealed within the Pingan apartments, compelling them to conduct the interrogation there. Thus, the scene unfolded as described above, with Chen Ge comfortably resting within the crime scene under the watchful eyes of two officers, awaiting the passage of time necessary for his task. Around 3 a.m, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged officer in his 40s entered. He removed his cap and gulped down several mouthfuls of the mineral water from the table. Uncle Sambao, that water is mine, Chen Ge remarked, rising from the bed to greet the newcomer. The man, fully named Li Sambao, served as the deputy director of the Xiqing police station. Coincidentally, he had been responsible for investigating the disappearance of Chen Ge's parents. In those desperate times, Chen Ge had been profoundly grateful for this uncle's tireless efforts on his behalf. Who do you think you are, calling me Sambao? I have told you countless times. Address me as Director or Captain Li Sambao remarked, setting down his water bottle with an unmistakable smile of amusement. For this occasion, considering the significant contribution you have made, I shall overlook it. Have they captured the suspect? Chen Ge inquired, rising to his feet. The criminal investigation team is not to be trifled with. They not only apprehended Wang Qi but also managed to detain several other residents of the apartment building. Only Zhang Ping remains at large. Excellent news. The body of Wang Qi's fiancée has also been discovered and is currently undergoing examination by forensic experts. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, as I have other matters to attend to. Captain Li approached merely to reassure Chen Ge. Are Zhang Ping and Feng Chunlei the only fugitives, or are there others? Chen Ge asked candidly, expressing his curiosity. The woman is Zhang Ping's wife and is likely guilty only of harboring a fugitive. The landlord's situation is rather complex. He is merely a caregiver who, lured by greed, conspired with others to seize the elderly man's apartment. However, he has not abused the elderly. At least, we have found no visible signs of harm. Captain Li adjusted his police cap. Why do you ask? Just out of curiosity, Chen Ge replied, mimicking Yishan's innocent smile. I am merely assisting the police in apprehending fugitives. I heard there might be a reward. Once the case is resolved, a commendation will be delivered to your home. Until next time. Wait. A nearby young officer chuckled, witnessing Chen Ge's dismay. Captain Li is just teasing you. If Wang Qi is indeed the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago, the reward could exceed 30,000, funded by the local treasury. Additionally, the elderly man had previously posted a personal reward of 5,000 for any critical information. There really is a reward? Chen Ge's lips curled upward at the mention of monetary compensation. I was just asking casually. My altruistic intentions were never driven by profit. Contributing to the stability and harmonious development of our city is a civic duty for every citizen. The young officer smiled but offered no rebuttal, dutifully guarding the doorway. Later, Chen Ge underwent questioning by the City Bureau's criminal investigation team. After completing 2 sets of statements, the West City Police Station intended to return him home. However, He insisted on staying, providing various excuses to remain at the crime scene, claiming he needed to retrieve his backpack from room 408, and later, wanting to show the police the second crime scene on the third floor. This continued until 6 in the morning, when the notification of task completion appeared on his black phone, allowing him to finally leave in a police vehicle. As he gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery, Chen Ge felt no fatigue. He discreetly pulled out his black phone to check the task rewards. The player has arrived at the designated task location within the stipulated time, successfully identified the culprit, and survived until dawn. The Midnight Escape trial task is complete. A new horror scenario, Midnight Escape, has been unlocked, allowing players to freely manipulate all mechanisms within this scene, with a task completion rate exceeding 90%. You have received the hidden item, Wang Qi's missing person notice. The missing person notice of Wang Qi, resentment level 11 each day. I find myself in pursuit of the individual I have slain, a specter I have dispatched repeatedly, yet she appears to perpetually seek me. With the dawn, as I open my eyes, her belongings invariably manifest upon my bed. I distinctly remember entombing her within the wall. Yet it seems she has burrowed into my very heart. Chapter 26. Boss, you're on television with a task completion rate surpassing 90%. An additional reward awaited Chen Ge. Upon discovering a hidden item, he felt a flicker of excitement. However, as he perused the item description, all anticipation dissipated. Was a missing person notice from Wang Qi truly considered a reward? Surely, the black phone was not mistaken for something else? It appeared more akin to a curse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to read through the chilling item introduction, only to be confronted by a new question in his mind. What on earth was resentment value? Interpreting it literally, the promotional flyer for the black phone seemed to suggest it harbored Wang Qi's lingering grudges. A rational person would have no need for such a thing. Was it not intended for the living? Casting a glance at his own shadow, Chen Ge shook his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts. As the clock struck 7, a police car returned to the New Century amusement park. He retrieved the spare key for the haunted house from the security guard and returned to his domain. Having toiled throughout the night, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his very bones were about to crumble. He fished out his phone, only to discover the battery had long since drained, and he had no idea when the live stream had ceased. Connecting it to the charger, he powered it back on. The built-in pedometer revealed he had traversed over 40,000 steps the previous night, placing him at the top among his friends, with Xiao Wan's approval beneath. It seemed prudent to engage in some physical exercise. He sought not to outpace others, merely to run faster than them. Chen Ge scrolled through his phone and located Hishan's number. Wary of disturbing Hishan's slumber, he tentatively sent a text. Within mere seconds, Hishan called back. "Whoa. Boss, you're still alive." His voice boomed, causing Chen Ge's head to throb. "Are you really wishing for my demise? Keep it down. Don't wake your roommates." "Sleep? Not a chance. Everyone was glued to your live stream last night. We stayed up together until now." Hishan's words touched Chen Ge deeply. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to his friends, Hishan blurted out his next sentence. "After the stream cut off, they all insisted you had perished and even bet me a meal on it. Now, I'm set for next week's meals. Is my life worth just a single meal? You really didn't have to share your joy with me." Chen Ge was left speechless by Hishan's bluntness. "Anyway, I'm just glad you're alive. I was genuinely worried I might find you in our lab one day. You know, during our forensic internship, the instructor takes photos of the victims for us to analyze." All right. Chen Ge massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I owe you a meal next time." After hastily ending the call, Chen Ge opened his short video profile, only to be taken aback by a surge of over 3,000 new followers. What? Gaining followers even with a black screen on the live stream? He then glanced at his inbox, which was overflowing with messages, the most frequent inquiry being, "Streamer, are you still alive?" What a crowd. Not a single one could offer a comforting word. Chen Ge sighed with relief upon noticing that the haunted house advertisement on his homepage was still active, and that neither his live streaming room nor personal page had been banned. He tossed his phone aside, buried his head in the pillow, and indulged in a luxurious stretch. Today, he decided to embrace laziness and enjoy a good sleep. After shedding his clothes and closing his eyes, he quickly drifted off. As the sun rose, ushering in a new day, sunlight streamed into the room, adorning the sheets with a golden hue. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the protective barriers outside the haunted house swung open, followed by the sound of light, hurried footsteps on the stairs. A key was inserted into the lock, turning with a click, and the door to the staff lounge was forcefully pushed open. The bed jolted violently, startling Chen Ge awake. Before he could utter a word, he saw something graceful sway before him, followed by an excited, melodious voice. "Boss, you're on television." It took Chen Ge a couple of seconds to process this, and as he looked at the petite Xiaowan sitting beside his pillow, her hair exuding a fragrant aroma of shampoo, he silently grabbed the sheets to cover his upper body. "Speak slowly, what happened?" I've never seen a real person in a video before. Even with the pixelation, I recognized you immediately. Pixelation? Chen Ge sensed a peculiar nuance in Xiaowan's words. Look, she said, handing him her phone. I captured this segment online. At the 23rd minute of the Zhejiang Morning News, they interrupted with breaking news. Chen Ge clicked on the video, and the screen displayed the Ping'an apartment. Justice prevails. There has been a significant breakthrough in the 5-year-old Fuan apartment massacre case. Thanks to the help of a concerned citizen, the police have apprehended the true perpetrator. Following this was a brief interview, accompanied by an image of Chen Ge leaving with officers from the Xiqing police station, though his face was heavily pixelated. Subtitles indicated that due to one suspect still being at large, his identity was temporarily withheld for the protection of the witness. Boss, that is definitely you. Your height, build, even your clothing. It's all identical. Let me get dressed first, Chen Ge replied, shaking his head as he put on his clothes. He then recounted the previous night's events to Xiaowan, omitting the true reason for his visit to the Ping'an apartment, instead claiming he was there for inspiration to renovate the haunted house. After listening, Xiaowan's expression shifted significantly. Boss, you've worked hard. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? I can handle the visitors outside. Though her intentions were kind, the mention of visitors instantly revitalized Chen Ge. Are there many? Definitely more than yesterday. Then what are we waiting for? Help me up. Chen Ge urged Xiaowan to attend to the guests while he rushed to the bathroom to splash water on his face. He then retrieved his black phone and opened the Midnight Escape horror scene. Midnight Escape Scream Index. 1 star. This horror scene has been fully set up. You may proceed to the 3rd floor for a visit. Note, the internal space of the haunted house is currently insufficient. Expansion is required to unlock new horror scenes. When was it set up? Chen Ge initially believed he would need to prepare an extensive array of items. Yet he soon realized he had gravely underestimated the enigmatic black phone. After donning his shoes, he hurried to the 3rd floor, where he pushed open the attic door, revealing a world transformed beyond recognition. The discarded and damaged props had vanished, leaving only eerie, cold hallways before him. The newly unlocked Midnight Escape scene sprawled across the entire 3rd floor, encroaching upon portions of the 2nd floor's ghost marriage and the 3rd floor's zombie resurrection night scenes. With 3 levels in total, the 1st and 2nd floors served as mere transitions, while the most terrifying realm resided on the 3rd floor. Strangely, this bore a resemblance to the peaceful apartment. Chapter 27. The new props. Chen Ge familiarized himself with the new setting, which bore a striking resemblance to the peace apartment. Steeped in a sense of unease and anguish, numerous mechanisms were installed throughout the space, with many rooms interconnected and concealed doors, some hiding whimsically sinister Easter eggs. The atmosphere was palpable, making it an ideal venue for an escape room game. He could conduct an experiment with the visitors shortly. The events of the previous night still sent shivers down his spine, as he had experienced the most authentic sensations, with time at a premium. Chen Ge merely took a cursory stroll before descending the stairs, mindful that many eager visitors awaited outside the haunted house. Please hold on a moment. The owner will be here shortly. In the meantime, feel free to explore the other attractions in the amusement park. He heard Su Wan's voice from a distance. Is your boss really inside the haunted house? We watched him live last night, being chased and assaulted by a group in the woods. How did he manage to survive that? Nonsense. I watched the live stream too. The host was trapped in the apartment by several perverts. It was like cat and mouse. Can you even imagine the outcome? Are you sure we watched the same live stream? Aside from the audio, it was a black screen for most of the time. How could you discern so much? Enough with the useless chatter. Living people must be seen and the dead must be verified. The discussion grew louder, drawing Su Shu's attention as he observed the gathering crowd, feeling a mix of joy and concern. Since a certain point in time, this nearly defunct haunted house had seemingly transformed into the focal point of the New World amusement park, attracting many early risers. While this was generally a positive development, each time he overheard the visitors' remarks, a chill ran through him. I must have a serious conversation with young Chen next time. Ambition is commendable, but he must not stray onto a dark path. With a swift motion, the barrier was lifted, and Chen Ge emerged from the haunted house, freshly groomed. I apologize for the wait, everyone. The entrance fee for the haunted house is 20, fair and square. The discussions fell into silence, with several fans who had come after watching his live stream rushing forward to inquire about the previous night's events, allowing Chen Ge a taste of internet celebrity. A few minutes later, order was restored, and the visitors began to enter the haunted house in a steady stream. Learning from the excessively terrifying experience of the past, Chen Ge opted not to loop Black Friday, but instead mixed it into the playlist for random play. He had applied makeup on Xiaowan, transforming her into a ghost for the ghost marriage scene, while he stationed himself at the entrance of the haunted house to manage admissions. As the number of visitors steadily increased, so did the positive reviews. At this rate, It would not be long before he could meet the requirements for expanding the haunted house. Chen Ge took out his black phone, eager to check how many more visitors he needed for the first expansion and to view the daily tasks that had refreshed for the day. For a truly terrifying experience tailored for visitors, one must first pay heed to the pacing of the tour, if the actors or mechanisms appear too early or too late. The thrill may dissipate. Therefore, I recommend the installation of sound detectors and surveillance within the haunted house to meticulously monitor the visitor's progress. The essence of genuine fright lies in subtly concealing the impending scares from the audience. For instance, design the scare points in the opposite direction of any conspicuous objects, and ensure that all props within the haunted house meet stringent standards. In the realm of nightmarish difficulty, the eerie sounds emanating from a bathroom at midnight always pique curiosity. Should one wish to uncover the reason behind such phenomena, heed my advice. Daily tasks refresh at the stroke of midnight, with each individual permitted to undertake but one task per day, each varying in difficulty and reward. Caution: some tasks are exceedingly perilous, so choose wisely. Upon glancing at the trio of daily tasks, Chen Ge swiftly dismissed the nightmarish level task. Having endured 2 exhausting nights, he was in dire need of rest. Moreover, the mystery of the creature within the mirror remained unresolved, and should other entities be summoned, he would struggle to contend with them alone. The rewards of nightmarish tasks could directly enhance his corporeal form, imbuing him with certain memories and abilities, yet the risk of undertaking such endeavors was proportionate to the reward. Thus he opted to forego them for the time being. Simple difficulty tasks necessitated a certain financial investment, and with the bounty for capturing fugitives yet to be received, the completion of such tasks seemed formidable. After careful contemplation, Chen Ge concluded that only the task of moderate difficulty was suitably aligned with his current predicament. Designing scare points in the opposite direction of notable objects was indeed a commendable idea that could yield delightful surprises for visitors in his haunted house. Upon accepting the moderate difficulty task, Chen Ge positioned himself at the entrance of the haunted house to collect fees, occasionally exchanging brief words with Su Wan within. As noon approached, the influx of visitors dwindled. Chen Ge summoned Su Wan to partake in a meal, subsequently entering the eerie marriage scene alone. This terrifying tableau had been meticulously crafted by him, with each scare point having undergone extensive deliberation. Following the acceptance of the moderate difficulty task, he utilized the midday hours to effect improvements. Typically, visitors enter a haunted house mentally prepared, and under such heightened psychological vigilance, they are difficult to startle. Thus, it is essential to divert their attention with an unrelated object, leading them to mistakenly perceive a potential danger in that direction. At the moment their focus is entirely absorbed, one can launch an assault from a completely unexpected angle. This task of moderate difficulty proved far simpler than Chen Ge had anticipated. Within a single afternoon, he received the notification that the task involving the black phone had been completed. You have successfully completed the moderate difficulty daily task. There exist myriad methods to instill fear. The key lies in understanding the intricacies of human emotion and demonstrating adaptability in response to various scenarios. Congratulations on earning the task reward. The Craniotomy Doctor's Uniform. Craniotomy Doctor's Uniform, costume prop Clowery worked in a mental institution for 2 decades, and prolonged exposure to patients gradually eroded his own sanity. Ultimately, he resolved to bring an end to it all. Madness and pathology seeped into his very marrow, and armed with a hammer, he sought to cure his patients fundamentally. After Black Friday, Chen Ge acquired an intriguing item. He clicked on the icon, and the black phone notified him that the item had been placed in his inventory. This clothing accessory arrived at a most opportune moment, and when combined with the midnight escape scenario, it promised to create a wonderfully enchanting synergy. A few ideas began to form in Chen Ge's mind, and just as he reached for pen and paper to sketch his designs, his phone suddenly vibrated. He answered the call. Yishan? What is the matter? Boss, do you remember what I mentioned to you last time? Yishan's voice was deliberately lowered, as if he feared being overheard. After you scared Senior Gao Rushuet to tears, the seniors from our department have decided to band together to seek revenge on her behalf. They are already on their way. You'd better be prepared. Chapter 28. This is not what we agreed upon. They are coming over now? Chen Ge had not taken the seniors from Hashan seriously. I am secretly giving you a heads up. The seniors are planning to film a comedic video in your haunted house and then share it online to amuse the senior sisters. Do not blame them for their cunning. Our department has 5 classes with only 7 female students in total, and you frightened the one who is considered the belle of the department. Take care of yourself, boss. It seemed someone was moving around Hashan's side, and after he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Filming a comedic video in my haunted house? Chen Ge put away his phone, his expression peculiar. Those studying forensic science tend to be quite brave. It would be just right to let them help me test the new scenes. I hope they can still laugh afterward. As lunchtime came to an end, Chen Ge descended to the ground floor, pushing open the protective barrier of the haunted house. Tourists who had not had the chance to visit in the morning immediately gathered around. Among them were those who had come specifically after watching Chen Ge's short videos and live streams. Some were recommended by friends and relatives, while others were simply curious. Drawn by the sight of a long queue, feeling that this attraction must be quite intriguing. The ticket price was 20, and to ensure an optimal experience, no more than 3 individuals were allowed to enter at a time. Chen Ge maintained order while communicating with Su Wan, both of them busily occupied. Unbeknownst to them, time passed quickly, and around 3 in the afternoon, 7 fashionably dressed young individuals entered New Century Park, seemingly on a mission, heading straight for the haunted house. Each of the 7 possessed a distinct personality, and they rarely interacted, quietly queuing at the entrance of the haunted house, creating a markedly serious atmosphere among the entire line. After waiting for about 10 minutes, as a group of tourists emerged, supporting one another, the tallest among the 7 stepped forward to Chen Ge. "Boss, 6 tickets," he said in a steady voice. Chen Ge looked up at him and scanned the queue. "Aren't you 7 altogether? This one is just here to lead the way." The tall individual pushed Hashan forward. "Boss, I won't be going in." Hashan already had a psychological aversion to haunted houses. He greeted them quickly and retreated. "You've come all this way. How can I let you stay outside? Consider this ticket a gift." Chen Ge casually handed over 7 tickets. "You all are from the Jiujiang Institute of Forensic Science, right? I hope to count on your support in the future." Chen Ge wore a friendly smile, his enthusiasm making the few students yet to step into society feel somewhat embarrassed. "Hashan, the boss has given you a ticket. Do not refuse it." The tall individual distributed the tickets to each person, and their subsequent actions left surrounding tourists astonished. Instead of directly entering the haunted house, they gathered at the entrance. "Hashan is in my group. Monkey and Old Zhao are in one group. Old Song, Xiao Hui, and Shiling. You 3 are in another group. Did you all memorize the strategies from the forum before coming?" "Yes, we remembered everything." A rudimentary map of the entire scene at Crane Mountain has been drawn, and we are well aware of all the mechanisms within. I hope you can prepare yourselves mentally in advance, suppressing any hint of fear, and embody the spirit of our esteemed Jiangxi Forensic Medical College. Understood? Good. From this moment onward, adjust your state of mind and ignite your enthusiasm. Accelerate your breathing, imagine yourselves preparing to skydive or bungee jump. And let every cell within you awaken. Yes, strike a fierce pose. You are more formidable than the average specter. Fear holds no sway over you. Do you remember the oath we took upon enrollment? A misaligned heart leads to a skewed sword. Jiangxi Forensic Medical College. We speak for the deceased and defend the rights of the living. Let us go. The group was ablaze with fervor, even drawing applause from nearby visitors. And Chen Ge silently cheered them on. As the protective barrier was lifted, Crane Mountain and the tall figure stepped forward. "We'll take the lead. And later we shall share our insights with you." The 2 approached Chen Ge with a certain bravado. "Just the 2 of you? Aren't we limited to 3 visitors at a time?" "Oh, that's merely a rule for the ghost marriage-themed scene. You need to worry about that. Let us all 7 of you go together to save time," Chen Ge replied, ushering them into the haunted house, where the temperature was significantly lower than outside. "First, please sign the waiver on the table. Any unforeseen incidents occurring within the haunted house are not the responsibility of this establishment, and only then can I guide you through. This was required during my last visit," Crane Mountain remarked as he approached the table. "That's because no one had ever fainted from fright before you," Chen Ge said with a smile as he observed the 7 vibrant students of the Forensic Academy. "I trust Crane Mountain has briefed you on the background of this haunted house, so I won't belabor the details. The reason for keeping you here is to offer one last caution." Chen Ge gradually diminished his smile and took out his phone. Locating a news article from that morning, the mass murder case at Ping an apartment 5 years ago has finally been cracked, yet one assailant remains at large. This may not concern you directly, but upon arriving at work this morning, I discovered the entrance to the haunted house wide open, as if someone had hidden inside. Both Ping an apartment and New Century Paradise are located in the western suburbs. I hope I am merely overthinking. With just a few sentences, Chen Ge sowed the seeds of suspicion without requiring Crane Mountain and his companions to believe him. He merely aimed to provide them with a direction for contemplation. After all, even the most vividly conjured illusions can never compare to the terrors of reality. Once all had signed the waiver, Chen Ge led them to the 3rd floor and slowly pushed open the door to the midnight escape theme scene. A chilling breeze swept through the eerie corridor. And from behind the ajar doors, it seemed as though someone was lurking, amidst a labyrinth of intricate passages, endless staircases, a charred ceiling, and terrifying scars resembling knife marks scattered throughout. The fervor of the forensic students cooled significantly upon witnessing this scene. Stunned, they all turned their gaze towards Crane Mountain. "What about the courtyard? Is this not quite different from what was promised?" I practiced weighted push-ups throughout the night in order to hasten the opening of the coffin. A few individuals gazed at Hashan, nearly moved to tears by the sight. This earnest university student could only turn to Chen Ge for assistance. However, Chen Ge offered no response. The theme of this scene is a midnight escape. Photography and videography within the scene are strictly prohibited, and violators will bear the consequences. The exit is concealed within the scene, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Should you feel truly frightened during this time, you may scream at the surveillance cameras, and I will come to your aid. Once everyone had entered the corridor, Chen Ge smiled at them and said, "Lastly, I wish you all a delightful experience." Chapter 0029, The Cranium Smasher. The great door to the midnight escape entrance gradually closed. The sound of the door creaking echoed like a chain tightening around the hearts of the medical students. "Hashan, based on your previous experience, what should we do now?" "Quickly find an exit. The sooner the better." After securing the scene's entrance, Chen Ge immediately called Xiaowan, and they both proceeded to the prop room. "Boss, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Aren't the visitors already inside?" Suwan, adorned with mortuary makeup and clad in the attire from the ghost wedding scene, scurried about, exuding an unsettling aura. "I've just completed a new horror scene on the 3rd floor, titled Midnight Escape. These forensic students are quite audacious. It's the perfect opportunity to test the effects on them." Chen Ge pushed open the door to the prop room. Rummaging through items according to the prompts from his black mobile phone. "Isn't the new scene supposed to undergo a park inspection before it can be utilized?" Suwan approached, lifting her ancient-style skirt. "What are you searching for?" "The custom uniform I ordered for you." "Uniform?" Venturing deeper into the room, Chen Ge spotted a familiar wooden box in the corner, never expecting it to appear here, originally meant for storing the black mobile phone and the doll. Approaching the box, he peered inside, discovering a peculiar hammer, a robe soaked in blood, and a yellowed missing person notice. "Found it." As Chen Ge lifted the robe, he was taken aback by its unexpected weight. Entangled within were iron chains intricately carved with human faces. "Boss, is this the uniform you had made for me?" Suwan stepped back, a few paces away, as if she could smell the blood emanating from it. "Can I not wear it?" "Actors in a haunted house are still actors, Xiaowan. Remember what your instructors at the Drama Academy said. You must hold yourself to a high standard." Chen Ge shook out the robe, and a replica of a human skin mask fell to the ground. Unaware of the hidden item within the clothing, a chill coursed through him upon merely glancing at it. The mask was grotesquely stitched together from various male faces, the craftsmanship crude, emanating an unsettling, frenzied aura. "Boss, please tell me I don't have to wear that too." Suwan had retreated to the doorway. "It's just a trial. I want to observe the overall effect of the new scene. Next time, I'll don the guise of a ghost, all right?" Chen Ge's tone resembled that of a devil tempting one to sin in a fairy tale. "Fine, then I shall give it a try." Ultimately softening, Suwan accepted the mask and doctor's coat, unashamedly shedding her ancient attire right before Chen Ge. "Boss, honestly, your interpretation of a uniform is quite enlightening." Wrapping the chains around the coat and donning the blood-soaked garment, the moment Suwan placed the mask upon her face, she seemed to undergo a transformation, exuding an aura of madness, cruelty, and unrelenting malice. Very impressive. Chen Ge dared not let Suwan look in the mirror, fearing she might frighten herself. "Here, take this as well." Chen Ge withdrew a peculiar-looking hammer from the box. Measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length, its handle resembled a human spine, with the end connected to a chain hidden within clothing. The hammerhead featured sharp spikes for bloodletting on either side, hollow and not excessively heavy. It could be dragged along while running if one found it cumbersome during swift movements. Suwan had given up her struggle, nodding as she accepted the hammer. Her phone was secured in her outer pocket, and she checked her earbuds to ensure constant communication, if everything was in order. "It was time for us to make our entrance." "Us? Are you also entering the scene, boss?" Suwan turned to cast a glance at Chen Ge. Her melodious voice combined with her composite masculine features evoking a sense of discomfort in him. "Of course, let us hurry. The guests are likely growing impatient." Chen Ge escorted Suwan into the midnight escape scene while he retreated to the control room. Though it seemed like a lengthy affair, only a few minutes had passed. He soon spotted the figures of 7 medical students on the surveillance feed. These 7 were far more timid than Gao Rushue, their anxious expressions revealing their trepidation. After wandering for some time, they remained lingering in the early rooms on the 3rd floor. It appeared they needed a sense of urgency instilled in them. Chen Ge first changed the background music to Black Friday, then dialed Suwan's number. "Xiaowan, this new horror scene is expansive, encompassing not only the entire 3rd floor of the haunted house but also portions of the 2nd and 1st floors. There are staircases on both sides. Do not wander aimlessly, but listen to my directions." "Understood." After finishing his communication with Suwan, Chen Ge applied a simple touch of makeup before entering the midnight escape scene through the staff passage. He possessed a black phone, enabling him to control dozens of mechanisms within the scene at any given moment. This alone ensured the midnight escape's gameplay was far superior to the Ghost Marriage and Zombie Resurrection Night. In the cold, dark corridor, a bathroom door swung open. and Chen Ge emerged, restoring everything to its original state. Xiaowan, they are likely near room 207 on the 3rd floor. You should guard the left staircase and await my further instructions. After speaking, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness of the scene before ascending the right staircase to the 3rd floor. At that moment, the students from Jiaojiang Medical College remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, diligently rummaging through various items in the room, hoping to uncover something of significance. Aside from the eerie atmosphere and slightly lower temperature, there seemed to be nothing truly terrifying about the haunted house. Were they perhaps being overly sensitive? Among them, the shortest, known as Monkey, was also the most talkative. Brother Feng, I think we should split into 2 teams. It would expedite our search. Clustering together wastes too much time. The tallest among them was the Brother Feng referred to by Monkey, who, upon entering the midnight escape scene and realizing that all his preparations had been in vain, felt a twinge of panic. However, as time passed, he gradually sensed that the scene was not as frightening as anticipated. Splitting up is fine, Monkey and Lao Song. You 2 take the girls and search the left rooms. The 3 of us will explore the right rooms. It was about time. I truly fail to comprehend what is so terrifying about this place, especially when compared to our school's morgue, which is far more daunting. The speaker was a girl, the only one among them with dyed hair, exuding a completely different aura from Gao Ruxue. With her makeup done, she appeared mature and alluring, hardly resembling a typical student. Sister Hui, Brother Feng, we must not be careless. It is best for us to stay together. Hishan, concealed within the crowd, wore a forlorn expression. This haunted house owner never adheres to the expected norms. You have not witnessed his live streams. He is nothing short of a reckless lunatic. Chapter 30. Why is there one more? Hishan earnestly expressed his concerns for quite some time, yet his fellow seniors remained unmoved. They perceived Hishan as someone exaggerating the situation to mask his own timidity. As the saying goes, hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. After wandering through the haunted house for a few minutes, they concluded that it was nothing extraordinary. Shashan, if you're scared, just stay behind your sister, said a woman named Sister Hui, who boldly entered the adjacent room. The setup is quite similar. It's even less interesting than observing a crime scene in the dormitory. Then let's adhere to the previous groupings, Monkey chimed enthusiastically, following Sister Hui. The sooner we find the exit, the sooner we can leave. I'm already feeling somewhat bored. Old Song and another demure girl named Shirling followed suit, leaving only Hashan, Brother Feng, and Old Zhao in the corridor. To be honest, Hashan felt quite disappointed. Old Zhao, a plump man with a complexion fairer than most women, exhibited poor physical stamina. After just a few steps, he began to sweat profusely. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum and set off, Brother Feng gestured, striding forward, with Old Zhao trailing closely behind. Soon, Hashan found himself alone in the corridor, burdened with unspoken worries. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, something was bound to go awry. He took a couple of steps forward, but suddenly halted. The background music seemed to have changed, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before he could ponder further, a crisp sound intermittently reached his ears, seemingly emanating from the path they had traversed. Is someone following us? Hashan dared not linger any longer and hurried to catch up with the others. As the ominous notes of Black Friday resonated, the midnight escape game commenced in earnest. The lighting grew dimmer, and miscellaneous items in the corridor began to topple spontaneously. From afar, the sound of clashing chains drew ever closer. I found something. Sister Hui, leading the group, emerged from the room with a cloth doll in hand. Look, there's a doll placed right in the center of this room. Sister, please refrain from touching anything in the haunted house. We triggered a mechanism last time by merely brushing against a coffin, Hashan warned, sharing his past experience. But found no one paying him heed. He could only stand at the periphery, watching helplessly as his seniors recklessly endangered themselves. This doll surely holds significance. Could its placement in the center symbolize something? Monkey lifted the doll's head. Its appearance resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old girl, devoid of eyes, with a charred body. Not being able to see may symbolize darkness, and the burnt body, does that imply a descent into hell? Perhaps it foreshadows murder? Brother Feng suggested, pressing against the doll's body. The stuffing isn't cotton, it feels rather firm. Let us take a look inside. Monkey unzipped the back of the doll, revealing it stuffed with scraps of paper. He took out a piece at random. The handwriting was hasty and juvenile, indicating the writer was quite young. What does it say? The only one to glimpse the note. Monkey's expression turned uneasy. He presented the paper to the group, which bore a chilling message. You are all going to die. Each slip of paper seemed to bear the same ominous phrase. What deep-seated animosity could provoke such a sentiment? Dispose of it quickly, it feels disturbingly inauspicious. The typically reticent Shirling appeared particularly apprehensive towards the doll, hastily retreating to the outskirts of the crowd after catching a glimpse. It is merely a doll. There is no need for such alarm. Perhaps it is merely a decoration of the haunted house. The monkey shoved the note back into the doll's body. carelessly tossing it onto the corridor floor. "Let us proceed to the next room," he suggested, his voice betraying a distinct tremor, revealing that he was not as composed as he pretended to be. "Wait, shall we?" interjected, raising her left hand, clutching several tattered pieces of paper. "In the room where I discovered the doll, I also found this. Take a look. It appears to have been torn from a diary." "Let me see," old Zhao said, taking the papers and reading aloud. "I have the impression that someone is hiding in the house, though I cannot tell if they are beneath the bed or inside the wardrobe. I informed my parents and my sister, but they seemed preoccupied with something troubling and did not have time to listen." As night deepened, my father checked all the doors and windows of the apartment before finally going to bed. "I do not know what they fear, but I sense that someone is truly concealed within my room." "What nonsense is this?" Old Zhao faltered, unable to continue reading. He returned the papers to Xiaowei. "This is merely a ploy to distract us. Taking it seriously would be a folly. The details are well crafted, but they fail to frighten me." Xiaowei replaced the papers, and the group continued toward the next room, oblivious to the fact that the doll, previously discarded on the ground, had suddenly shifted slightly. "Quickly, let us find the exit and stop dawdling." After searching 4 or 5 rooms without success, the group arrived at the right side of the corridor. The third floor was expansive, and they had not yet completed their search. However, I deemed the likelihood of finding an exit on this level to be minimal. Were I the proprietor of this haunted house, I would certainly ensure that the exit and entrance were not located on the same floor. Should we split into teams? Absolutely not. Being on different floors makes us vulnerable to being picked off one by one. Hashan interjected, yet the others chose to disregard his warning. Having been inside for 10 minutes with nothing occurring, while the ambience of the haunted house was commendable, it lacked genuine fright. I believed it would be more prudent to act separately. Old Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow and added, "Let us not forget our purpose for being here. Only by finding the exit within the stipulated time can we reclaim our dignity." "That makes sense. Let us proceed as originally planned." Just as the group was nearing an agreement, Hashan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Will you all just listen to me for a moment?" He stepped forward, pointing toward the opposite end of the corridor. "Since a few minutes ago, I have heard the sound of chains in the hallway. Something has been following us." At Hashan's revelation, the others finally reacted, straining to listen, and indeed, the sound of chains grew increasingly discernible. The haunted house owner had described this scenario as midnight escape, and since it was an escape, it was certain that a killer would soon make an appearance. Lao Zhao patted his shoulder, urging him not to immerse himself too deeply in the scene. The pursuer is undoubtedly an employee of the haunted house in disguise. Knowing that it is merely a person pretending, what is there to fear? Don't you all agree? Laughter erupted among the group, as they felt that he was being overly sensitive. "No need to panic. With a senior like me backing you up, there is nothing to fear from anyone." As Lao Zhao spoke, he retrieved his phone. "Didn't we agree to record a short video in the haunted house to mock the owner on his community page? I think this spot is quite fitting. Come on, everyone, gather for the camera." He selected an angle, capturing everyone within the frame. As his eyes scanned the screen and he was about to speak, an indescribable chill surged to the top of his head. His body trembled involuntarily, and with a sudden jolt, Lao Zhao accidentally flung his phone away. "You crazy fatso! What are you doing? You scared me half to death." Lao Zhao remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the group, his jaw quivering. "Count us, including myself. How can there be 8 people here?" Chapter 0031. Who is he? 8. What a joke. As old Zhao's words escaped his lips, the heartbeat of everyone quickened. The midnight escape scene was shrouded in darkness, and the group exchanged anxious glances, their bodies seemingly frozen in place. "Where is the 8th person? Do not panic." At this crucial moment, Brother Feng retrieved his phone, poised to unlock it. The faint sound of chains from the other end of the corridor suddenly intensified. Someone is coming. Just as Brother Feng managed to unlock the screen, a blood-soaked monster emerged from around the corner. The timing was uncanny, as if the creature had foreseen their location. What on earth is that? Beneath the bloody doctor's uniform, a chain trailed on the ground. The monster hung its head low, wielding a hammer that dripped with crimson liquid. Tension enveloped the group. Yet Brother Feng managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Disregarding Chen Ge's earlier advice, he turned on his flashlight within the haunted house. A beam of white light pierced the corridor, illuminating the creature from a distance. The light drew the monster's attention, and as her dark hair cascaded to the sides, she slowly lifted her head. In that instant, a chill ran down everyone's spine. The monster bore a face composed of countless male visages, stitched together with grotesque seams. Simultaneously, as the light flickered on, the creature seemed to be provoked, frantically charging at the group with her blood-sodden hammer raised high. The clanking of chains echoed against the walls, and the heavy, hurried footsteps reverberated through the narrow corridor. The crazed, sickly figure drew nearer, and among the forensic students, someone took a hesitant step back, triggering a domino effect. No one had the presence of mind to search for the additional person as they scrambled to escape. Some sought refuge in nearby rooms. Others dashed up the stairs to the second floor, while a few bolted to the ground floor. The scene was dimly lit, and fear gripped them as the monster pursued from behind, the clinking chains and pounding footsteps inciting panic. The instinct to flee from danger is an innate trait of all living beings, a mechanism ensuring continual evolution. Upon sensing peril, they instinctively chose to escape. Xiao Hui initially stood near the stairs, momentarily paralyzed by the oncoming monster, when suddenly, a man beside her sprinted down the stairs. Overcome by fear, Xiao Hui instinctively followed him, desperately hoping to evade the creature's grasp. Her phone was lost in the chaos, and the facade of calm and composure among the forensic students shattered, replaced by piercing screams echoing through the corridor. The crowd dispersed in disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Xiao Hui followed the figure ahead to the ground floor, the screams from the third floor still ringing in her ears. And the monster seemed to have entered the hallway as well. Not daring to look back, Xiao Hui quickened her pace, clinging tightly to the figure in front of her. Terrified of being left behind, eerie background music played in her ears, screams echoed incessantly, and an overwhelming sense of dread and terror began to engulf her. She finally felt fear. The more this intensified, the less she dared to linger alone. She desperately pursued the figure ahead of her, finding solace in its presence amidst the dim and terrifying haunted house. Together, they provided each other with a semblance of safety, a reassurance against the unknown. Xiao Hui dared not imagine the horror of being left alone in such a place. To prevent this fate, she bit her lip and quickened her pace, reaching out to grasp the clothing of the person in front of her. The sound of clanking chains drew ever closer behind them, and the figure led her to the first floor, seeking refuge in a nearby room. A dead end? Xiao Hui hesitated at the door, while the man beside her unhesitatingly slipped into the only wardrobe within the room. Faced with the dire situation, Xiao Hui was left with two choices: to flee alone or to join him in the wardrobe. As the dragging sound of the chains grew more pronounced, she joined him in the confined space. The wardrobe door closed, plunging her into another world, silent and shrouded in darkness. The only comfort came from the presence of her companion beside her. Her makeup had long since smudged, and Xiao Hui covered her mouth. Peering through the gap in the wardrobe door, a doctor, clad in a blood-stained coat, paused at the entrance, his hammer striking the doorframe as his stitched face loomed into the room. Xiao Hui's heart raced. She bit her finger and huddled into the corner of the wardrobe, silently praying, "Please don't come closer, please don't come closer." Perhaps her plea was heard, as the doctor merely glanced inside before departing with his hammer. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Hui nudged her companion's arm. "It seems the monster hasn't detected us. Let us reunite with the others shortly." In the cramped wardrobe, only Xiao Hui's voice echoed, but after a prolonged silence, she sensed something was amiss and turned to look. The man hiding alongside her was of a balanced physique, neither too lean nor too stout. He was not Monkey or Lao Zhao. Feng Ge was taller, and he shone slightly shorter. Xiao Hui tentatively called out, "Lao Song?" Still, there was no response, and her heart sank. Lao Zhao mentioned there was an extra person among us. Blood rushed to her head, and she felt a tightening in her chest, struggling for breath. Xiao Hui fumbled for her phone in her pocket, using its faint glow to illuminate the darkness beside her. In the close confines of the wardrobe, a face as pale as paper, utterly unfamiliar, stared back at her. The phone slipped from her fingers, and after a few seconds of chilling silence, a scream erupted from the wardrobe, nearly piercing her eardrums. Xiao Hui recoiled, but the wardrobe offered little space. She jerked backward, her head colliding painfully with the back wall. Whether it was the pain or the fright, she could not tell. But the stylish and avant-garde senior beside her clutched her head and slumped to the floor, appearing utterly overwhelmed. "I told you all not to use your phones in my haunted house." Chen Ge pushed open the wardrobe door, retrieved the fallen phone, and tucked it into the girl's pocket. He then took out his phone to communicate with Su Wan, Xiao Wan. "Do not allow them to come to the first floor for now." After relaying his instructions, he carried Xiao Hui into the restroom, pushing open the bathtub and escorting her out through the staff passage. Indeed, the personnel is somewhat inadequate. After placing a towel under Xiao Hui's head, Chen Ge once again immersed himself in the midnight escape scene. There are now only 6 individuals remaining. Chen Ge restored the entrance and dialed Su Wan's number. "Xiao Wan, where are you at this moment?" "In the first room at the left corner on the second floor, there is someone. I will force him out shortly. You can encircle him from the right side and deliver a delightful surprise." "Xiao Wan, you've become quite mischievous. Compared to the boss, there is still much for me to learn." Chapter 0032. It seems like there is truly a haunting. The monkey secluded himself on the staircase of the second floor, ever vigilant of the surroundings. Positioned in the corner, he could simultaneously observe the entrances to both the third and second floors, enabling him to escape at the swiftest moment, regardless of the direction from which the assailant approached. The lighting in the scene appeared to dim further, and within the pitch-black corridor, An eerie background melody instilled a sense of unease. The monkey pinched himself sharply and inhaled deeply. As a medical student, he understood that a slight sting and an abundance of oxygen could swiftly restore one's composure. The timing of the monster's appearance was peculiar. Just as old Zhao discerned the presence of an eighth individual among them, the creature surged forward, a sequence of events that could hardly be deemed coincidental. He replayed the recent occurrences in his mind. Upon old Zhao's revelation of an additional person, panic ensued among the group. If Brother Feng had been able to produce his phone and scrutinize each visage, the identity of the eighth individual would have been unveiled, an opportunity tragically missed. When the monster charged, had everyone remained steadfast and unperturbed, they would not have been scattered. Yet again, a second opportunity slipped away. The monkey sighed softly. Although fear gripped everyone as the beast approached, they were not yet driven to flee. All this chaos stemmed from the very first person to run, who disrupted their collective mindset. If his instincts were accurate, that initial runaway was indeed the unexpected newcomer. He recalled Xiao Hui's piercing scream. She was the second to flee. Positioned closest to that individual, lending credence to his hypothesis. A bittersweet smile graced his face. Being right was one matter, yet the fear that coursed through his veins was another. Alone in such a sinister and terrifying environment, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. The monster and the mysterious eighth person seemed to collaborate, exploiting the psychology of escape and conformity to spread dread, fragmenting their group before picking them off one by one. Was it truly necessary to elevate such simple terror to a strategic level? The monkey was astute, yet timid, often too afraid to enter or exit the laboratory alone at school. I must convey this information to Brother Feng and the others and regroup. Extracting his phone, the screen's faint glow illuminated the area behind him, and a sudden shiver coursed through him. How did this doll end up on the staircase? Hadn't he discarded it in the corridor on the third floor? Fearing to attract the monster's attention, he refrained from switching on his flashlight, instead increasing the screen's brightness to illuminate the wall, where a tattered doll lay flat. Had someone inadvertently kicked it downstairs during the commotion? After much contemplation, he could conceive of no other explanation. The doll's body concealed a note, devoid of any mechanical components, rendering it incapable of remote control, yet it appeared quite unsettling. Aside from its worn condition, the doll possessed no particularly terrifying attributes, yet an odd sensation arose from prolonged observation, as if it were imbued with life. The monkey himself found this perplexing. He gazed at the doll on the ground, perceiving it not merely as a toy, but rather as a pitiable little girl, seemingly imbued with a touch of sorrow. It must be an illusion. I need to distance myself from this place. Even a haunted house is almost driving me to psychological distress. The monkey dialed Brother Feng's number, and the sound of a ringing phone echoed in the corridor on the third floor. Is he on the third floor? Or did he, like old Zhao, accidentally drop his phone? The ringing intensified the eerie atmosphere of the haunted house. The monkey did not hang up, but instead slipped the phone into his pocket and cautiously ascended to the third floor. He concealed himself at the corridor's entrance, peering inside, where Brother Feng's phone lay abandoned on the floor. Both old Zhao and Brother Feng were without their phones. He could only try reaching out to others. Standing alone at the stairway of the third floor, the monkey gazed at the desolate corridor, with doors on either side swaying ominously in the wind, causing his legs to tremble. Frantically scrolling through his contacts, he searched for someone else's number, when suddenly, his phone vibrated and rang. What on earth is happening? He looked down to see someone calling him. Shirling? What could she want? Is she also alone now? Before girls, the monkey always feigned fearlessness, a trait common among many spirited youths. Shirling, have you gotten separated from everyone? Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm locked in a room on the third floor, but I didn't catch the room number clearly. Hurry over, something feels off in here. Shirling, a typically quiet girl, spoke with a sense of urgency, and her voice hinted at tears. He could only wonder what she had encountered. Take your time. How did you end up locked in there? The rooms on either side of the corridor shouldn't be lockable. As he spoke, the monkey walked down the corridor, attempting to use his voice to ascertain Shirling's location. I don't know. After I hid and closed the door, I couldn't open it again. Moreover, this room is different from the others. There are two puppets sitting side by side in the center. Sitting. At the mention of puppets, the monkey's hair stood on end. He was acutely aware of how sinister the puppets in this haunted house could be. Hurry. Shirling's voice grew increasingly sharp, teetering on the brink of panic. I'm on my way. Stay away from those puppets. Follow what Hashan advised earlier. Don't touch anything in the room. I suspect that puppet. The monkey halted mid-sentence, his gaze fixated in front of him, where a doll lay flat on the floor, half a meter from his toes. He fought the urge to smash his phone and approach the doll, with long hair and a tortured expression. It appeared markedly different from the puppet in the corridor, much more lifelike. After speaking, the monkey widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth? How could I analyze so much from a puppet? Have I been frightened into hallucinations? Or is this puppet simply too realistic? It felt as if they were alive. possessing their own emotions. Now was not the time for such thoughts, as long as the puppet before him was different from the one in the stairwell. It at least indicated that these puppets wouldn't move on their own. The situation had not yet deteriorated to its worst. My immediate priority is to rescue Sherling. Shaking his head, the monkey encouraged himself, thinking, I am merely frightening myself. If it were a puppet from the corridor pursuing me, how could it possibly appear before me? It should be trailing behind instead. It seems this is merely a trick of the haunted house's proprietor. There is truly no need for fear. After uttering these words, he glanced nervously behind him. I told myself, there is absolutely no need. However, the monkey's gaze froze at a distance of 1 meter behind him, and the remainder of his sentence was stifled, for there lay a puppet, quietly crouched. Chapter 33. The proper use of missing person. Notices his calves trembled, and if his body had not been so uncooperative, the monkey might have given himself a resounding slap. He vowed never again to make such a declaration in a haunted house. Separated from his companions and utterly alone, he stood in the dim corridor, facing the imminent threat of a potential murderer, while a persistent doll clung to his presence. This hellish experience in the haunted house left him gasping for breath. How did it come to be here? When did it follow him? Why did it move? His mind was flooded with countless questions, and the life experiences of the past 20 years were ruthlessly shattered. Gripping his phone, his body trembled incessantly. Monkey, have you arrived? Hurry, get me out of here. I feel like the doll in the center of the room is watching me. It truly seems to be staring at me. A frantic voice on the other end, Sherling, was equally desperate. Sister, I'm coming to rescue you, but who will save me? Driven by primal instinct? The monkey took a step back, only to feel his ankle brush against something. He instinctively looked down, and the doll that had previously been in front of him now leaned against his shoe. Its black hair exuded a tangible quality, and the charred features of its face tilted slightly upward, imparting an oddly unsettling sensation despite the obscured details of its visage. It is smiling. The monkey could not fathom why such a thought surfaced in his mind, nor did he wish to ponder it now. It felt as if he had endured an eternity of terror within these mere 10 minutes. With a tense expression, he attempted to move away. However, perhaps due to standing too long and the overwhelming anxiety, the muscles in his calves knotted painfully, a sudden sharp ache piercing through him. Oh no, a cramp. The monkey collapsed onto the floor, abandoning all pretense, clutching his leg and shouting in the corridor, is anyone there? I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. At that moment, Chen Ge and Xiao Wan were on the first floor, having just escorted the bewildered Lao Song out of the scene. Upon returning from the staff passage, they were met with the heart-wrenching screams emanating from the third floor. To ensure the safety of the visitors, the duo dared not linger and hurriedly ascended to the third floor. As soon as they entered the corridor, Chen Ge spotted the monkey writhing on the ground. He gestured for Xiao Wan to step back, then switched on his flashlight and approached. Are you all right? I'm not playing anymore. I can't do this any longer. Just let me go. The monkey appeared utterly transformed from the person he had been moments before. Chen Ge did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he crouched down and pressed on the monkey's knee. Push hard and straighten your leg. While assisting the monkey in alleviating the pain, Chen Ge scanned the surroundings. Perplexed, how could this individual be so thoroughly frightened when neither he nor Xiao Wan was in the haunted house? Apart from the two dolls on the floor, there was nothing unusual. Tentatively, Chen Ge inquired, Brother, what did you see just now? What did I see? Don't you already have an inkling? The monkey's eyes were a vivid red, bearing an expression of profound grievance. Those two dolls have been chasing me. Are you controlling them? You must be lurking behind the monitor, secretly reveling in this, right? Dolls chasing you? Chen Ge paused, refraining from revealing the truth to the monkey. Unwilling to further hurt its tender spirit, I will escort you out. Wait, there is still someone locked in here, on the verge of madness from fright. Let us bring her along as well. The monkey, holding a phone, began a conversation with Sherling, seizing the moment of distraction. Chen Ge picked up the two dolls from the floor, cradling them in his palm. Though not large and lacking in refinement, they resembled toys crafted by children during arts and crafts class. Could these diminutive figures truly frighten an adult to the point of paralysis? He poked one doll's face with his finger and, to his surprise, sensed an odd feeling of disdain and helpless acceptance emanating from it. How intriguing. As Sherling's pleas for help echoed, Chen Ge and the monkey finally located her room and opened the door from the outside. Do not fear. I shall lead you to safety. However, the demure female student did not acknowledge him. She huddled in a corner, her lips pale, stammering in terror. The dolls are watching me. Wherever I hide, they follow my gaze. More dolls? Chen Ge glanced at the center of the room, where two larger dolls lay supine. They had been seated before. Indeed, Sherling's beautiful eyes were wide with horror. I understand. This is all part of our project. Chen Ge reassured the girl and approached the dolls. One was adorned with stitched facial hair, while the other wore an apron. By their attire, one could infer that one represented a father and the other a mother. He placed the doll he had been holding on the ground, creating an illusion of a family of 4. This aligned perfectly with the number of victims in the Ping'an apartment massacre. The midnight escape scenario mimicking the very events of that tragedy. Could these 4 dolls symbolize the 4 individuals who met their demise? As this thought crossed his mind, his black phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a new message. Fortunate patron of vengeful spirits. You have triggered the only hidden mission of the midnight escape scenario. The deceased's lingering desires remain unfulfilled. Complete their wishes, and they shall become your allies. A hidden mission? The new scenario initiated by the black phone also contained a hidden task. This revelation was monumental for Chen Ge. The victim's unresolved grievances were undoubtedly tied to Wang Qi. Ensuring Wang Qi faced justice, allowing him to receive his due punishment, would surely fulfill their wishes. As Chen Ge assisted Shiling and the monkey down the stairs, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the hidden mission. After emerging from the staff passage, he did not immediately return to the midnight escape scenario. Instead, he made his way to the props room, retrieving a missing persons notice for Wang Qi from the bottom of a box. This might prove useful to the victims. With a sense of tentative hope, Chen Ge returned to the 3rd floor and entered the room where Shiling had once stayed. Upon entering, Chen Ge was greeted by a peculiar sight. 3 dolls, representing his parents and sister, lay motionless on the ground, unchanged from their original positions. However, the smallest doll was sprawled at the threshold, as if poised to make an escape. Chen Ge picked up the doll at his feet and held it before his eyes. Examining it closely, the doll appeared to be playing dead, revealing not a hint of fear. Rather, in his eyes, it possessed an endearing charm. The lingering essence of the departed seemed to be encapsulated within these figures. After closing the door, Chen Ge took a seat in the center of the room. Clutching the doll, perhaps it was time for a conversation. Chapter 0034. Benevolence. Chen Ge sat alone in the pitch-black room, conversing with the 4 dolls before him. An eerie scene that fortunately went unnoticed by outsiders. I know not why you have appeared in my haunted house, nor how I should address you. But I can assure you of one thing. I harbor no ill intentions. The only sound reverberating in the room was Chen Ge's own voice. Gazing at the 4 puppets, he experienced a profound internal conflict. He yearned for them to respond affirmatively to his words, while simultaneously fearing that they might suddenly come to life and enact something perilous. After a few moments, Chen Ge dismissed his overactive imagination and decided on a different approach. The midnight escape scene simulated the Peace apartment from 5 years ago. The 4 of you must be the victims of that heinous crime. Perhaps he had struck a nerve. For he distinctly felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees, and at some point, the door lock had inexplicably engaged, causing the surrounding furniture to sway gently. That case has been solved. Chen Ge exclaimed. The madman who harmed you and shattered your lives is now facing the full weight of the law. A tinge of panic crept into Chen Ge's demeanor as he retrieved his phone and opened a news video. Look, the perpetrator has been apprehended. And it was I who captured him. Chen Ge was acutely aware that the puppet's fixation was related to Wang Qi. So he sought to validate his role as the captor through the video, yet the impact was minimal. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense, the air thick with unease. Chen Ge felt helpless, aware that the inability to communicate with the dolls was the greatest barrier. Despite the unsettling situation, he was resolute. This haunted house represented everything to him. If he allowed the 4 dolls to wreak havoc, the unpredictable variables could culminate in a grave incident. Stay calm. I am here to assist you. Yet the dolls remained impervious to Chen Ge's words. No matter how much he pleaded, it was futile. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this item. He withdrew Wang Qi's missing person notice from his pocket. This yellowed, thin paper bore traces of blood. And apart from that, it held no peculiarities. Strangely enough, upon producing the notice, the commotion within the room diminished significantly, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift. As if a constricting grip around their throats had slowly loosened. Is this what you desire? The notice proved to be more effective than Chen Ge had anticipated. He placed the paper between the 4 dolls, and as they touched the aged document, it appeared to be swept by an unseen wind, struggling desperately. The scene was surreal. A single piece of paper encircled by 4 puppets. Despite the absence of any breeze, they trembled in unison. Chen Ge watched intently, and after several minutes, the outline of a face began to materialize faintly on the notice, bearing a resemblance to Wang Qi. Before Chen Ge could scrutinize further, the visage was torn apart, each fragment burrowing into the bodies of the 4 dolls, and then the room fell into a profound silence. Is that all? His black phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, and a brand new message illuminated the screen. The midnight escape scene's sole hidden task has been accomplished. The malevolent spirit's affinity has increased by 1. And I have acquired the benevolence of the victim's lingering sentiments from the safe apartment. They will diligently clear all debris daily, preserving the original appearance of the midnight escape scene. Gazing at the message on his phone screen, Chen Ge stood motionless, lost in contemplation. Was this truly the completion of the unique hidden task? His mind felt chaotic. The completion rate for trial tasks needed to exceed 90% to reward hidden items, which are essential for accomplishing hidden tasks within the scene. This implies that to fully master the newly unlocked terrifying scenarios within the haunted house, he must complete the corresponding trial tasks to a minimum of 90%. Reflecting on his experiences at the safe apartment, he realized that had he not pursued the truth, he might have survived the night unscathed. However, such an outcome would yield a significantly low task completion rate, making it impossible to obtain the hidden items. Devious, this setup clearly encourages players to engage in reckless behavior. Chen Ge fiddled with his black phone, eager to uncover more information. He first opened the section pertaining to the ghostly team, only to be disheartened to find the team members still displayed as 0. The task prompt indicated that he had garnered the benevolence of the victim's lingering sentiments. Yet the ghostly team section revealed no information. Was this due to their incomplete submission, or did the victim's lingering sentiments not qualify as ghosts, thus precluding them from being listed in the black phone? Chen Ge was perplexed. He then accessed the item repository and discovered that Wang Qi's missing person notice remained, albeit with the resentment value now at 0. What exactly is this resentment value? Why did the victim's lingering sentiments shred and consume it? The door to the unknown world is gradually ajar, and regardless of its utility, Chen Ge committed these thoughts to memory, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He stood up from the ground. While the victim's lingering sentiments may be incommunicable, they can assist in maintaining the scene's integrity. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Preserving the haunted house's scene items is a tedious endeavor, and the emergence of the victim's lingering sentiments saves Chen Ge a considerable amount of time. Observing the 4 puppets on the ground, the last remnants of his fear began to dissipate. Employing spirits to work in his haunted house might indeed become a reality. He approached the door, but glanced back uneasily. The puppets representing his parents and sister lay still, with only the smallest puppet lurking aside, seemingly plotting to sneak away again. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ge smiled. Not all spirits are malevolent and brutal, as exemplified by this petite puppet, curious and playful like a cat, yet timid. Little one, don't wander off. Be careful not to get stepped on, Chen Ge remarked before stepping outside. After aiding the victims of the safe apartment in fulfilling their wishes, he gained a deeper understanding of the black phone. The unlocked terrifying scenes within should not merely serve to instill fear. Each scene possesses its own narrative, intertwined with causality, and perhaps also provides a shelter for the homeless souls. Turning off the flashlight, Chen Ge traversed the pitch-black corridor. After running a considerable distance and ensuring no one could hear him, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. They required neither salary nor benefits, never complained of fatigue, nor displayed any emotional outbursts. In the realm of instilling fear, they were born experts, truly the most impeccable employees. Elated by the joyous occasion, Chen Ge felt invigorated in his endeavor to frighten others. Having delayed this for long enough, it was time to bring it to an end. There were now 3 individuals remaining in the haunted house. Let me ponder from whom I shall commence my actions. Chapter 0035. Something happened? Why is it so quiet outside? Hishan turned to glance at old Zhao. Should we go outside and take a look? The enemy remains still, so shall we. We will wait until the screams arise, and then we will venture out in the opposite direction to search, thus ensuring we avoid any terrifying encounters. Old Zhao proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Are we not betraying our comrades? Betraying? Not at all. We are merely leveraging the sacrifice of our companions to buy time for victory. Old Zhao was as round as a ball, standing behind Yishan, but the latter's slender frame could hardly conceal even half of his bulk. How much longer must we hide? What if we are the only 2 left in this haunted house? Yishan, earnest and straightforward, looked at his senior hiding behind him, feeling a sense of betrayal looming. We have already searched all the rooms on the 2nd floor and most of those on the 3rd. I suspect the exit is on the 1st floor. In other words, we are quite close to our escape. Old Zhao patted Hishan's shoulder. Keep your spirits up. Do not surrender at the threshold of success. In such dire times, you still have the leisure to offer me motivational platitudes? Hishan felt helpless, harboring unspoken frustrations. He had merely come to guide his seniors and had never intended to enter. Do not be so pessimistic. Old Zhao began to count on his fingers. I previously heard the screams of the monkey and Xiao Hui. They may have already been taken out. Excluding the 8th person who mingled among us, that leaves 5 of our school's people still in the haunted house. The probability of the killer pursuing the others is 3 out of 5, so we need not fret. We can simply wait. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Crouching at the door, Hishan peered through the crack, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed something had appeared in the dimly lit corridor. He rubbed his eyes and continued to gaze in that direction, noticing a tattered doll had somehow materialized on the floor. Am I hallucinating? Was there already a doll on the ground? That is impossible. I have been hidden here for over 10 minutes, keeping a vigilant watch outside. Yishan gently slapped his face and looked again, finding that not only did the doll exist, but it had also drawn nearer to the door. Is it moving on its own? Or am I so anxious that I am beginning to see illusions? Shaking his head, Yishan looked once more, only to find the doll had vanished from the crack in the door. Strange, did I truly misjudge? In the staff passage on the first floor, Chen Ge donned the attire of the skull-crusher doctor, instructing Su-Wan to tend to the medical students outside while he personally entered the haunted house to capture someone. Clad in a blood-stained Dr.'s uniform and adorned with chains engraved with human faces, wielding a skull-crushing hammer and wearing a replica human skin mask, Chen Ge exuded a far more intimidating presence than Xiaowan, both in stature and demeanor. Are these brats attempting to engage me in a war of attrition? With each step he took, the chains clinked ominously, creating an imposing sound yet betraying his position. After wandering the scene for 5 minutes, Chen Ge still saw no sign of life. The supervisor observed that the surveillance cameras revealed no presence within the premises. It was apparent that everyone had taken refuge in their respective rooms, necessitating a thorough inspection of each one. Su-Wan's voice echoed through the earpiece. I propose that we install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. Currently, we only have surveillance at the junctions of corridors, resulting in numerous blind spots. We'll discuss it when we have the funds, Chen Ge replied, wielding a hammer as he opened one door after another. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, he suddenly noticed a doll lying in front of one door. How did this little creature get out again? And right at the entrance, he pondered. Realizing that someone might be hidden inside, he recognized that the doll was aiding him. He feigned ignorance and casually walked past the door. After covering a distance of several meters, Chen Ge picked up the chain that was dragging on the floor, pressed himself against the wall of the corridor, and stealthily approached the door. He positioned himself in a blind spot, crouching down to peer through the crack of the door. Inside, Yishan and old Zhao were huddled behind the door, covering their mouths. As the sound of the chain faded, they surmised that the killer had moved further away. Old Zhao, pale with fright yet attempting to maintain his composure as a senior, declared, I'm not scared at all, based on my deductions. The killer just ascended from the first floor and won't return in the short term. This is our chance. He exerted considerable effort to rise from the ground. We must immediately relocate to the first floor to evade the killer and control the situation. Xiaoshan, check the door again. If you confirm that the killer has departed, we will set off at once. Yishan found merit in old Zhao's reasoning and, without further thought, pressed himself against the door, peering through the crack. A vague warmth brushed against his face. This time, what he witnessed was unlike any prior experience. There were no dark corridors or terrifying dolls, only a bloodshot eye pressed against the other side of the door, peering within. Oh my God! Yishan felt his scalp tingle with terror as he collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in a frenzy. Old Zhao, equally alarmed, asked, What did you see? The response was the sound of the door lock turning, followed by the creaking of the dilapidated door being pushed open, revealing a figure drenched in blood, exuding an aura of malevolence and horror at the threshold. Upon witnessing this, old Zhao retreated frantically, as though attempting to merge with the wall. Being so close to the wall was perilous. What if someone were concealed within it? Chen Ge slipped a hand into his pocket and discreetly activated the mechanism controlling the scene on his black phone. Old Zhao, trembling with fear, felt his body quiver uncontrollably. He had yet to grasp the meaning of Chen Ge's earlier words when his back suddenly collided with something, instinctively turning to look. He was met with the sight of a woman, expressionless, embedded within the wall. His mind went blank, and he felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, disoriented and unfocused. Gentlemen, the experience has concluded. I shall escort you out. Chen Ge stated just as a shattering sound of glass erupted from the third floor, followed by a scream from Brother Feng. Has something gone awry? Chen Ge promptly contacted Xiaowan to come in, casting aside Yishan and old Zhao as he hastily ascended the stairs. Following the sound, he discovered Brother Feng in a third-floor room, clutching a wooden chair as if engaged in a fierce struggle with an unseen entity. After removing the mask from his face, Chen Ge waited until Brother Feng, exhausted from his tumultuous efforts, collapsed onto the floor before entering the room. What on earth is happening? Chen Ge demanded, seizing the chair and tossing it aside. At that moment, Brother Feng's demeanor was exceedingly unstable. The terror in his eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Did you witness something strange? Chapter 0036, A Perilous Encounter. After a brief moment, Brother Feng finally regained his composure, feebly pointing towards the bathroom. The mirror. Those two simple words seemed to possess an extraordinary power. Chen Ge's expression shifted slightly as he assisted Brother Feng onto the bed before entering the bathroom himself. The mirror on the wall lay shattered, shards of glass strewn across the floor. Previously, after Yishan had fainted, Chen Ge had draped black cloth over all the mirrors in the haunted house, and for a time, tranquility had reigned. However, with the emergence of this new scene, His momentary lapse had resulted in a troubling incident for any entertainment establishment once labeled with safety concerns. The path to continued operation becomes exceedingly arduous, a truth Chen Ge understood all too well. He picked up a piece of glass from the floor. Gazing at his reflection within the fragment, this must be resolved promptly. In the game of chess, there is a division of black and white. Similarly, humanity encompasses both good and evil, and the same principle applies to spirits. The entity within the mirror exhibited a palpable malevolence towards the living, a sentiment Chen Ge could discern. It harbored an intense aggressiveness, driven by ulterior motives. The incidents involving Hishan's fainting and Brother Feng's fright-induced shattering of the mirror served as a clarion call for Chen Ge, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Draping black cloth over the mirrors was merely a temporary solution. The presence within the mirror had become a significant impediment to the rapid development of the haunted house. With the mirror now broken, there was nothing suspicious left in the bathroom, and after surveying the area, Chen Ge stepped back out, clutching the hammer tightly in his hand. He sat beside Brother Feng. "Can you tell me what transpired just now?" After a few minutes of resting, Brother Feng's breathing finally steadied, although his complexion remained alarmingly pale. "I can't explain it clearly. It's all right. Just speak whatever comes to mind." Chen Ge focused on Brother Feng. Unlike Hishan, who had fainted from sheer fright, this individual exhibited a significantly stronger mental fortitude. At least he was willing to resist. Brother Feng attempted to sit up from the bed. His color had improved somewhat, yet the fear in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. "I was being pursued by your staff, and in a moment of panic, I hid in this room. Initially, everything seemed fine, but soon I faintly heard someone calling my name." "Did it call your name?" "No, but I could sense it was indeed beckoning me." Brother Feng grasped his hair in distress. The voice was in this room. It took me quite some time to locate its source. At this point, the fear in his eyes intensified. The voice emanated from the mirror in the bathroom. I felt as though I could hear it, yet it remained indistinct. I couldn't discern what it was saying, only that it was related to me. And then what happened? Chen Ge committed every word Brother Feng uttered to memory. This invaluable experience would aid him in understanding the creature lurking within the mirror on a deeper level. Eventually, I stood in front of the mirror, attempting to unravel its nature. I tried to dismantle it, but the moment I touched the surface, the voice in my ears escalated, and my mind began to cloud. As I gazed into the mirror, the more I looked, the less I felt like myself. Feng Ge spoke of a critical moment, casting a wary glance at the restroom. As if a monstrous entity lurked within, poised to leap forth at any instant. Standing before the mirror, I was astonished to find that the reflection staring back was not my own. Ordinarily, such a sight would instill dread, compelling me to retreat. However, it was an even more unsettling occurrence that now haunted my thoughts. "What transpired?" Feng Ge replied earnestly. At that moment, I felt no fear or trepidation. Everything seemed utterly normal. My body began to lean towards the mirror, my face nearly touching the surface. I could distinctly see the visage in the mirror drawing closer. Identical in appearance, yet profoundly unfamiliar. I could not articulate what was amiss, but an instinctive sense told me that the face within the mirror did not belong to me. My thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, my mind devoid of commands, yet my hand pressed against the glass. I felt an overwhelming desire to penetrate the mirror, or perhaps it was more accurate to say I felt imprisoned within it, striving to escape. In performing nightmarish daily tasks, Chen Ge had endured a similar experience. Reviewing footage on his phone, he observed that his body was also gradually inclining towards the mirror. "How did you manage to extricate yourself?" he inquired. Surprisingly, Feng Ge provided an unexpected answer. At that time, I was entirely oblivious to my actions, as my face was nearly flush with the glass. I suddenly caught sight of a plush toy lying behind me through the mirror. A plush toy? Yes. It was similar to the one I had encountered in other rooms of the building, palm-sized with stitched-on whiskers. Feng Ge nodded, gesturing with his hands. The sudden appearance of the plush toy instilled fear within me, igniting terror akin to a raging fire. My mind was consumed with the singular thought of fleeing, yet my body refused to obey. Will and flesh began to wrestle, reminiscent of the sensation of being pinned down by a malevolent force. Feng Ge spoke with an unsettling calmness, yet Chen Ge discerned the underlying peril. Suddenly, I heard the cries from the second floor, which jolted me awake, as though emerging from a dream. The terror in his eyes diminished considerably. I was truly terrified to the utmost, and in a reflexive act, I seized a chair and smashed the mirror. An instinctive reaction without a second thought. This haunted house is far too frightening. I nearly forgot I was merely touring a ghost house. At this juncture, Feng Ge seemed to recall something, gesturing towards Chen Ge. "What I am sharing is entirely true. There is no intention of embellishment or evasion of responsibility. I will compensate for the mirror at its full value. There is no need for you to compensate for the mirror. Your safety is the best outcome for me." Chen Ge replied, rising to pace around the room. Where's that plush toy you saw? Chen Ge hesitated slightly. It seems I kicked it under the bed. It belongs to your props, right? My apologies. Lifting the bedspread, Chen Ge retrieved the plush toy, dusting it off. You should express gratitude to this plush toy. It was he who saved you just now. The plush toy saved me? Well, thank you. Can I leave now? Chen Ge recoiled slightly, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. He sensed that the proprietor of this haunted house was somewhat unhinged. However, under the circumstances, he felt compelled to acquiesce and utter a reluctant thank you. If I were to inform you that everything you just experienced was not merely props and effects of the haunted house, but rather a stark reality, would you believe me? Clad in a blood-stained doctor's uniform and cradling a tattered doll, Chen Ge tilted his head and scrutinized the university student before him. Poor Chen Ge, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, now resembled a frightened girl, huddled in the corner of the bed, his face a portrait of helplessness. So, do you think I should express my belief or my skepticism? Chapter 0037. Meeting expansion requirements. Chen was utterly terrified as he gazed at Chen Ge, who stood in the center of the room, his mind swirling with visions of murder, silencing witnesses, and concealing evidence. Do not be alarmed. I am merely jesting, Chen Ge remarked, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His inquiry had stemmed from an observation of a remarkable quality within Chen, one not typically found in ordinary individuals. With the help of the puppet's guidance, Chen was able to confront the monstrous reflection in the mirror with unwavering resolve, exhibiting a fortitude far surpassing that of the average person, even when faced with the unknown. This was the aspect Chen Ge admired in him, and if circumstances allowed, he wished to forge a friendship, collaborating to address supernatural events, such as confronting the malevolent entities lurking within mirrors. His intention was to share genuine insights, yet alas, Chen failed to grasp the underlying message. Relying on external assistance was futile. He would have to depend on himself. Chen Ge secured the door to the midnight escape scene, and as he assisted Chen down to the first floor, his black phone vibrated once more. Startled, Chen Ge initially feared something unfortunate had transpired and quickly retrieved his phone to investigate. The number of visitors this month has exceeded 100, with a satisfaction rate surpassing 60%, thus meeting the expansion criteria. Note, each time the haunted house is expanded, mysterious rewards will be granted after 3 expansions. The haunted house will transform into a trembling labyrinth. So soon could they expand? While expansion was indeed a positive development, Chen Ge had no immediate plans for it. His priority was to eliminate the entity within the mirror. Upon exiting the haunted house, sunlight cascaded upon the steps outside the railing, where students from the Forensic College of Zhejiang Medical University lay sprawled at the entrance. Some clutched their heads, others hugged their knees, their faces pale with tears glistening at the corners of their eyes, while some gazed vacantly at the sky, their expressions occasionally twitching. History was repeating itself, yet with even more intensity than the day before. They had entered with exuberance and emerged half alive in a mere 40 minutes. The demeanor of this group had undergone an astonishing transformation, which was indeed remarkable. Surrounding tourists pointed and whispered, but Chen Ge felt no sense of wrongdoing. If it were not stimulating, how could it be deemed a haunted house? He positioned Chen beside several others, achieving a perfect alignment of bodies lying together. Xiao Chen, come here for a moment. The crowd had drawn Uncle Su over, a middle-aged man who regarded Chen Ge with a pained expression. Explain this. What is happening? Last time, someone fainted, and now you've taken down 7 at once. Are you trying to make our amusement park the headline news? Chen Ge averted his gaze and cleared his throat. They came to visit, and I merely provided them with the highest quality service possible. These are all quite ordinary attractions. Furthermore, I assure you, I had no physical contact with them. You may review the surveillance footage to confirm that everything aligns with the haunted house's operational protocols. Stop feigning ignorance. Ordinary attractions do not cause such alarming reactions. Uncle Su discreetly pointed to Xiao Hui's head, wary of provoking her further, making the gesture subtle and restrained. I find myself in an unfortunate predicament. As I sprint ahead, she tugs at my clothing, pursuing me from behind. Even when I sought refuge in a cupboard, she followed me inside. Despite my stillness, standing obediently without uttering a word, she insisted on illuminating me with her flashlight, causing my eyes to ache. Before I could even speak, she collided with the cupboard. What could I do? I was utterly helpless. Chen Ge recounted the situation to Uncle Su in a different manner. So, you have endured some grievances? A slight inconvenience, perhaps. Do not dismiss it lightly, be vigilant. Such circumstances must not recur, Uncle Su advised earnestly. What if someone were to be frightened to the point of harm? Should you encounter a persistent troublemaker, your haunted house may never thrive. I understand. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Chen Ge refrained from retorting, internally musing that if a troublesome individual were to appear, he might as well hand over that love letter he possessed and see who falters first. Uncle Su scrutinized Chen Ge, sensing that his words had not resonated. He sighed softly and paused for several seconds before continuing, "Young Chun, ordinarily, your affairs would not concern me, but in the absence of your parents, someone must speak up." "Understood. I am listening." "This morning, Suwon mentioned that you appeared on television, providing crucial information regarding a 5-year-old murder case." Uncle Su displayed no signs of delight. "Indeed. What possessed you to venture into that crime scene at such a late hour? Are you aware of the dangers involved? Those individuals are murderers." Uncle Su did not afford Chen Ge the chance to respond. "If financial need is the issue, for the sake of a reward, there is no necessity. You owe rent and utility fees to the amusement park. I can advance those for you. You are still young. Do not tread down a perilous path. Rest assured." "Uncle Su, I have a plan. Having a plan is sufficient. I shall not belabor the point. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You ought to attend to the individuals lingering at the entrance. They are sprawled about in a most unbecoming manner." As Uncle Su turned to depart, Chen Ge halted him. "What is it?" "Uncle, I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you." Chen Ge, feeling somewhat sheepish, continued, "Could you lend me 5,000? I intend to install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. I promise to repay you as soon as the reward arrives." With the recent accidents involving Hishan and Brother Feng, Chen Ge felt a twinge of concern. The haunted house had too many blind spots, and the existing surveillance was woefully inadequate. "You wish to invest further into the haunted house?" Uncle Su paused. "Young Chun, I can lend you the money. But let us be clear, the current state of our amusement park is far from favorable. Investing now may very well be a futile endeavor." He gestured for Chen Ge to join him in a quieter, shaded area, stating, "Our amusement park has been in operation for 11 years. The primary attractions have long since become outdated, and a new wave of theme parks characterized by technological innovation, interactive participation, and contemporary creativity is emerging. In simple terms, we are teetering on the brink of obsolescence. Not only the haunted house, but all traditional attractions are witnessing a decline in visitor numbers. I am aware of this." Chen Ge was resolute in his determination to revitalize the haunted house. Installing surveillance was merely the first step. "And what do you truly understand?" Su shut off the intercom. "The virtual future amusement park in the eastern suburbs of Zhejiang is about to be completed. It is a rare 4th-generation amusement park in the nation, poised to become a landmark of the city. What will we have to compete with them then? From the upper management to the grassroots employees, everyone is contemplating how to secure a backup plan for themselves, yet you foolishly continue to push forward." Chapter 0038. The underground parking lot. Uncle Su genuinely wished well for Chen Ge, with no secrets kept. Laying everything bare. "Do you still wish to invest in the haunted house? I believe it is worth a try, as the amusement park remains unfinished, granting us a chance for a turnaround." Chen Ge's reliance on the black phone was a matter he would certainly not disclose to others. "This child appears quite clever on ordinary days. How is it that he becomes so foolish at critical moments? Do you not understand the prevailing trends? I have spent a decade in this amusement park, and my emotional ties are hardly inferior to yours, yet we must also recognize reality." Uncle Su pointed to several amusement facilities that had ceased operation. "Do you know why they are not in service? It is not due to failed inspections, but rather the fact that the moment the equipment operates, it drains money. Occasionally, a few visitors may tour, but it hardly recoups the investments. Let me provide a more tangible scenario. When the New Era amusement park first opened, it was inundated with visitors, to the point that parking was insufficient, necessitating the occupation of spaces from neighboring tenants. Eventually, an underground parking lot was constructed, which alleviated the situation somewhat. However, since 3 years ago, even during peak holiday seasons, the surface parking spots have never been full. Visitor numbers have declined annually, and this year has set a new low." "Uncle Su, wait a moment. You mentioned that since 3 years ago, even during peak holiday times, the surface parking has never filled? Does that mean the underground garage has been in use for 3 years? It's practically abandoned?" Chen Ge's expression shifted, causing Uncle Su to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Indeed, I recall when the New Era amusement park first opened. It was bustling with vehicles and people, with queues of 1 to 2 hours for every attraction. That was its most glorious period. Alas, it has since been forgotten by the city." Uncle Su reminisced about the past and couldn't help but sigh. "Yet, there is no need for sorrow. At least we once knew glory, wouldn't you agree?" "Uncle Su, if I wished to rent the underground parking garage, what would be the cost?" "What?" Uncle Su was taken aback by Chen Ge's sudden leap in thought. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden? I want to utilize the underground garage. After all, it is in a semi-abandoned state, and, given the park's current situation, it is unlikely to be of any use." Chen Ge's mind was already conjuring a plan to maximize the opportunity for expanding the haunted house that the black phone afforded him. "Are you out of your mind? What would you do with that space?" "Raise bats." Uncle Sue was at a loss for how to communicate with Chen Ge. I intend to expand the haunted house. Considering my current financial situation, the underground garage is the most suitable location. Affordable rent and the environment would not significantly affect the haunted house. Regardless, the amusement park will eventually recognize what it is doing, so this is one detail Chen Ge did not conceal. Have you lost your senses? Is a 3-story haunted house not enough for you to tinker with? Do you have any idea how vast the underground garage is? Even if I were to rent it to you, by the time you complete your construction, the park would have long since closed its doors. Uncle Sue waved his hand dismissively. Don't be foolish. Hurry back to work. Uncle Sue, I am serious. Do you think I appear to be joking with you? Reopening the intercom, Uncle Sue approached the crowd, taking a few steps before turning back to Chen Ge and saying, I will give you 5,000 yuan tomorrow morning. Just focus on your work and refrain from concocting any peculiar ideas. Oh, understood, Chen Ge replied, following Sue and observing a throng of tourists gathered at the haunted house entrance. He smirked, I don't sense a yearly decline in visitors. After all, my haunted house has always been rather deserted. Merging into the crowd, Chen Ge approached a group of medical students. Gentlemen, that's enough. Those unaware might think I've put you through some ordeal. Let me regain my composure. Your haunted house is rather intense. What are you staring at? I'm not frightened. I merely twisted my ankle while exploring inside, which is why I can't stand. What can I say? At this point, everyone looks like a killer to me. Don't be so stubborn. This haunted house is indeed extraordinary. A student, nicknamed Monkey, climbed up from the steps, brandishing a 5-star review on his phone and standing before Chen Ge. However, let's be clear, don't assume this means we will back down. What do you mean? Are you planning to come back tomorrow? If it weren't for my exam tomorrow, do you think I would shy away? Monkey declared with bravado, though his pale lips and trembling legs somewhat undermined his fierce demeanor. You're always welcome to return. Chen Ge thought of the students from Jiuzhong Medical College as if they were his good luck charms. I will never return. Even if it means being beaten to death or leaping off the roof of the haunted house, Hishan said, casting a mournful glance at Chen Ge, genuinely frightened by the eyes peering through the door crack. Don't jinx yourself, Junior. Xiaohui stood up, pressing her hand on Hishan's shoulder, glaring fiercely at Chen Ge. You are the first man to make me cry my makeup off. I will remember your face. Seeing the prominent bump on the back of Xiaohui's head, Chen Ge felt a pang of sympathy and merely smiled without responding. The group of medical students supported each other as they made their way towards the amusement park entrance. After they had departed, Brother Feng returned alone, his expression complex. He addressed Chen Ge. After calming down, I pondered your question for quite some time. Yet I still find it hard to believe. I think it might relate to brain nerves and certain stress responses in individuals. Chen Ge understood the implication behind his words. Perhaps. By the way, I've yet to ask for your full name. My name is Feng. I am older than them and will be heading for on-site internship in a few days. All right, hopefully, we shall meet again. After exchanging phone numbers, Chen Ge returned to the haunted house, pulled up the protective barriers, and hung a sign indicating a temporary cessation of operations for equipment maintenance. Boss, there are still many tourists waiting outside. Why have you closed? Just a minor issue. Today's operations are concluded. Please inform the visitors of the situation. Chen Ge shed his disheveled Dr.'s coat and slipped into the tool room, cutting some black fabric before entering the midnight escape scene. He meticulously covered each mirror. Yet with the multitude of rooms, he ultimately found himself short on fabric. The scene was expansive, and until the surveillance system was fully operational, it would be unwise to allow visitors inside. The consequences of an incident occurring in a blind spot would be dire. After securing the door to the midnight escape room, Chen Ge descended to the lower floor. Most of the visitors outside the haunted house had dispersed, leaving only 1 or 2 lingering. Xiaowan, it's time to remove your makeup and call it a day, he instructed. After exchanging a few words with Su Wan, Chen Ge slipped into the staff lounge. He had not had a proper rest since yesterday, and as soon as he made contact with the bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Chapter 0039. The sounds from the 3rd floor. As time flowed on, the night enveloped the haunted house. In the dead of night, an eerie sound suddenly emerged within the silent abode, reminiscent of someone sawing through something. In the staff lounge, Chen Ge gradually opened his eyes, glancing at his phone to find it was 1:10 in the morning. He turned over, pressing his pillow against his head. Yet the strange noise incessantly penetrated his ears. Am I not dreaming? What could possibly be making that sound? Every prop in this haunted house had been crafted or modified by Chen Ge himself. He knew full well that none of them could produce a sound akin to sawing wood. After sleeping for 6 or 7 hours, his mind still felt somewhat foggy. Chen Ge pinched his thigh sharply, donned his clothes, and retrieved a hammer from the toolbox, clutching it tightly in his hand. He switched on his flashlight and pushed open the lounge door. The haunted house at night was infinitely more terrifying than during the day. Chen Ge leaned against the doorframe, hesitating to step outside. It couldn't he possibly be a thief? Only a fool would dare to pilfer from a haunted house in the dead of night. Nor could it be a mouse. Their gnawing on wood was faint and delicate, not this distinct. With the two most obvious possibilities eliminated, Chen Ge began to entertain more extraordinary thoughts. Could it be that a monster from the mirror had escaped? Due to a shortage of fabric, he hadn't completely covered the mirror in the third-floor midnight escape scene. Staring down the dark corridor, he took a few steps back and placed a cherished doll left by his parents close to himself, summoning the courage to step out of his room. The sound emanated from above. Chen Ge ascended the staircase, stopping finally outside the door of the midnight escape scene. Indeed, the noise was coming from within, though it remained unclear whether it was the residual spirit of a victim from the peaceful apartment or some malevolent force from the mirror. Pausing at the entrance, Chen Ge felt a twinge of hesitation. To be frank, even he was reluctant to enter a terrifying scene at this hour. Tormented by the cutting sound from within, he tightened his grip on the hammer's handle. I hold the title of having a vengeful spirit as my protector and have earned the goodwill of the peaceful apartment's victims. Even if I encounter the foul entity from the mirror within the midnight escape scene, it should pose no threat to me. He recalled the moment when the mirror monster had incapacitated He-Shan, thwarted only by Su Wan's sudden appearance, revealing that this monster was not overly formidable. Let me venture inside. After all, I find myself in a relentless struggle with the creature from the mirror. The more I understand it, the better equipped I shall be to confront it. Chen Ge remained remarkably composed, acknowledging that his true fear lay not in the monster itself, but rather in the anxiety of confronting the unknown. As he opened the door to the midnight escape scene, a faint musty odor wafted through the air, making the place increasingly reminiscent of the peaceful apartment. The doors lining the corridor stood ajar, and Chen Ge raised his phone while gripping the hammer with his other hand as he stepped inside. The cutting sound grew louder, and Chen Ge realized he was inching closer to the truth. He traversed the entire third floor, ultimately halting outside a particular door, certain that the enigmatic sound originated from within. The door was not securely shut. Chen Ge reached for the lock, the icy sensation jolting him into clarity. His leg muscles tensed as he forcefully pushed the door open. "Who's in there?" Chen Ge shouted, brandishing a hammer as he charged into the room. Just then, he caught sight of a towering black figure crouched in the bathroom, its silhouette eerily reminiscent of He-Feng. The shadow, startled by his intrusion, dropped what it was holding and swiftly leapt into the mirror, vanishing without a trace. "Stop!" Chen Ge bellowed, swinging the hammer, yet struck nothing but air. The bathroom appeared empty, as if the entire encounter had been a mere illusion. The figure could not have been He-Feng. But why did it share He-Feng's height and physique so precisely? Standing before the mirror, Chen Ge scrutinized his reflection, a disquieting sensation creeping over him. Was this creature imitating He-Feng? What was its true intention in doing so? The emergence of the shadow conjured numerous questions, but also revealed two crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the monster from the mirror could transcend its confines and move about. Secondly, it had the ability to mirror the appearance of anyone who gazed into the glass. This entity was far more perilous than he had initially surmised. The echoing sound of slicing within the haunted house finally ceased, prompting Chen Ge to crouch down and examine the items that the shadow had carelessly discarded. Scattered across the rough concrete floor were 4 crooked plush dolls and several sharp shards of mirror. He cradled the dolls in his hands, representing his mother, sister, and younger sister, only to find them merely coated in dust and dirt and scathed. However, the doll symbolizing his father bore a grievous injury, a severed neck and multiple gashes, severely damaged. Why was only the father's doll harmed? Chen Ge swiftly deduced a possible reason. The doll representing his father had aided He-Feng in escaping, thwarting the mirror monster's scheme, thus inciting its wrath. The lingering remnants of the 4 victims were powerless against the creature in the mirror, left to endure its torment, revealing a stark disparity in strength. Chen Ge was oblivious to the true nature of power in that realm. He could only speculate based on the scant information at hand. The victims' remnants possessed no offensive capabilities beyond instilling fear. The mirror monster was a level above these remnants, yet it fled at the sight of people. This suggested that its combat prowess was rather feeble, primarily relying on psychological tactics, exploiting deep-seated vulnerabilities to induce confusion and hallucinations, leading individuals to lose their way. Considering the experiences of He-Feng and the recent events, Chen Ge formulated his hypothesis. The mirror monster was indeed troublesome, but in a direct confrontation, its abilities would be rendered ineffective. Therefore, if he could devise a method to lure it out of the mirror, the situation would become manageable. I must strategize meticulously, aiming to resolve this matter tonight, thus allowing the midnight escape scenario to be operational by tomorrow. With a calm gaze, Chen Ge reflected on the increasingly audacious monster within the mirror, Its elimination was essential for his peace of mind. Clutching the 4 plush dolls, he exited the midnight escape scenario, locked the door, and entered the tool shed. As he retrieved needle and thread to mend the wounds on the dolls, he contemplated his strategy. The creature exhibits a remarkably aggressive demeanor, displaying a peculiar interest in the living. If I wish to lure it forth from the mirror, the most straightforward method would be to use a human as bait. Chen Ge is quite skilled. Within mere minutes, he has sutured the majority of the wound. However, the crux of the matter lies in what to do once I have drawn it out from the mirror. How shall I vanquish it? I have heard that spirits are averse to salt and garlic, yet in the heat of confrontation, would tossing such items at it not seem rather trivial? After careful contemplation, Chen Ge resolved to seek counsel on a paranormal forum. Chapter 0040, a new nightmare task. Upon logging into the forum with his account, Chen Ge was taken aback to find his username transformed into a regal purple hue. A glance at the back end revealed the reason. His 30-minute video had amassed a considerable number of shares and recommendations, with nearly 1,000 comments flooding in below. After a cursory examination, he discerned that most participants were merely spectating, captivated by the novelty. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He mused. Perhaps he might ensnare an expert in the field. Chen Ge proceeded to revise his post, enriching it with a detailed account of the creature within the mirror, and utilized the privileges of his purple account to solicit assistance. After playing the game featured in the video, I discovered that the creature in the mirror has become entangled with me. I seek advice on how to rid myself of these entities. Barely had he dispatched his inquiry when responses began to materialize. Host, you are still alive? I suggest dousing it with black dog blood, or perhaps raise a rooster, as its crowing wards off malevolent spirits. You seem too deep in character. I recommend a visit to neurology. Ghosts are merely memories lingering in the mortal realm. If you slay a ghost, you risk tarnishing your own virtue. It is better to retreat mutually than to persist in this futile struggle. Is someone attempting to reason with a ghost? The authentic Maoshan 7 kills ghost command, a genuine product from a celestial master. Check my avatar on Taobao. A successful order grants an additional 5 ghosts wealth method. Mix yellow beans, white rice, and cinnabar, then soak them in salt water for 15 minutes. And cast the beans as soldiers. Give it a try. I once viewed a video about a man tormented by a female ghost. In his desperation to escape her clutches, he purchased a firearm. When the ghost returned to harass him at night, he shot himself, subsequently dragging the ghost into his bedroom. I am not joking. Let me impart a truly effective method. Acquire an iron blade, ideally one that has tasted blood. A butcher's knife will do. Ghosts are a unique form of magnetic energy, and such a blade can wound them. After perusing the myriad of suggestions, Chen Ge found the notion of using an iron knife to combat ghosts to be the most plausible. The remainder of the advice ranged from nonsensical to impractical. He was aware of the folklore surrounding black dog blood and roosters as protective measures, yet in the dead of night, where could he procure such items? Exiting the forum, Chen Ge cast his phone aside and sat in contemplation. Engaging in combat with an unknown entity directly threatened his life. He could not place all his hopes upon the ambiguous counsel of online posts. After some deliberation, he retrieved his black phone. In critical moments, it remained his most reliable ally, possessing an unwavering trustworthiness. However, the black phone adhered to a principle of equivalent exchange. To receive, one must first offer something in return. Through days of experimentation, Chen Ge had discerned some hidden patterns within the black phone, particularly regarding task rewards. Simple and ordinary daily tasks typically yielded items to assist in managing the haunted house. Only the rewards from nightmare-level tasks directly impacted his own being, imbuing him with rare and extraordinary abilities. Desiring to rid himself of the entities within the mirror, Chen Ge realized that undertaking tasks of simple and moderate difficulty bore no significance. Only the rewards from nightmare-level tasks could yield any real effect. However, a conflict arose within him, as nightmare-level tasks were inherently perilous. Not only would the monsters within the mirror remain unvanquished, but new threats could also emerge. What should he do? Take a risk or bide his time? Chen Ge scrolled through his black phone. The clock had passed midnight, and the daily tasks had all refreshed. For simple difficulty, if one aims to provide visitors with a truly terrifying experience, one must first pay attention to the pacing of the tour. Actors and mechanisms appearing too early or too late could dampen the visitor's enthusiasm. Therefore, I recommend installing sound detectors and surveillance in the haunted house to constantly monitor the visitor's progress. For moderate difficulty, you have been granted one opportunity to expand the haunted house. Please find a suitable venue for this expansion promptly. Due to space constraints, you cannot undertake any trial tasks until the expansion is completed. For nightmare difficulty, the bathroom at midnight always emits strange sounds. If you wish to uncover the reason, follow my instructions. Caution: some tasks are extremely hazardous. Please choose wisely. Chen Ge gazed at the 3 daily tasks. He currently lacked the capability to complete the moderate task and thus ignored it, leaving him with the choice between the simple and nightmare tasks. If Uncle Sue provided him with the funds by morning, he could likely purchase all the surveillance equipment within a day, though installation might not be feasible. The nightmare task appeared to involve the bathroom, which seemed eerie. Chen Ge hesitated. The simple task was not guaranteed to yield completion and offered meager rewards, while the nightmare task was fraught with danger, leaving him uncertain of what he might face. Seated in the tool room, he pondered his options. Before he could reach a decision, a jarring cutting sound reverberated through the haunted house, more piercing than before. Chen Ge lifted his gaze to the ceiling. The sound continued to emanate from the 3rd floor. All 4 puppets had been removed by him. What else could they possibly cut? Irritated by the filth within the mirror, Chen Ge stuffed the mended puppets into his pocket and, wielding the hammer, charged up to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door to the midnight escape scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Fragments of mirrors lay scattered at the entrance, and the wooden door bore numerous white marks. The monster was scratching at the door. What was its intention? A cold sweat broke out on Chen Ge's back. He could scarcely fathom the horror of a creature wielding shards of glass running amok while he slept. He absolutely could not allow such a dangerous being to exist within his haunted house. Typically mild-mannered, Chen Ge's expression darkened. He locked the door to the midnight escape scene, hammer in hand, and entered the corridor, pushing open door after door, rushing inside to smash every mirror on the 3rd floor into shattered pieces. The sound of breaking glass echoed incessantly as fragments littered the ground. It was not until he reached the end of the 3rd floor corridor that he regained his composure. During his first nightmare task, the monster had been trapped behind the mirror by the puppets and was unable to retaliate. Later, when it attacked He-Foam, it could only exert a feeble influence. However, after its assault on He-Foam, it had gained the ability to emerge from the mirror. It too is evolving, and at an astonishing pace. Chen Ge, unwilling to linger any longer, realized that his haunted house was merely in its infancy and must not be jeopardized by an unknown monstrosity. Clutching a sledgehammer, he exited the midnight killing grounds, secured the door, and with a resolve akin to burning one's boats, he activated his black mobile phone to claim a nightmare-level quest, hoping this time the rewards would be substantial. Are you sure you wish to accept the daily nightmare difficulty task? Acceptance may provoke unforeseen circumstances. Confirm. The screen of the phone flickered, and the specific details of the task materialized before him. Chapter 0041. Holding one's breath. Fortunate are those favored by vengeful spirits. Your courage is truly astonishing. This nightmarish task serves as both a trial and a reward. The game that follows is entitled Deep Water, a venture that transcends the realms of life and death, allowing you to encounter those who have passed. Task requirements. At 3:30 in the morning, enter the bathroom alone. Secure the door, extinguish the lights, fill the bathtub with water, and light a candle around it. Subsequently, immerse yourself in the water. The period from 3:30 to 3:44 is the darkest hour, a pivotal juncture where the realms of the living and the dead converge. At precisely 3:44, you must hold your breath, submerge to the bottom of the tub, and silently invoke the name of the person you long to see. As the moment slips between night and dawn, you shall glimpse them at the edge of existence. Should you successfully encounter your beloved, the task will be deemed complete. If not, after holding your breath for 60 seconds, the task will automatically conclude in success. Upon reading the instructions on the black phone, Chen Ge felt a whirlwind of emotions. Compared to the first nightmarish task, this one appeared significantly simpler. Closing one's eyes in a terrifying environment for 30 minutes demanded formidable mental fortitude and remarkable bravery, whereas holding one's breath for 60 seconds was within the capabilities of most individuals. Yet, it was precisely because this task seemed achievable for the majority that he felt a twinge of unease. After all, it was still a nightmare-level task, likely harboring some unknown peril. The setting was the same as the previous nightmare task, the bathroom. The distinction lay in the requirement to submerge in the bathtub and hold his breath for a full 60 seconds. He pondered the entire process meticulously, factoring in preparation time. It boiled down to merely a few minutes. What terrifying occurrences could transpire in such a brief span? Chen Ge felt a stirring of excitement, not solely because the task appeared straightforward, but also due to the tantalizing prospect within the description, the ability to transcend death and see a cherished departed soul. In dire moments, Chen Ge found himself increasingly composed, seated in contemplation as he considered a possibility. His parents had vanished in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts, leaving behind the black phone and a doll. Just when he was on the verge of abandoning the haunted house, the black phone activated. During his inaugural nightmare task, the doll had proven crucial in preventing the emergence of the monstrous reflection. It was worth contemplating whether the doll and the black phone were artifacts deliberately left behind by his parents. if everything was indeed orchestrated by them. This second nightmare task took on a deeper significance. Could they be attempting to contact him in this manner, perhaps to convey further messages? Of course, this was merely Chen Ge's speculation. Regardless of whether this nightmare task was designed by his parents, he would proceed with it. The opportunity to transcend life and death and reunite with a loved one represented a chance for Chen Ge to ascertain whether his parents still existed in this world. If he failed to encounter them, it would imply that they were merely missing, still alive. Conversely, if he did manage to see them, it would affirm his initial hypothesis that the black phone was indeed a vessel for their final words, perhaps concealing the truth of their departure. It appears I have no choice. Chen Ge glanced at the clock. It was 2:55 in the morning, and there were only 35 minutes left until the mission commenced. His delay in breaking the mirror on the third floor had proven to be a significant setback. The task required him to immerse himself in a bathtub filled with water, and the only room in the haunted house equipped with a bathtub resided within the midnight escape scene. The end of the staff passage connected to a room containing a bathtub, which Chen Ge had previously accessed, while terrifying Hishan and the others. With merely 35 minutes remaining, seeking a hotel with a bathtub was out of the question. He would have to confront the creature lurking within the mirror directly. Having made his decision, Chen Ge cast aside any hesitation. He concealed 4 puppets on his person, sprinted out of the haunted house, and stealthily entered the staff canteen of the amusement park in the dead of night, emerging with 2 kitchen knives. Although these knives had never slaughtered livestock, he had witnessed the chef use them to dispatch chickens and fish, thus they bore the essence of life taken. He brought the knife to his nose. It exuded no aura of slaughter, only an overwhelming scent of green peppers that nearly brought him to tears. Upon returning to the haunted house, Chen Ge carried a metal bucket, dashing between the bathroom and restroom. With just 10 minutes left before the mission began, he finally filled the bathtub with water. Preparations were complete. It was time to commence. The main door to the midnight escape scene was locked, and Chen Ge entered through the staff passage, standing alone in the bathroom as per the instructions on his black phone. The mirror in this room had long since been shattered by Chen Ge, leaving shards scattered across the floor that crunched underfoot. The noise he had made while transporting water must have alerted the creature in the mirror, but it mattered little. He only needed to endure 1 minute of holding his breath to ensure his safety. Although eerie, Chen Ge perceived this task as not overly perilous. He secured the bathroom door, placed the puppet left to him by his parents against the door, and arranged the 4 puppets, which embodied the victim's lingering spirits, around the bathtub. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall rely on you shortly. You must grant me at least 1 minute. As before, he activated the camera on his phone, angling it appropriately to record. However, due to the dimness of the room, the screen displayed little more than a shadowy outline. With 3 minutes remaining, Chen Ge emptied his pockets onto the vanity. Following the black phone's instructions, he lit a candle around the bathtub. The flickering flame became the sole source of illumination, casting reflections on the shards of glass strewn across the floor, each fragment revealing Chen Ge's silhouette. He removed his shirt and approached the bathtub. The surface of the water rippled gently. Though the bathtub was shallow, the darkness obscured its depth. Dipping his fingers into the water, a chill crept up Chen Ge's arm, prompting an involuntary shiver. This task was indeed peculiar. After confirming the time once more, Chen Ge sat in the bathtub, clutching the 2 kitchen knives. As he settled in, water spilled over the edges, cascading onto the shards of glass below. So cold, Chen Ge felt the warmth within his body swiftly dissipating, his heartbeat slowing significantly. Droplets of water dripped rhythmically from the edge of the bathtub, and apart from this, there was no other sound in the room. If he could endure just 1 more minute, he would be rewarded and validate the conjecture that lingered in his heart. Chen Ge continuously regulated his breathing, awaiting the arrival of 3:44 in the morning. Chapter 0042. 60 seconds in the dimly lit bathroom. Chen Ge sat alone in the bathtub, inhaling and exhaling repeatedly to expel the residual waste from his lungs. At 3:44 in the morning, the cusp between night and dawn, he had but a single opportunity, necessitating utmost caution. The room was enveloped in silence, and the corridor beyond showed no signs of disturbance. The creature in the mirror seemed to have yet to approach. As time slipped away second by second, Chen Ge placed his specially acquired electronic timer aside. When the display read 43, his focus sharpened, and he opened his mouth, beginning to inhale slowly. The flickering candlelight cast a wavering glow, and Chen Ge's body gradually inclined downward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the timer, an unprecedented level of concentration enveloping him. As the numbers on the screen changed once more, he hesitated no longer, tilting his head back and sinking into the bathtub. 3:44 in the morning. The frigid water surged from all directions, engulfing him. Immersed in the depths of the night, this sensation was extraordinary. Absolute darkness enveloped him, as if the world had been reduced to his solitary existence, continuously descending. An eerie silence prevailed, with only the sounds emanating from his own body, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his ears. The cold water stimulated every nerve. And Chen Ge lay at the bottom of the tub, casting aside all distractions, counting his heartbeats. 60 seconds. All he needed to endure was 60 seconds. He had never experienced anything like this. The night and the surface of the water seemed to meld into one. The flickering candlelight resembled a distant lighthouse, while he felt as if he were plunging deeper into the abyss. 1, 2. After the initial 10 seconds, time appeared to slow significantly. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears, and surrounded by darkness, Chen Ge whispered his parents' names, maintaining his original posture, his hands gripping the handle of a kitchen knife, allowing his body to be swayed by the rippling water. The oxygen in his lungs was gradually being consumed, and Chen Ge sensed a slight discomfort, as if a heavy weight pressed upon him. 15, 16. With every heartbeat, his lung's oxygen diminished. And as his heartbeat slowed, time too seemed to stretch, each second dissected into countless fragments. The discomfort intensified, akin to a pair of hands slowly squeezing around his neck, tightening bit by bit. Lying in the water, Chen Ge opened his eyes, unable to see anything beyond the surface, as if he were confined to another realm. After what felt like another 3 or 4 seconds, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, not in the ordinary sense of the word. How long have I endured? It must be nearly over, right? The water flowed past his ears, and amidst the stillness, a peculiar sound suddenly emerged. It seemed to originate from the corridor outside. Chen Ge could not fathom why he heard it so clearly. Perhaps the other party had intentionally created the noise to distract him. Footsteps? Someone pacing in the corridor? His once-slowing heartbeat began to quicken, and his body tensed involuntarily. Perhaps the creature from the mirror had come for him. He hoped his dolls would hold their ground. In no more than 30 seconds, he would complete his task. As Chen Ge's thoughts began to slow, a persistent buzzing noise filled his ears. His condition was deteriorating. The footsteps echoing in the corridor heightened his anxiety. He steadfastly focused on the names of his parents, silently reciting them while counting his heartbeat. 28, 29. Water flooded his ears, distorting the sounds around him. The footsteps quickened, suggesting that someone was attempting to force their way in. After a few more seconds, Chen Ge felt as though a colossal stone pressed against his chest. The veins in his neck became pronounced, and a chilling numbness enveloped his limbs, rendering him weak. His cognitive responses lagged further, and he relied solely on sheer will to endure. Suddenly, without warning, a loud thud resonated as something collided with the door. Chen Ge's heart raced. Whatever lurked outside had become impatient. Perhaps it was due to the plush toy positioned behind the door, but after 3 futile attempts to break in, the intruder ceased its fruitless assault, and silence reclaimed the room. The situation remained largely unchanged, save for Chen Ge himself. Ordinarily, he could hold his breath for a minute. Yet the sounds of footsteps and the earlier banging had accelerated his heart rate, drastically increasing his oxygen consumption in this tense state. He felt he was nearing his limit. The last remnants of oxygen in his lungs nearly depleted, each passing second an excruciating torment. 39, 40. Upon reaching 40, dizziness overwhelmed his mind. His physical condition no longer permitted him to continue counting. Unable to divert his focus, the sensation of suffocation intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. Memories of his parents surfaced instinctively. The veins stood out against his pale skin, the tendons in his neck pulsing visibly as his grip on the kitchen knife slackened. He sensed he was teetering on the brink of death, and he grasped the meaning behind the task's phrase. At the juncture between night and dawn, one could glimpse the faces of those they would meet in the realm beyond. This phrase clearly suggested that in the fleeting moment between day and night, those on the verge of death could catch a glimpse of another world. Chen Ge stared intently at the water's surface, his pupils dilating. It seemed as if the water was receding further from him, and he saw no familiar faces, only an abyss of despairing darkness. His lungs felt as though they were being crushed, an indescribable sense of suffocation enveloping him. No, if this continued, he might truly drown in the bathtub. The clock struck 3:44, and the time had dragged on without the arrival of the person he longed to see. He relinquished all hope and, in a way, felt a strange relief that his parents had not appeared. At least it meant they were still alive. With his cold arms propping him against the bottom of the tub, he made a decisive choice with the last vestiges of his reason. It was time to give up. Chen Ge exerted himself to propel upward from the water, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Something pressed down on his head, obstructing his escape. The dilated pupils abruptly constricted into mere pinpoints as Chen Ge gazed skyward, where there was ostensibly nothing amiss. The plush barrier had sealed the door and the perimeter of the bathtub. Logically, the monstrosity within the mirror should not have been able to breach this sanctuary. Who was orchestrating this disturbance? Veins in his neck throbbed ominously, and Chen Ge's visage turned ghastly pale, for life and death hung in the balance. With the last vestiges of his strength, he grasped the kitchen knife and swung it above his head. Deprived of oxygen for an extended period, both his body and will had reached their limits. Resembling a spring stretched to its utmost capacity, poised to snap at any moment. With a vigorous swing of the knife, water splattered everywhere, and in a moment of disorientation, he felt as though he had struck something solid. A sharp crack resounded in his ears, and the oppressive force above him dissipated in an instant. With no more hindrance, Chen Ge surged upright from the bathtub, gasping for air in large, desperate breaths. Chapter 0043. Mission accomplished, having narrowly escaped death. Icy water cascaded down from the top of Chen Ge's head. Still in a state of shock, his chest heaved, his lips turned a shade of purple, and his hands remained tightly gripping the kitchen knife. After a couple of minutes, he began to regain his composure, the fog in his mind dissipating significantly. He wiped the droplets from his face and unsteadily rose from the bathtub. In the flickering candlelight, the room appeared unchanged. Just moments ago, he had swung the knife, undoubtedly striking something, and he had even heard a crisp sound. Chen Ge followed the angle of his strike, noticing a mark left at the edge of the bathtub. Had he struck the tub itself? That seemed improbable. He distinctly felt someone pressing down on his head at the time, leading him to believe the blow should have landed on that person instead. Driven by an urgent desire to uncover the truth, he stepped out of the tub and retrieved his phone, which was still recording. He halted the recording and replayed the video from the beginning. At 3:30, he had entered the bathtub, and until 3:43, nothing appeared amiss. Leaning against the wall, he focused intently on the screen. At 3:44, he had submerged into the water, causing splashes that leveled the water with the rim of the tub. Observing it this way felt undeniably eerie. While experiencing it firsthand had not seemed frightening, viewing it as an observer through the video instilled a chilling sensation. Comparing the timeline, he noted that 20 seconds before he submerged, everything in the bathroom had been normal, with only the occasional sound of dripping water. However, after another 10 seconds, Chen Ge furrowed his brow. He realized that the video's content differed from his experience in the bathtub. According to his mental count, footsteps should have echoed in the corridor at that moment, yet the recording remained eerily silent, devoid of any strange sounds. After another 5 to 6 seconds, the door-banging noise he recalled also failed to appear in the footage. The screen displayed only the dark, murky water and the flickering candlelight. Could it be that the footsteps and banging were merely figments of his imagination? A full 50 seconds passed, and the previously tranquil water began to bubble profusely, while Chen Ge in the tub was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, an unsettling occurrence transpired. A palm-sized shard of mirror beside the bathtub gradually darkened, and a shadow emerged from within, crouching ominously beside the tub, a scene of extreme eeriness. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Yifeng. The bubbles on the water's surface multiplied, leading to a critical moment. In the recording, Chen Ge's body and resolve reached their limits. He could no longer endure. His hands bracing against the bottom of the tub as he prepared to surrender. Just as his head was about to breach the surface, the shadow standing beside the bathtub suddenly extended its hands and pressed down on his head. Unable to breathe, water rushed into his nostrils, and Chen Ge fought desperately, wildly swinging the kitchen knife. The shadow swayed, and while the knife seemed to inflict some minimal effect, it was hardly significant. In a life-or-death moment, the plush toys that had been surrounding the bathtub appeared to be stirred by an unseen force, and the smallest of them pressed down upon the palm-sized shard of mirror. The mirror was obscured, and the shadow became considerably more indistinct. Subsequently, Chen Ge inadvertently struck its head with a blade, causing the creature to dissipate instantly.
The momentum of the blade remained unyielding, ultimately landing on the edge of the bathtub, leaving a faint mark. In that fleeting moment, when the power vanished,
Chen Ge emerged from the water. The recording concluded here, and with a clearer understanding of the events that transpired. The desire to eliminate the creature within the mirror intensified within Chen Ge. It could not be allowed to remain. Chen Ge carefully saved the video, retrieved the plush toy that had been leaning against the mirror, its back marred by the sharp edge of the mirror and its body thoroughly soaked. Though both were entities from another realm, their natures were vastly different. Some were inherently benevolent, while others were filled with malice. Chen Ge dried himself off, donned his clothes, and stuffed the plush toys into his pockets, finally finding solace. Shattering the mirror would prove futile. The creature could still manifest within the shards. How was one to contend with such an elusive being? It was as if he were at a disadvantage from the outset. Grasping a palm-sized shard of the mirror, Chen Ge's actions were unintentional, but he unexpectedly noticed droplets of water rolling across the surface, revealing a faint Arabic numeral 3. Was this a mark left by the creature? Was it a display of dominance? Did the number signify the trio of Hashan, Hufeng, and himself, or was it a threat that he would be eliminated within 3 days? Chen Ge could not decipher the meaning behind the number, but was certain it bore no positive connotation. Did it truly believe he would cower in fear? One day, he vowed to drag it from the mirror and expose it to the blazing midday sun until it perished. As he uttered the most malevolent curse he could conjure, he recalled the perilous nature of his previous ordeal. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge picked up his black phone, initially devoid of hope. His eyes brightened upon swiping the screen and noticing a notification. Fortunate patron of the malevolent spirit, you held your breath underwater for 62 seconds. Congratulations on completing the Nightmare Difficulty Daily Task. Rewards, Shadow Eye. Shadow Eye, a sight deemed ominous, it connects to the realm of shadows. Allowing the living to perceive the spirits of the underworld significantly enhances vision, other functions unknown. Upon accumulating 2 completed Nightmare Difficulty Daily Tasks, a third completion will unlock a random trial task within a terrifying scenario. Achieving a completion rate of 95% or higher in 3 consecutive tasks will unveil a new function, Malevolent Spirit Favorability. After perusing the cascade of information, Chen Ge felt an indescribable sensation within him. The nightmare-level daily task required holding his breath for 60 seconds. Due to anxiety and other emotions, he had nearly given up after just over 50 seconds, believing he would fail the task. However, it was the murderous intent from the creature in the mirror that compelled him to endure a few more seconds, resulting in a narrow completion of the task. Though he had faced dire peril, he realized that the outcome was ultimately favorable. Chen Ge scrolled through his black phone, recognizing the critical importance of this latest nightmare-level task. Should this mission fail, not only will the rewards remain unattainable, but the unlocking of the new scenario will also face delays. Most crucially, the innovative feature within the mobile device will remain inaccessible. Driven by curiosity, he navigated to the newly appeared section regarding the malevolent spirit's affinity and clicked it open. The mobile interface transformed, revealing 5 entirely unfamiliar names upon the screen. Chapter 0044. Relying on teammates at this moment, the current affinities with the vengeful spirits are as follows. In Guaheng, regretful stranger, you are not yet friends. His assistance is merely instinctual. Du Ruoshui, regretful stranger in Yunan, regretful stranger in Xiao Xiao, vengeful spirit slight affection. You have captured her attention. In her eyes, you are slightly closer than a stranger. Zhangya, red-clad vengeful spirit deep affection. You are exceptional to her. She harbors feelings for you. Albeit for your deceased self, the affinity with the vengeful spirits has been unlocked. You can enhance this affinity by allowing them to hear screams imbued with Taurus negative emotions, gifting items laden with resentment, or completing affinity tasks. Once the affinity reaches a certain threshold, she will selectively heed your commands. Note: only spirits steeped in deep resentment and bloodshed will come with affinity tasks. Completing these tasks can significantly elevate affinity and enable her to assist you in endeavors that do not contravene her will. This newly unlocked feature in the mobile game has granted Chen Ge a deeper understanding of those around him. He retrieved the smallest puppet from his pocket. At first glance, this puppet appeared identical to the others. However, within the mobile game, she was distinctly categorized. The other 3 were labeled as regretful, while she was identified as a vengeful spirit. Is it really possible for one like you to be a vengeful spirit? Chen Ge questioned, poking the small puppet's cheek. Suspended in midair, Xiao Xiao seemed slightly irritated, exuding the demeanor of a kitten that had not yet been weaned, clawing and declaring, I am tremendously fierce. Perhaps this was an unexpected gain. If Yin Xiao Xiao was an anomaly among vengeful spirits, embodying gentleness and kindness, then Zhangya surely represented the opposite extreme. This was Chen Ge's first encounter with the mobile game, designating a spirit as a red-clad vengeful spirit. What distinguishes a red-clad vengeful spirit from a typical one? Chen Ge tentatively tapped on Zhangya's name, and a crimson interface materialized. Do you accept Zhangya's affinity task? Warning: this task carries certain risks. The blood-red exclusive interface sent chills down Chen Ge's spine. Was it not stated that only spirits steeped in profound resentment and bloodshed would come with affinity tasks? Could it be that his luck had indeed favored him in this regard? Had he casually drawn a premium spirit? In truth, Chen Ge's underlying thought was that such a premium spirit would be better left unclaimed. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, fearing that Zhangya, lurking somewhere unknown, might overhear. Deep affection, liking the deceased version of me. This sister has some issues. After exiting the mobile interface, the terror instigated by the monstrous reflection in the mirror had completely dissipated. Compared to the entity he had drawn, the shadow in the mirror seemed rather ordinary. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Chen Ge would let it go. On the contrary, he had already marked it as a target to be eradicated at all costs. Only by vanquishing the mirror monster could the haunted house operate safely. The unlocking of vengeful spirit affinities has provided Chen Ge with greater options. To him, This feature within the black mobile phone appeared to be a preparatory measure for facilitating the spirit's employment within the haunted house. As the game's content continued to evolve, Chen Ge's interest in it deepened. After perusing the newly unlocked features, he began to examine his second acquisition, the Shadow Eye. The rewards from the nightmare-level tasks had the potential to transform oneself. Chen Ge gazed into the distance. Aside from a slight enhancement in visibility during the dark, this Shadow Eye seemed to possess no further utility. Perhaps, like the corpse repose, this reward required a specific environment to manifest its true capabilities. Scattered fragments of mirrors lay around him. He casually picked up a piece and held it before his face. Externally, his eyes appeared unchanged, identical to those of an ordinary person. Literally speaking, the Shadow Eye should grant me the ability to perceive what is invisible to the common eye. Yet, holding the small item before him, he discerned nothing peculiar. Was it a matter of not mastering the technique, or did it require a unique method of application? After fumbling for a while with no success, Chen Ge decided to set it aside. Stretching his numbed body, he retrieved his phone and sat in the bathroom, preparing to edit a video. Having endured such a harrowing experience, it would be a disservice to himself not to share it with a wider audience. He first uploaded the original footage to the paranormal forum. It was now 4 a.m. Chen Ge anticipated minimal viewership, yet to his surprise, as soon as he posted the video, comments began to flood in. Hello, is this a game that attracts spirits? Lying in the bathtub late at night will summon dark entities around it? Chen Ge glanced at the comments, noting that the first one was from the forum administrator. After pondering for a moment, he added a textual description of the gameplay beneath the video and retitled it "Why Do People Drown in Their Own Bathtubs?" A few minutes later, the comments began to multiply. Chen Ge's account had gained considerable notoriety on the forum, with some individuals even waking from their slumber at the behest of friends to specifically watch this video. At 3:30 in the morning, one lies in a bathtub filled to the brim with water, let alone anything else. I wouldn't even dare to do that with the lights on. This video is even more unsettling than the last one the poster shared. I just have to know who the shadow lurking beside the bathtub is. Damn, that scared me. Did you hear any strange sounds underwater? Or see anything unusual? Please, I beg you to respond. The bathroom is indeed the area of the house imbued with the most yin energy, and the bathtub, being a recessed point within it, is referred to in feng shui as a depression, where negative energy naturally accumulates. It is no wonder that the poster dared to lie within and engage in such a game, resulting in an encounter with malevolent entities. To place oneself at the threshold of life and death during a transitional moment between yin and yang is a notion only a madman could conceive, and only a madman would dare to act upon it. Several comments certainly held merit. Chen Ge skimmed through them, and as before, he refrained from responding. Exiting the forum, he commenced editing the video, extracting the segment where he submerged in the bathtub and ultimately broke free, totaling 63 seconds. Typically, the shorter a video is, the more impactful and compelling it becomes. However, this time, Chen Ge chose a different approach. He released a 63-second video titled Challenge, Hold Your Breath for 1 minute. Upon its release, all followers of Chen Ge's ID received a notification. Some viewers, not even finishing the video, began to comment. A breath-holding challenge? Aren't there any horror videos today? This is just a gimmick. Isn't a challenge to drink an entire bottle of liquor more thrilling than this? Holding my breath for a minute, I shall give it a try as well. Everyone disperse. The host has lost his touch. What on earth is this? Watching me from beside the bathtub. Get off my phone. Chapter 0045. Someone seeks my demise. A mere minute after the release of the short video, Chen Ge's comment section erupted once more. Was that shadow lying in the bathtub for 56 seconds merely a special effect? It appeared to emerge from beneath the tub. Was it the host wielding the knife in the water? Goodness, the expression was so genuine. If that shadow had gritted its teeth and held on just a bit longer, would we have lost sight of the host altogether? How sinister. I want to see how long I can hold my breath if I half close my eyes. Will that thing jump out at me? Newcomers, flee. This video is filled with ghosts. Do not look back. Run. I was utterly transfixed, staring at my phone screen for a full minute without blinking, and now I find myself unable to sleep. After watching your previous video, I couldn't bear to look in the mirror. After seeing this one, I dare not bathe alone. Unethical host, take this belly-to-back suplex from this fairy. At 4 a.m, the comment section remained fervent, which brought Chen Ge immense satisfaction. He felt he had garnered a loyal fan base, making all his efforts worthwhile. Before exiting the short video page, he took a moment to promote his haunted house in the comments, where the viewers responded enthusiastically, expressing their intent to bring local specialties to visit him. Purchasing tickets to the haunted house, while also bringing me local delicacies? Today's visitors truly are impressive. Chen Ge logged off the page, feeling significantly uplifted. He stretched, clutching 5 plush toys as he departed from the midnight escape scene. As the night passed and dawn approached, the sky outside the haunted house began to brighten. Chen Ge found a wooden board in the tool shed and sealed off the employee passage connected to the midnight escape theme. Before dealing with the mirror monster, he decided to keep this scene closed for the time being. With ticket prices at 20, the midnight escape can accommodate 7 visitors at once. Calculating 15-minute intervals, he could earn 560 yuan per hour. Over an 8-hour day, that amounts to over 4,000. This thought tugged at Chen Ge's heartstrings, yet he remained grounded, refusing to let money cloud his judgment. Safety comes first, and there will always be opportunities to unlock more scenes. The potential for profit is limitless. After sealing off the midnight escape scene, Chen Ge returned to the staff lounge, placing a few plush toys by the bed before changing into clean clothes for a run. The trial task at the safe apartment served as a constant reminder for Chen Ge. Had he not run swiftly that night, he would likely be buried underground by now. At 8:40 in the morning, Su-Wan arrived at the haunted house for her shift and was taken aback to see Chen Ge returning from his run, drenched in sweat. In her memory, her boss was not one to indulge in exercise. A new day dawned, and the protective barriers outside the haunted house were drawn aside, with both of them assuming their respective roles, ready for business. As visitors trickled into the amusement park at 9 o'clock, the entrance to the haunted house remained eerily quiet. The least crowded time in the park. "Boss, what were you doing in the haunted house last night? Why is there water everywhere?" "Cleaning up," Chen Ge replied nonchalantly, and then added, "When you're playing the ghost inside, be careful not to get too close to the mirror." "Why is that?" Chen Ge was about to explain to Su-Wan when he suddenly saw the park administrator, Uncle Su, rushing over. "Uncle Su, is there something wrong?" Chen Ge removed his headphones and noticed that Uncle Su's expression was rather peculiar. "You're becoming increasingly strange." Uncle Su scrutinized Chen Ge. "Just now, someone from the cafeteria reported that a kitchen knife was stolen. I thought to myself, this thief must be desperate to steal a kitchen knife. But upon reviewing the surveillance footage, I see you out in the middle of the night taking a kitchen knife from the cafeteria. Does running around with 2 kitchen knives make you feel powerful?" It was only then that Chen Ge recalled the kitchen knife he had taken from the cafeteria, which he had carelessly tossed into the bathtub. "I just assisted the police in solving a case, and there's still one criminal at large. I took the kitchen knives for self-defense. I plan to return a new set of knives to the cafeteria tomorrow." He was unsure whether using a knife that had been used to slay a ghost would be harmful to someone when used for cooking, so he hesitated to return those 2 knives to Uncle Su. "I truly cannot understand you anymore. Are you up to something nefarious behind my back? What mischief could you possibly accomplish with 2 kitchen knives?" Rest assured, Uncle Su, half convinced but preoccupied with his responsibilities as the park had just opened, did not delve further. He approached Chen Ge and pulled out a tightly sealed plastic bag from his pocket. "Here, take this 5,000 for now. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know." "Uncle, thank you. I should be able to repay you this weekend." "No need. Just refrain from causing me any trouble." Once Uncle Su departed, Chen Ge tucked the money into his pocket, leaning against the railing as he contemplated how to utilize the funds. The 5,000 was just sufficient to install surveillance cameras. The interior of the haunted house was already full, and only after expansion could new terrifying scenarios be added. Leasing an underground parking lot seemed a promising idea, though he was uncertain how much rent the park would charge. A plethora of issues awaited Chen Ge's resolution, and he felt a headache coming on. "My biggest problem is a lack of funds. I wonder when the bounty will arrive. Should I go and nudge them?" He unconsciously gazed into the distance, and as his gaze swept over a particular spot, his pupils constricted as he suddenly spotted a suspicious visitor. The individual wore a baseball cap, long sleeves, and had their hands stuffed in their pockets, meandering between several amusement facilities, seemingly indecisive about which one to engage with. This person seemed somewhat familiar. Thanks to his unique eyes, Chen Ge had better vision than most, and the individual likely remained unaware that they had been noticed. Should he confront them? As Chen Ge hesitated, a visitor approached the haunted house for a tour, prompting him to become busy again, gradually pushing the matter to the back of his mind. By noon, when Chen Ge and Su-Wan were preparing to go for lunch, he once again spotted that suspicious visitor near the haunted house. This person had not approached the haunted house all morning, waiting specifically for him and Su-Wan to leave for lunch, only to come by when the haunted house was unoccupied. What could they be planning? Chen Ge instructed Su-Wan to go eat first while he returned alone. Upon noticing someone approaching, the visitor turned on their heel and left the park decisively. Have I seen him somewhere before? With a subtle twitch of his eyelid, Chen Ge abandoned his meal and hurried to the comprehensive management office of the amusement park. After obtaining the staff's consent, he reviewed the surveillance footage of a particular individual. This person deliberately avoided several conspicuous cameras, keeping his hands tucked in his pockets from the moment he entered the park until his departure. Even while smoking, he managed to light his cigarette with one hand. Strangely enough, after purchasing an entrance ticket, he engaged in only one attraction, the Ferris wheel, and did so 3 times in succession. Something was amiss. This individual was decidedly suspicious. Chapter 0046. The suspect fixated on the man in the surveillance footage. Chen Ge pieced together all his peculiar actions, his fingers gradually curling into a tight fist. Without uttering a word, he stood resolutely in the comprehensive management office, retrieving his phone to dial Captain Li of the Xiqing police station. Uncle Sambao, I must report an incident. First, the emergency number is 110, so your call is futile. Second, address me as Director Li. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a hoarse voice emerged from the receiver. I have located the last individual who fled from the Ping'an apartment. He has visited the New Century amusement park. Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Captain Li's voice shifted noticeably. It must be him. Do not send a police car to avoid alarming him and raising his suspicion. Arrive within 15 minutes. As the call ended, Chen Ge held the phone, his eyes still glued to the surveillance screen. Nearby, staff members sensed something amiss and hurriedly summoned Uncle Su. What is happening? A short while later, Uncle Su entered with a water bottle in hand. Can't even eat properly. Xiao Chun, why are you here instead of your haunted house? He approached the monitor beside Chen Ge and tentatively inquired, who were you just on the phone with? The police. Chen Ge did not turn, his gaze shifting between the various screens. They should arrive within 15 minutes. The police? Such a serious matter. Why didn't you consult me first? Uncle Su's voice escalated sharply. The park has comprehensive plans for natural disasters and malicious incidents. Uncle Su. Chen Ge interrupted him, turning with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting an unsettling intensity. Someone is trying to kill me. At this revelation, the control room fell silent, all employees turning their attention towards him. Chen Ge, you've been cooped up in the haunted house. Have you been mentally affected? Uncle Su dropped the familiar address, calling him by name. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? I assisted the police in solving the mass murder case at Ping'an apartment 5 years ago, but one of the perpetrators remains at large. Upon hearing this, Uncle Su began to comprehend. Are you suggesting that this individual has infiltrated the amusement park to seek revenge on you? I initially thought he would escape to another province. But who would have guessed he would be so brazen? Chen Ge pointed at the man on the surveillance screen. This visitor's behavior is odd. He wears long sleeves and a cap, concealing his face completely. The weather isn't particularly cold, yet his hands remain buried in his pockets. Even when smoking or drinking, he only uses his right hand. His left hand has never emerged from his pocket. What could this indicate? Uncle Su questioned, perhaps merely a personal quirk. He placed the water bottle down and closed the door to the management room. The fugitive is named Zhang Peng, whose height and build nearly match that of the man on the monitor, and most crucially, Zhang Peng has a peony tattooed on the back of his left hand. A peony? The peony blooms, and wealth follows. This man is a desperate gambler who has lost everything. Do you mean to say he is afraid of exposing his tattoos? Which is why he keeps his left hand tucked away in his pocket. Uncle Su also began to feel anxious. Is it possible that he is merely a patient suffering from a skin condition? I possess additional evidence. Chen Ge altered the surveillance footage. After entering the amusement park, he only engaged in the Ferris wheel ride, repeating it 3 times. Do you comprehend what this implies? What could it possibly indicate? Uncle Su found himself slightly out of sync with Chen Ge's line of reasoning. The Ferris wheel is the pinnacle of visibility within the entire park, allowing him to survey the area and strategize his escape route. Chen Ge slowed down the footage. When Xiaowan and I departed the haunted house for the cafeteria, we noticed him lurking suspiciously near the haunted house. Throughout the morning, he loitered in the vicinity of the haunted house, but never approached it, waiting until the guards had left before drawing near. This behavior is far from typical for a regular visitor. Indeed, Uncle Su nodded, feeling that Chen Ge's assertions held merit. But why would he approach the haunted house when there were no people around? Chen Ge tapped his fingers on the table. Let us consider this from another perspective. If I intended to eliminate the owner of the haunted house in the safest manner possible, I would certainly hide within the haunted house beforehand, striking unexpectedly during its closure for maintenance. The complex environment within the haunted house offers ample opportunities to conceal oneself, making it easier to hide a body post-murder. As long as the blood is cleaned up, by the time the corpse is discovered, it is likely to be the following day. Uncle Su felt a chill run down his spine as Chen Ge's words painted a vivid picture in his mind. That is indeed quite terrifying. Not just terrifying. It was almost a reality. Chen Ge withdrew his gaze, slowly relaxing his clenched fist. Fortunately, he was overly impatient, and thanks to the peculiar events I have recently encountered, my nerves have been heightened. allowing me to notice him. So where is he now? Should I evacuate the visitors? Uncle Sue also recognized the gravity of the situation. He left the amusement park after I spotted him. At that time, I had yet to review the surveillance footage, so I could not confirm my suspicions. Hence, I did not stop him. You handled that exceptionally well. Had the suspect gone on a rampage within the park, it could have caused significant chaos. Uncle Sue took a sip of water and addressed the staff beside him. The police will be arriving shortly, so please cooperate. Minutes later, the door to the comprehensive management room swung open, and 3 men dressed in plain clothes entered, led by Li Sanbao, who was holding a notebook. Where is Chen Ge? Let me see your surveillance footage. With the assistance of the staff, Officer Li compared the man in the footage with photographs from the public security database, ultimately confirming they were indeed the same individual. You've done it again, my friend. Officer Li patted Chen Ge on the shoulder, retrieving his phone to contact the city bureau and report the situation. After communication between both parties, it was decided to divide into 2 groups. One would pursue discreetly while the other would establish a perimeter around the New Century amusement park. Zhang Peng is exceptionally dangerous. You must exercise caution as you may be targeted. The likelihood of his return is high, so I advise you to refrain from remaining in the haunted house for the time being. After Captain Li finished speaking, the employees of the Comprehensive Management Office felt a sense of unease. In contrast, Chen Ge, the individual at the center of the matter, remained remarkably composed. If I am absent, Xiao Wan will struggle to maintain the normal operations of the haunted house. Should the haunted house close, Zhang Peng will undoubtedly sense something amiss. His cunning nature suggests he will not easily fall into the trap. Are you implying that you intend to serve as bait within the haunted house? Captain Li furrowed his brow, sensing the inherent risk. Rest assured, as long as he dares to enter my haunted house, I will ensure he has no chance of returning. Chapter 0047. I am an emotionless assassin. No. Team leader Li shook his head resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Capturing fugitives is our duty as police officers. How can we allow you to take such risks? I remained in the haunted house to create a facade, leading Zhang Peng to believe he had not been exposed. This would significantly increase the likelihood of him following the original plan and appearing near the amusement park, facilitating your apprehension efforts. Chen Ge spoke only after careful consideration. If we fail to capture him this time, I fear I will have to live in perpetual anxiety, for he could return at any moment. The specifics of the capture plan must be discussed with the criminal investigation team at the municipal bureau before anything can be confirmed. The massacre case at Ping An apartment falls under their jurisdiction. Our West City Police Station is merely assisting from the sidelines. I shall convey your proposal to them. Team leader Li closed his laptop and dialed a number, stepping out of the comprehensive control room with 2 other plainclothes officers. Xiao Chun, perhaps you should heed the police's advice and step outside for a while, Uncle Sue suggested, approaching only after Li and the others had left. Avoiding the issue will not resolve anything. Please do not counsel me on this, Chen Ge replied, returning to the haunted house after reviewing the surveillance footage. Boss, today a special is green pepper stir-fried meat over rice, Sue once said, leaning over the protective railing. Upon seeing Chen Ge emerge from the control room, she pointed to the lunchbox on the table. I managed to sneak an extra spoonful of meat while the old lady wasn't looking. Accepting the lunchbox, Chen Ge regarded Xiao Wan but refrained from divulging any details concerning Zhang Peng, consuming his meal as usual before commencing the afternoon's operations. Su Wan played the ghost in the mock wedding scene while Chen Ge sold tickets outside, his head bowed, eyes darting around vigilantly. The emergence of Zhang Peng was both a misfortune and an opportunity for me, depending on how I could exploit it. After completing several tasks on the black phone, Chen Ge felt his cognitive faculties sharpened, rendering him increasingly composed and steady. Within the haunted house, a creature from the mirror was now confined. This entity could traverse freely between the mirror and reality, making it virtually invincible as long as a mirror existed. Chen Ge nonchalantly sold tickets, but his mind raced. He and Yifeng had both been attacked. Their experiences were eerily similar. According to Yifeng's account, the creature seemed poised to enter their bodies, supplanting their will or inhabiting them. The creature's motives remain unclear, yet one question lingered. If it entered a person's body, would it be unable to exit for a time? Chen Ge had recognized this issue during his conversation with Yifeng, but proving it was perilous, as it would involve experimenting on any visitor. He had nearly abandoned this notion, yet this morning, Zhang Peng appeared. The moment Chen Ge spotted Zhang Peng on the surveillance footage, he solidified his plan in his mind. He would use Zhang Peng as a test subject, placing him in the haunted house and finding a way to allow the creature from the mirror to seize his body. In this manner, not only did it resolve the dilemma concerning Zhang Peng, but it also allowed for the expulsion of the monster within the mirror, achieving 2 objectives with a single stroke. This dual purpose was precisely why he had insisted on remaining in the haunted house as bait. So be it. Although fraught with peril, success would simultaneously eliminate two threats. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Ge summoned Su Wan, allowing her to leave work early while he commenced preparations within the haunted house. He aimed to provide Zhang Peng with a clear plan. At 5:30, Team Leader Li called, informing Chen Ge that they had established surveillance around the amusement park. Should Zhang Peng appear, he would have no escape. After dining, Chen Ge, clutching a blanket and the outfit of the fragmented cranium doctor, made his way to the control room of the haunted house. He secured the door and took his place before the monitors, anticipating a long night ahead. The number of cameras was indeed insufficient, leaving many blind spots within the haunted house, and he could not afford to be complacent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the New Century amusement park transformed into a realm of silence, starkly contrasting the vibrancy of the day. As night deepened, Chen Ge remained vigilant in the control room, waiting until midnight. The anticipated presence did not materialize, yet something unwelcome emerged. Once again, the eerie sounds of cutting echoed from the midnight chase scene. Did this creature intend to taunt me? Tossing aside his blanket, Chen Ge approached the door, contemplating whether to confront the mirror monster. For the moment, he decided to let it be. Donning his headphones, he nestled the plush toy left by his parents into his embrace, refocusing on the monitors. Around 1 in the morning, just as Chen Ge was on the verge of surrendering to fatigue, the restroom door on the surveillance screen suddenly stirred. Was there someone? Instantly alert, he fixated on the screen. Before long, the restroom door creaked open, revealing a tall, slender man wielding a 20-centimeter bone saw. This very restroom was where he had first completed a nightmarish task. The window connected to the outside, suggesting the man had preemptively tampered with the lock. Chen Ge observed the surveillance footage with a calm demeanor. The control room door was locked, and its secluded location made it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with the haunted house's layout to find it directly. On screen, Zhang Peng moved stealthily, knife in one hand and phone in the other, entirely oblivious to being observed. He was meticulously navigating the haunted corridors, avoiding debris and various enigmatic props strewn across his path. After a full 15 minutes, he finally located the staff lounge. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated, his chest heaving, the hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. He attempted to push the door open several times, retracting each time his fingertips brushed against the doorframe, revealing his internal conflict. Under the watchful eyes of the monitor, Zhang Peng lingered for several seconds before steeling himself. He raised the sharp blade, grasped the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and, with a sudden burst of resolve, flung the door open, akin to a leopard pouncing upon its prey within the staff lounge. A minute later, Zhang Peng emerged, the blade stained with a hint of crimson, as it appeared he had inadvertently sliced his own arm in the process. With the dagger transferred to his other hand, Zhang Peng's expression grew increasingly menacing. He cast a glance upwards before hastening down the corridor. The surveillance footage clearly depicted his approach towards the monitoring room. Chen Ge sent a message to Team Leader Li and, gripping the 40-centimeter iron hammer belonging to the skull-crushing doctor, positioned himself behind the door of the monitoring room. He had intended to execute a classic horror movie trope of a surprise attack, but to his astonishment, Zhang Peng merely passed by the door of the monitoring room and proceeded into the staff passageway. What was this individual planning? For a moment, Chen Ge could not decipher the other's intentions. He quickly stepped beside the computer, where the surveillance display revealed Zhang Peng prying open the wooden barrier at the end of the staff passage with his knife, then resolutely stepping inside. What was he doing in the scene of a midnight escape? Chen Ge removed his headphones, his eyes wide with disbelief. There had been persistent sounds of cutting emanating from the midnight escape scene. Surely, he could not think that I was sawing something inside. Chapter 0048. Please, let me go. Chen Ge's expression was peculiar as he recalled Zhang Peng's defiant gaze and fierce demeanor captured in the surveillance footage. This man truly was a formidable adversary. The sounds of objects being sliced in the midnight slaughter scene did not cease with Zhang Peng's entrance. It seemed the creature in the mirror had not anticipated anyone would so boldly rush in. No longer could he afford to wait. He needed to witness the moment the monster in the mirror invaded Zhang Peng's body to find peace of mind. After glancing at the monitor and confirming Zhang Peng's location, Chen Ge retrieved the iron chain from the corpse doctor's coat and tossed it onto the ground. Donning the bloodstained garment and a human skin mask, he swung the heavy hammer a couple of times, feeling an aura of brutality and malevolence emanate from him. Why did it feel as though he were the true villain? Grasping the keys and his phone, he tucked the doll into his embrace and stepped out of the surveillance room, wielding the gruesomely designed hammer. In the midst of the midnight slaughter scene, Zhang Peng felt the knife in his hand growing heavier. He had prepared for this day for a long time. Yet fate had other plans. An unexpected twist had occurred as soon as he entered. It was already past 1 in the morning, and a normal person would be in bed at this hour, even if they hadn't slept. He had been so excited to see the staff lounge sign that it took him considerable effort to calm himself down. He continuously urged himself, igniting the hatred within, and finally resolved to muster the courage to break through the door. Once inside the lounge, he began hacking at the bed indiscriminately, his fervor overwhelming him to the point of injuring himself. The blade was stained with blood, but when he realized the bed was empty, and the only blood on the sheets was his own, frustration and bitterness consumed him. His murderous intent intensified, and reason was all but incinerated by fury. He had ruined the peaceful apartment and imprisoned Wana. That meddlesome fool would pay with his life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The sounds of cutting within the building buzzed in his ears like flies, further amplifying his agitation. Gripping the knife tightly, he cautiously approached the source of the noise, determined to avoid detection. He was getting close, just on this floor. Peering out from the corridor, devoid of any illumination, he pressed his body against the wall. Entering the third-floor hallway, the haunted house exuded a chilling atmosphere, its pathways convoluted like a labyrinth. Once I eliminate him, I'll easily find a place to conceal the body, and it will likely take outsiders a week or more to discover it. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he reveled in his dark thoughts. The sound was just ahead. Yet, I wonder what this fellow is doing awake at this hour, wandering around a haunted house. Repairing props overnight, perhaps? Zhang Peng crouched down, relaxing his body, wrapping his long sleeves around his wounds as he slowly advanced with the knife. At the end of the third-floor corridor, directly in front of the entrance to the midnight slaughter scene, Zhang Peng discerned a vague shadow. The figure stood at the center of the doorway, holding something and dragging it across the entrance. Odd, why wasn't he turning on the lights? As he approached, Zhang Peng sensed something was amiss. But he did not ponder the reasons. His mind was consumed by the intoxicating thrill of revenge. The air grew heavier than ever. As he slowly raised the knife above his shoulder, his body taut like a drawn bow, the blade aimed at the shadow ahead. Die? With a full-speed charge. Zhang Peng's face contorted as he thrust the sharp knife fiercely into the shadow. An excited smile had already emerged on his face, but mere moments later, it vanished entirely. The blade passed straight through the shadow's form, striking nothing but emptiness. The immense inertia caused Zhang Peng to crash against the door, nearly wrenching his back. What the hell? This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Peng. He scrambled to his feet, wildly swinging his knife at the air. Where is it? Where is it? After exhausting his fury, an unfamiliar emotion began to swell within him. I clearly saw a shadow standing here with its back to me. It can't be a mistake. At that moment, Zhang Peng no longer feared revealing his presence. He took out his phone to illuminate the surroundings. The wooden door was etched with intricate, fine scratches, and on the ground lay several shards of shattered mirrors with sharp edges. These were all remnants left by that shadow. And he could assert with absolute certainty that a person had stood right here moments ago. How could a person simply vanish in the blink of an eye? A shiver ran down Zhang Peng's spine, the flames of his anger extinguished, leaving him bewildered as he gazed into the silent corridor. A person can never just disappear unless... It wasn't a person at all. His throat tightened. The glow from his phone offered no comfort, instead amplifying his anxiety. As if monsters lurked in every shadow untouched by light. The haunted house owner is not human. There truly are ghosts in this place. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Peng's forehead, his grip on the knife slick with perspiration. Thoughts of revenge and violence fled his mind as he hurriedly retreated, consumed with the desire to escape this wretched place. As he clutched his phone, he ran faster, completely oblivious to the altered angle of the safety door at the corridor's entrance. Revenge could wait. This place was no longer safe. Covering his arms. Just as Zhang Peng stepped into the corridor, a shadow crashed toward him from behind the door. Crack. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable as Zhang Peng stared at his limp, unresponsive right hand, his mind seeming to freeze. Sorry, missed. Chen Ge emerged from behind the door, wielding a hammer. A cruel and horrifying human skin mask contorting into various terrifying expressions as he spoke. I was planning to crush your scapula. His calm tone suggested he was recounting an inconsequential event, and Zhang Peng felt a suffocating dread as he gazed at Chen Ge behind the door. Why are you being so vicious? I'm the real killer. Zhang Peng desperately wished to resist, but as his gaze swept over the blood-grooved hammer in Chen Ge's hand, over 40 centimeters long, his hand holding the knife became unresponsive, with a blood groove on the hammer, its handle resembling a spinal column. Are you so eager for others to know you're a psychopathic murderer? Without granting the other party additional time, Chen Ge swung the iron hammer once more, targeting Zhang Peng's thigh. He required an individual stripped of the capacity to resist, to serve as a vessel for the monster within the mirror. With a resounding thud, the stair railing was mercilessly bent, but Zhang Peng narrowly evaded the blow. One hand bleeding, the other fractured, he no longer dared to fight back. discarding the knife and fleeing frantically down the stairs. Such timidity! Who granted you the audacity to visit my haunted house alone? Clutching the hammer, Chen Ge pursued relentlessly. The two engaged in a chase that brought them back to the ground floor of the haunted house. Chapter 0049 Xiaochun, are you unhurt? Zhang Peng dashed out of the employee passageway, resembling a headless fly as he stumbled about. The haunted house was a labyrinth of intricate pathways and, with the lights extinguished, he soon found himself utterly lost. Why have you stopped running? Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. I merely wish to conduct a small experiment with you. With a hammer clasped in his hands, Chen Ge trailed Zhang Peng like a specter, driving him into a corner. Not harm me. You've barely been here 3 seconds and already fractured my bones with one blow. That is your idea of not harming me. Zhang Peng had discarded his knife long ago. Blood streamed from his left arm, while his right hung limply like a noodle from his shoulder. In a moment of despair, he felt a profound sense of injustice, even contemplating the notion of alerting the authorities and turning himself in. Do not struggle. I advise you to comply and follow my instructions. Otherwise, you may find yourself confined to a wheelchair for the remainder of your life. Chen Ge advanced slowly, devoid of any sympathy. Zhang Peng had come to kill him, and had he not discovered the plot in advance, he would already be a victim. Brother, is this the kind of thing a victim should say? I must have been cursed for 8 generations. Zhang Peng, unarmed and frantic, darted into the depths of the haunted house. He ran swiftly, and Chen Ge pursued him relentlessly. After a few strides, an eerie slicing sound echoed once more in his ears, and a shadow darted out from the employee passageway. The creature from the mirror, now realizing its opportunity, understood that the time had come. In a panic, Zhang Peng fled through the first floor of the haunted house. As he rounded a corner, he vaguely saw someone waving at him. Perhaps the pressure imposed by Chen Ge was overwhelming. He hesitated little and sprinted toward the figure. Chen Ge, trailing behind, witnessed this scene unfold and felt a shiver run down his spine. The shadow matched the height and build of Yifeng. It was indeed the creature from the mirror. You forsake the path to heaven and choose to crash into hell. That is a bona fide ghost. Before Chen Ge could utter a word, Zhang Peng had reached the end of the corridor, taking refuge in the restroom, guided by the shadow. The restroom mirror on the first floor remained intact. The creature had lured him there, evidently intent on making its move. At this critical juncture, Chen Ge felt a surge of anxiety. He rushed to the restroom, shaking the door lock, only to discover it was firmly secured. The situation was veering away from his carefully laid plans. The shadow had appeared suddenly, whisking Zhang Peng away before he could regain control. A piercing scream erupted from the restroom just moments later, accompanied by the sounds of something being toppled and shattered. It seemed Zhang Peng had encountered something extraordinarily terrifying. What transpired inside? Chen Ge raised his hammer and struck the door lock, shattering the bolt. Yet the door remained obstinately closed, blocked by a cabinet laden with miscellaneous items. Unable to see what was unfolding within, Chen Ge grew increasingly impatient, relentlessly hammering against the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous noise echoed even outside the haunted house as Chen Ge exerted all his strength, shattering the hollow wooden door. The cluttered cabinet behind it began to tremble, revealing a narrow gap. Peering through the opening, he noticed the black cloth that had shrouded the bathroom mirror had fallen to the ground. Zhang Peng, with a dazed expression, stared into the mirror, and more terrifyingly, a tall shadow stood between him and the reflection. The figure began to morph slowly, eventually matching Zhang Peng's stature. It took a step back, allowing half of its body to meld into the mirror, and then the strangest occurrence unfolded. Zhang Peng, with a vacant gaze, instinctively approached the mirror, his face pressing against the glass. At that moment, his body fused with half of the shadow's form. After a few seconds, his lips, slightly parted in a trance, curled into a sinister smile. He turned slowly, looking through the door and cabinet at Chen Ge, and with a hand smeared with blood, inscribed something on the mirror's surface. A couple of seconds later, Zhang Peng's eyes regained their normality. He shivered and, without a word, leapt through the bathroom window, fleeing into the haunted house's exterior. Had the creature within the mirror infiltrated Zhang Peng's body? What grudge did it hold against me? Was it due to my repeated hindrance of its malevolent plans? The entity had previously attacked Yishan and Yifeng, but failed due to external interference. Perhaps it bore a grudge against Chen Ge, the proprietor of the haunted house. For this reason, the bathroom door was jammed shut, unable to be forced open in a short time, prompting Chen Ge to hastily circle to the front entrance. Just as he stepped outside, he heard team leader Li's voice calling out, "Chen Ge, hold on. We are almost there." With a resounding crash, the haunted house's protective barrier was breached, and several police officers poured inside. Upon witnessing this commotion, Chen Ge immediately tossed the iron hammer into a corner. Removing his mask and coat, footsteps echoed down the corridor, with team leader Li being the first to rush in. Spotting Chen Ge standing frozen in the hallway, he hurried over. "Xiao Chen, are you injured?" Chen Ge instinctively took a step back, leaning weakly against the wall, gently patting his chest. "I was startled. But I'm fine. You need not worry about me," quickly pursued Zhang Peng. He escaped through the bathroom window. "Leave the rest to us. You've had a tough night. It's no trouble. As long as we can apprehend the suspect, this minor sacrifice is insignificant. You really should refrain from such impulsiveness. Tonight is perilous." Team leader Li's eyes shimmered with admiration as he directed others to chase after Zhang Peng, while he remained with Chen Ge to investigate the scene. He first entered the staff lounge and, upon seeing blood on the sheets, became immediately alarmed. "Xiao Chen, you're hurt? Let me see. That blood isn't mine." Chen Ge was at a loss for words. It was quite dark in there, and the suspect seemed to have injured himself. Team leader Li nodded, raising his flashlight to scrutinize the grotesque knife marks on the sheets and blankets, his expression grave. A person unskilled with a knife could only inflict such injuries upon themselves in a state of extreme madness. He pointed to the knife marks above, a total of 17 wounds. This could indeed be classified as attempted murder. This is the evidence. Gazing at the knife scars on the bed linen, Chen Ge felt a twinge of fear. Team leader Li donned a pair of gloves and signaled for Chen Ge to step outside. "Do not disturb anything in this room. Someone will arrive shortly to take photographs and gather evidence." "Understood. I will cooperate fully." Chen Ge exited the room, but quietly returned to conceal the hammer, then paused at the bathroom door. It seemed that Zhang Peng had written something on the mirror just moments ago. Chapter 50. The significance of numbers adjusting his perspective. Chen Ge exerted considerable effort to discern the bloodstain on the bathroom mirror, which formed the Arabic numeral 2. The number itself was not inherently terrifying. However, its inscription in blood rendered it unsettling. What could this numeral signify? After the monstrous entity departed the mirror last night, he had glimpsed a 3 on the remaining glass, which had now transformed into a 2. Was there a correlation between the two? Why was it diminishing? Chen Ge found himself puzzled. Did this number represent a date? Was it a countdown? Observing the still fresh bloodstain, he leaned against the door, lost in contemplation. The creature had vacated the mirror, now residing within Zhang Peng, and there seemed little reason for it to leave behind this numeral unless it harbored intentions of vengeance. Chen Ge struggled to comprehend, as his understanding of the other realm was limited, leaving him unable to ascertain its motives. If this number were to decrease daily, what might transpire when it reached 0? A sense of foreboding enveloped him. He paced at the bathroom entrance, questioning whether this number was intertwined with his very existence. Would something dreadful seek him out on the night the number reached 0? Halting his restless movements, Chen Ge reassured himself that he was likely overreacting. He would wait until the following night to observe whether the number reappeared in the haunted house. And only then would he take action. With a sigh, he wished merely to run his haunted house effectively, leasing the underground parking lot to unlock more scenes and allow the attraction to flourish. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him, with unforeseen events disrupting his plans. Returning to the staff lounge, he noted several police cars outside the haunted house. After the municipal criminal investigation team arrived, they posed a few inquiries to Chen Ge and snapped several photographs before resuming their intense pursuit. Team leader Li remained by Chen Ge's side, though by dawn, no news of Zhang Peng's capture had emerged. Nonetheless, Li assured Chen Ge repeatedly that given Zhang Peng's current state, escape was improbable. They would undoubtedly apprehend him within 24 hours. Chen Ge's concerns lay not with Zhang Peng's capture, but rather with the numeral left by the mirror's creature, which occupied his thoughts and dampened his spirits. Li, mistaking Chen Ge's demeanor for that of someone merely frightened, offered some words of comfort before departing with his team as daylight broke. Alone in the haunted house, Chen Ge opened the window, allowing the brisk morning breeze to fill the room. Though he was the proprietor of the haunted house, a figure of authority among specters, he couldn't shake the feeling of his own dismal circumstances. As morning light streamed in, a plush doll on the bed seemed to be stirred by the wind. Falling to the floor beneath the bed, Chen Ge retrieved the little creature, prodding its belly. The only obedient spirit, it could do little beyond being adorable. In a confrontation, he surmised he would need to protect her. The plush doll appeared disgruntled by Chen Ge's assessment, attempting to wriggle free, yet failing to do so. The rewards from the 2 consecutive nightmare-level tasks had been supportive in nature, beneficial for the haunted house's development, yet of little assistance to himself. Chen Ge is currently uncertain about what will transpire after the numerical reset. He is an exceedingly cautious individual who would never place himself in perilous situations. Taking out his black phone, he rummaged through it for a considerable time, only to discover that his sole trump card was the formidable specter clad in red, Zhang Ye. In the wooden cabin at the rear of the peaceful apartment, Zhang Ye had once rendered assistance to Chen Ge, alerting him to Wang Qi's presence behind him, thereby saving his life. However, during a subsequent nightmare task, when a monstrous entity in the mirror pressed down on Chen Ge's head, nearly drowning him, Zhang Ye did not materialize. This indicates that her actions are dictated solely by her whims. By completing the favorability task, he could command her to undertake a task that would not contravene her own desires. At that point, he could enlist her aid in confronting any potential dangers that might arise. Chen Ge clicked on Zhang Ye's name, gazing at the blood-red exclusive page. Despite having cultivated his courage since childhood, he felt a twinge of trepidation at that moment. This sister is fond of my posthumous self. The swift increase in favorability is somewhat alarming. What if she grows impatient and decides to eliminate me instead? The affection of a vengeful spirit is not something everyone can withstand. Exiting the exclusive page, Chen Ge felt the air become significantly fresher. The favorability task was, after all, his last resort. If the ominous number reappeared tonight and underwent another change, he would utilize this trump card to complete the favorability task. Having made his decision, Chen Ge felt a sense of resolve and gradually drifted into slumber. After Su Wan arrived for work around 8 o'clock, Chen Ge entrusted her with the management of the haunted house, while he took the money to procure surveillance equipment. His urgency in purchasing was twofold. Firstly, the numerous blind spots in the haunted house rendered it quite unsafe. Secondly, one of the daily tasks updated on his black phone required him to install surveillance and voice-activated devices. After completing his morning purchases, Chen Ge returned to the haunted house around noon with the installation workers. Under his direct supervision, the workers nervously installed surveillance cameras in various corners of the haunted house, creating a network with minimal blind spots. As for the voice-activated device, due to his financial constraints, he could only afford the cheapest model, which was installed in the ghost marriage scene. After a final successful adjustment around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Ge received a notification on his black phone indicating the task had been completed. A harmonious balance in the experience could provide visitors with the best enjoyment. Congratulations on completing the simple difficulty daily task. You have earned the reward background track bridal attire. Note: bridal attire perfectly complements the ghost marriage scene. The Scream index for the ghost marriage scene has risen to 1 star. Upon seeing the notification, Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback. The original Scream index for the ghost marriage scene was merely half a star, and now it had escalated to 1 star solely due to a piece of music. This suggests that the song is likely more chilling than Black Friday. With a sense of responsibility towards the visitors, Chen Ge listened to a preview and discerned that it bore a distinct style from Black Friday. One was a slow burn, akin to being gradually drawn into an abyss. The other was far more bizarre and thrilling, transforming joy into despair, sending shivers down one's spine from the very first note. Indeed, the haunting melodies harmonize perfectly with the scene of a ghostly wedding. However, frequent exposure to such tunes may inflict psychological scars. Hence, unless someone disrupts the ambience, it would be wise to minimize their use. Chen Ge saved the piece bridal attire on his phone and ascended to the 3rd floor of the haunted house to commence the cleaning. Lacking the financial means to hire workers, he stuffed his pockets with a few rag dolls and armed himself with tools to meticulously clear away the shards of mirrors scattered throughout the eerie establishment. By the time he completed his tasks, it was already deep into the night. Clutching his phone, Chen Ge wandered between the restroom and the staff lounge, gazing into the mirror repeatedly, waiting patiently for the clock to strike midnight.